They both mentally committed to not using manipulative rhetoric or obscuring the truth during the exchange. They needed a trustworthy gentleman's agreement to facilitate their mutual probing. Thus, both their stances and intentions were perfectly aligned. This was the most flawless form of a binding vow, one devoid of any potential penalty. Kenjaku's explanation was both a clarification and a threat. A binding vow is only perfect when both parties are sincere. If either party harbors ulterior motives, the vow will inflict unknown damage on both. Mahito's side was obviously genuine. If something went wrong, the fault would lie entirely with Kokichi. Kokichi understood the warning. The puppet face's mouth opened, emitting a metallic voice. Strictly speaking, I am the one asking for a favor here. I will, of course, honor the vow. Mahito nodded slightly. To show my sincerity, Muta-san, you may ask the first question. Snap. Mahito snapped his fingers again. Around the white plastic table, 4 more chairs materialized. Jogo and Hanami naturally claimed 2 of them. Hikari hesitated for a moment before sitting in the third. Only after Hikari sat down did Kirara finally take the last remaining seat. At this point, aside from Dagon playing in the ocean, Mahito's entire faction was seated, clearly deferring to Mahito as their leader. The full might of the King of Curses was laid bare before Kokichi, and a sudden, crushing weight settled in his chest. Special Grade Curse User, Suguru Geto. Intelligent Special Grade Curses, Jogo, Hanami, Dagon. The Uncrowned Special Grade Sorcerer, Kinji Hikari. The Rare Spatial Sorcerer, Kirara Hoshi. And the King of Curses, Mahito. It was no exaggeration to say that, excluding Satoru Gojo, no individual or faction in the entire Jujutsu world could withstand this lineup. Kokichi took a silent breath and officially began the Q&A. Then I will cut straight to the chase, the metallic puppet declared solemnly. He didn't ask about healing his heavenly restriction, nor did he ask for a guarantee about his Kyoto classmates. He didn't even follow up on his earlier question regarding the dual innate techniques. He asked, King of Curses, what is your ultimate goal? Chapter 22, 12. Q&A, Part 1. 3,132 words. Hearing just this first question, Mahito immediately understood why the Kokichi Muta of the original story knew so much. He even knew exactly how Kenjaku's group planned to handle the invincible Satoru Gojo, and left behind countermeasures to plague them even after his death. During their original partnership, an exchange similar to this Q&A must have occurred. Contrary to his explosive debut in the original story, Kokichi was actually incredibly intelligent and possessed a highly comprehensive tactical mind. His only real flaw was his impulsivity. If he had simply bided his time in the original timeline, he could have played a far more monumental role. Even now, his questions were razor-sharp, cutting straight to the core. The true answer was, survival. Mahito didn't feel safe in the slightest. Satoru Gojo was a distant threat, but Kenjaku was sitting right next to him, and he hadn't shown the slightest intention of letting Mahito off the hook. There had been several instances where Mahito could practically feel the malice seething within Kenjaku. It wasn't that Kenjaku genuinely wanted to kill Mahito, Kenjaku simply had the passing thought of I wonder what would happen if I tried. Just based on that passing curiosity, Kenjaku would be itching to test the waters, looking for any opening to probe him. Mahito would bet his life that if it weren't for their binding vow, Kenjaku absolutely would have attacked him. Even now, the moment their vow concluded, Kenjaku would undoubtedly strike. It had nothing to do with who was stronger. It was purely because Kenjaku wanted to. With an ally like that breathing down his neck, how could Mahito ever dare to stop moving? He couldn't. He didn't dare. He had to run with everything he had, running until he coughed up blood, until he achieved true peace. Peace of mind, Mahito said, steepling his fingers, his voice slow but resonant. He continued, in Jojo's Bizarre Adventure Dio once said, survival is all about finding peace of mind. Whether men fight for wealth, fame, or power, it is all to achieve peace of mind. To marry and build a family is for peace of mind. Even those who strive for world peace are merely seeking an excuse for their own peace of mind. It's a somewhat cynical view, but it perfectly captures the psychology of almost all living things. Every life form in existence operates on this principle. Whether it be flowers, birds, fish, or beasts, whether it be humans or cursed spirits. Peace of mind is the most fundamental pursuit of all biological entities. What I seek now is eternal peace of mind. Whether it's raw power, building a faction, or ascending to godhood. Everything I do for peace of mind. The wooden face rotated slightly, taking in the assembled roster. Kokichi asked, right now, under your command, I can see 6 special-grade combatants. While Kirara Hoshi might not possess pure special-grade firepower, his unique technique ensures he won't easily lose in a frontal clash against one, and his utility as a support far exceeds special-grade parameters. With a lineup like this, are you still not at peace? Mahito casually deflected the question with another, if Satoru Gojo ambushed us here right now, how many seconds do you think we'd survive? Not asterisk how long asterisk they would survive, but asterisk how many seconds. Asterisk that sentence alone proved exactly how intimately Mahito understood Gojo's strength. Kokichi sighed. Less than 1 second. I see your point. As long as Satoru Gojo is alive, you can never have peace of mind. That is why you allied with curse users and built this faction. Jogo couldn't hold back. I know Satoru Gojo is strong, but are you seriously saying all of us combined couldn't hold him off for a single second? Mahito, aren't you being a bit too modest? Kokichi's wooden face turned toward Jogo, questioning, are you implying you have a counter to Satoru Gojo's domain expansion? Are you that confident? Jogo demanded, what is his domain expansion? Why would we be killed in less than a second just because he expands it? Kokichi was rendered speechless. Even Mahito felt second-hand embarrassment. He pulled off his sunglasses and handed them to Jogo. Jogo, hold my sunglasses. The implication was clear, asterisk shut up. Asterisk Jogo understood the hint. He struggled to bite back his retort, but ultimately relented, snatching the sunglasses and sulking in his chair without another word. Hanami offered him a few comforting words. My turn to ask. Mahito sat up straight in his plastic chair, locking eyes with the metal disc. Kokichi, why did you go out of your way to research Ryomen Sukuna? Kokichi didn't dodge the question. He answered, because of you, King of Curses. Me? Mahito asked. A cursed spirit capable of cooperating with curse users. That was the label attached to you. Suguru Geto approached me before news of your existence had spread. By the time rumors of you reached me, I was certain Geto's mysterious partner had to be you. Following that logic, I began analyzing what your ultimate goal must be. The wooden puppet's mouth clicked and clacked open and shut, seemingly in self-deprecation. He explained, it didn't take much thought. I immediately realized that an alliance between curses and curse users could only have one conceivable goal, overturning the current Jujutsu world. What other reason could there be? But to overturn the current Jujutsu world, there is one man you absolutely cannot bypass. Satoru Gojo. You must eliminate Satoru Gojo, otherwise, toppling the Jujutsu world is fundamentally impossible. Operating on that premise, my attention was drawn to Ryomen Sukuna. The wooden eyes rotated, locking back onto Mahito. He stated gravely, Ryomen Sukuna is a genuine historical figure, and he left behind the special-grade cursed objects known as Sukuna's fingers. 1,000 years ago, he was hailed as the strongest sorcerer in history. Even a millennium later, following Satoru Gojo's birth, Sukuna's absolute power is still universally recognized by the Jujutsu world. There are even many Jujutsu scholars who believe that even Satoru Gojo wouldn't be a match for Ryomen Sukuna. Ryomen Sukuna is the undeniable strongest sorcerer in history. To defeat Satoru Gojo, you would need to find a way to resurrect Ryomen Sukuna. That was my deduction. Incredible. Mahito was genuinely impressed. Kokichi's explanation actually slightly shifted Mahito's opinion of the crusty conservatives in the original story. Regardless of the higher-ups' initial motives, the moment they discovered Yuji Itadori could act as a vessel for Ryomen Sukuna, their immediate reaction was to execute him, even if he had only ingested a single fragment of Sukuna's power. Suddenly, this draconian measure seemed rooted in terrifyingly sharp foresight. It was entirely to prevent the second coming of Ryomen Sukuna at his absolute peak. Because even the microscopic possibility of the strongest in history resurrecting was an unacceptable threat to the modern strongest, Satoru Gojo. This also contextualized why Gojo, despite having zero combat data on Sukuna, confidently declared, I'd win. Gojo possessed a comprehensive understanding of Ryomen Sukuna's historical might. Based on that knowledge and his own internal power scaling, he was absolutely confident he could defeat him. That was why he said he'd win. Unfortunately, Sukuna pulled a fast one with his space-cleaving dismantle, bisecting Gojo and turning all his prior confidence into the ultimate clown show. Next, Kokichi asked, my turn. How do you intend to defeat Satoru Gojo? Mahito held up 3 fingers. We have 3 methods. We intend to execute all 3 simultaneously. 3 methods? Executed simultaneously? Kokichi's voice was noticeably distorted, sounding like he wanted to laugh but couldn't, wanting to take it seriously but finding it utterly absurd. Mahito lowered 2 fingers. Method 1, Sealing. We have a way to seal Satoru Gojo for at least a century, provided we engage him at a specific time and a specific place. The seal isn't absolute, but 100 years buys us enough time to accomplish whatever we want without the threat of Satoru Gojo looming over us. The Prison Realm. You intend to seal Satoru Gojo using the Prison Realm? Kokichi blurted out. Mahito blinked twice. You managed to guess that too. When it comes to neutralizing Satoru Gojo, the options are incredibly limited. The Prison Realm is the most obvious candidate, so it's not surprising I know of it. But there's a glaring issue. The activation conditions for the Prison Realm are absurdly stringent. The moment I read the data on it, I discarded it as a tactical impossibility. How do you plan to force Satoru Gojo to fulfill the sealing conditions? Kokichi asked. Mahito remained silent. Realizing he hadn't yet earned the requisite trust, Kokichi quickly backed down. Apologies. It's not my turn to ask. Please, continue. Mahito raised his second finger. Method 2 is exactly what you deduced, Ryaman Sukuna. We have a reliable method to resurrect him and restore him to his peak strength. Naturally, given his personality, Sukuna will never take orders from us. But his mere resurrection guarantees a chaotic bloodbath between him and Gojo. Neither Satoru Gojo nor Ryaman Sukuna will allow the other to coexist. That alone serves our purpose. Kokichi manipulated the metal disc to bob slightly, simulating a nod of agreement. He had guessed as much, otherwise, he wouldn't have dug into Ryaman Sukuna's archives. Mahito raised his third finger and smiled. The third method is me. You? Kokichi asked. Mahito lowered his finger, maintaining his smile. Muta-san, care to guess how old I am? Asterisk, what a confident way to phrase it, asterisk, Kokichi thought to himself. And he began to calculate. The timeline of Mahito's first recorded appearance was very recent, no more than a month ago. However, Mahito must have spent a significant amount of time immersed in human society prior to that. Because the moment his existence was registered, he already possessed an intricate, comprehensive grasp of Jujutsu mechanics. Someone must have been tutoring him for a very long time. No. Considering his processing speed and intellect, that the very long times might actually be shorter than expected. Therefore, he would lean toward the shorter end of the spectrum. Kokichi answered cautiously, 5 years. I estimate you were born 5 years ago. Mahito was slightly taken aback. What a conservative estimate. Given my proficiency and knowledge base, I assumed you'd guess at least 10 years. For a human, 10 years would be more than enough, Kokichi explained. Even Satoru Gojo at age 10 likely hadn't reached your current level of mastery, let alone Satoru Gojo at age 5. If you were human, you would undoubtedly be a once-in-a-century genius, someone even Gojo could barely stand shoulder to shoulder with. But, you are not human. Kokichi spoke with absolute gravity, you are a cursed spirit. The growth trajectory of a cursed spirit fundamentally differs from a human's. A curse's grade is practically hard-coded at birth. A grade 1 curse is a grade 1 curse. A special grade curse is a special grade curse. It's not that curses cannot grow stronger, quite the contrary, massive pools of negative energy constantly draw them in, and curses that cannibalize others can mutate into stronger variants. It's not uncommon. But the critical issue is, curses lack the cognitive capacity for intentional growth. Even if they can mimic human speech, their actual intellect is lower than a stray dog's. They possess rudimentary combat instincts, but their tactical adaptability is inferior to a pack of wolves. You completely break that mold. You are a curse, yet you possess high-level human intellect. You know how to learn. You know how to train. You even harbor your own philosophical ideologies. Ideals, goals, emotions, a faction, you lack none of them. And you are growing at an exponential rate. 5 years. I estimate that within 5 years, you have already acquired power surpassing an average special grade sorcerer. And you are still continuously evolving. In the future, you will undoubtedly grow stronger, shattering the ceiling of normal special grades and ascending to the realm occupied by Satoru Gojo. The average special grade sorcerer, Kinji Hikari, violently clicked his tongue. Asterisk motherfucker? Since when did special grade sorcerers get divided into average and above average? I can't believe I'm being used as a fucking background measuring stick, asterisk. Mahito applauded in genuine admiration. Incredible. Your deductive reasoning is stellar. It makes me want to recruit you as my subordinate even more. Kokichi replied flatly, it seems my deduction was correct. Although the voice transmitted through the metal disc was calm, Kokichi was internally reeling. To achieve the power of a special grade sorcerer in just 5 years, that information alone was earth-shattering. Are you kidding me? That's a special grade sorcerer. The undisputed definition of a one-man army. He had nonchalantly used the term average special grade sorcerer, but in reality, anyone who reached special grade was a freak of nature. Calling them average was an oxymoron, every single one of them was an inhuman monster. Asterisk the strongest cursed spirit in the world might literally be sitting right in front of me. Asterisk Kokichi took a silent breath. But he had braced himself too soon. The corners of Mahito's mouth crept up into a faint smile. 1.5 months, he said. Counting from the absolute beginning of my gestation to today, I have only been alive for 1.5 months. 45 days. In human terms, I'm barely an infant out of my first trimester. You're bullshitting me. Kokichi almost thought he had spoken the words out loud, but quickly realized the voice hadn't come from his puppet. It was Hikari. The average special grade sorcerer, Kinji Hikari, looked utterly paralyzed with disbelief. He roared with the exact same energy as Mikoto Misaka screaming at Toma Kamijo, you're telling me that in 1.5 months, including your hazy incubation period, you grew strong enough to beat the absolute shit out of me without even playing your trump cards? You motherfucker! You're lying! Clearly, the average special grade sorcerer had completely broken down. It was exactly like a failing student asking the valedictorian why they seemed upset about their test score. The failing student feels smug when the valedictorian says they did poorly, only to find out the test was out of 100, the valedictorian scored 109 because of 10 points of extra credit, and they were upset because they missed *1 point on the bonus question. Put anyone in that position, and they'd break down too. Kokichi acutely picked up on the horrifying implication in Hikari's outburst. His metallic voice warped in horror. Without even playing your trump cards? What does that mean? The Lord of Curses didn't even use his full strength against you. He was holding back, Hikari grumbled, finally calming down. He rubbed his temples in misery. I really can't complain about losing. I thought I just had a bad matchup. Now I find out I was getting boxed up by a literal infant. Man, I don't even have the face to show myself in public anymore. Kokichi's mind and soul violently shuddered. He was rendered utterly speechless. It seems you finally understand where my confidence comes from, Mahito said with a smile. As time passes, my talents will only continue to bloom. I don't know if I'll eventually become invincible in this era like Satoru Gojo, but at the very least, I am confident I will become a threat capable of keeping him in check. Therefore, we don't necessarily need to seal him or unleash Ryomen Sukuna. Simply waiting for my continuous growth is a viable path to realizing our plan. What an overwhelmingly persuasive three-pronged strategy! Kokichi marveled internally. Truly worthy of a faction ambitious enough to overthrow the Jujutsu world. Their maturity and foresight in every aspect are terrifying. In that case, you have absolutely no reason to rush into a confrontation with Satoru Gojo now. All you need to do is lay low and wait for the King of Curses' talents to fully ripen. Why are you in such a desperate hurry to topple the Jujutsu world? Kokichi asked. If you agree to become my subordinate, I'll tell you the answer, Mahito offered. Kokichi sighed. I overstepped. It's your turn to ask. Mahito leaned forward, his eyes bright with interest. What do you think of cursed spirits? Kokichi wasn't surprised by the question. Mahito had already stated he wanted Kokichi to join his ranks, not as a partner, but as a subordinate. Kokichi was highly confident in his own abilities. While reaching Gojo's level might be virtually impossible, he was certain he could eventually grow into a standard special grade sorcerer. This confidence wasn't unfounded. During Kokichi's deathmatch in the original timeline, Kenjaku himself explicitly confirmed it. Though temporary, in terms of raw damage output, Kokichi Muta has reached the minimum threshold of a special grade. And at that time, he was merely a Kyoto High student. It was no exaggeration to say that, even without undergoing a life-or-death crucible, normal growth alone would have eventually landed Kokichi a seat among the special grades. No offense intended, Kokichi began, trying his best to phrase it delicately. To me, cursed spirits are the parasites of this world. Entities utterly incapable of interacting with society, existing solely to destroy. I cannot comprehend any meaning to your existence. Forget Jogo, even the usually even-tempered Hanami twisted in violent fury, looking ready to commit murder the very next second. Kenjaku couldn't help but chuckle. You've got some nerve saying that out loud. Ooh? I thought I phrased that quite politely, Kokichi replied earnestly. You bastard! Jogo erupted, about to unleash hell, but a hand suddenly appeared in his face. Mahito raised his palm, instantly silencing the disaster curse. Jogo took several deep, ragged breaths before throwing himself back into his chair, sulking in silent, dark fury. Kokichi noted this thoughtfully. The Lord of Curses has absolute control over his subordinates. This proves these curses have developed societal structures and will not defy their sovereign's absolute orders. Mahito's expression didn't change. He acted as if nothing had happened. It's your turn to ask. Kokichi was genuinely bewildered. Are you not angry? Because you spoke the truth, Mahito said plainly. To humanity, cursed spirits truly have no reason to exist. Forget humanity, even to the world itself, discounting unique anomalies like Hanami, curses have zero purpose. Even parasites have their ecological niche in this world, but cursed spirits do not. Curses only exist to kill. They only exist to harm. Beyond that, they are capable of nothing. With an unchanged expression, Mahito delivered his final verdict. Cursed spirits are worse than parasites. We are literal trash. And worse yet, we are the most obnoxious kind of incombustible trash. Kokichi was absolutely stunned. Chapter 23, 13. Q&A, Part 2. 3,232 words. You're saying cursed spirits are trash? Kokichi forced himself to speak. He was genuinely, thoroughly shaken. Mahito's smile remained entirely composed. What's wrong? Is it not the truth? Or can you name a single benefit cursed spirits bring to this world? I suppose if you forced an answer, we reduced the human population. Does that count? Kokichi was rendered speechless. The king of curses sitting before him was completely unfathomable. Mahito dropped his smile, his expression turning solemn. If one wishes to evolve, the first step is self-awareness. If you cannot even acknowledge your own innate flaws, then any growth you achieve will inevitably be warped. To recognize your mistakes, correct them, overcome them, and ultimately evolve, that is the only path of true integrity. Precisely because I am the king of curses, I must discard prejudice and stare directly into the ugliness of my own soul. Only then can I achieve ascension. Ascension? Kokichi murmured, his metallic voice as faint as a falling leaf. Is that your question? Mahito asked. Kokichi snapped back to reality, the metal disc vibrating violently. In truth, he had been preparing to end his turn. Through this Q&A, he believed he had already extracted all the intelligence he needed. He was ready to solidify his cooperation with the curses. Allying with cursed spirits sounded like pure insanity, but this exchange had forced Kokichi to recognize Mahito's absolute transcendence. Whether it was his rationality, emotional intelligence, societal understanding, or the absolute grip he held over his subordinates, it was more than enough to give Kokichi peace of mind. Prejudice and terror are born solely from the unknown. To Kokichi, the Lord of Curses could now be viewed simply as a bizarre variant of a curse user. In fact, he was far more amicable and rational than most of the deranged curse users out there. With that established, cooperating with him was no longer unthinkable. Until this exact moment. He realized he didn't understand Mahito at all. Or rather, he had finally developed a genuine, burning curiosity about the Lord of Curses ideology. He wanted to look deeper into the mind of this king of curses who dared to dream of godhood. Kokichi took a deep breath and asked solemnly, Lord of Curses, how do you think humanity should view cursed spirits? Not asterisk how do you view humanity, asterisk not asterisk how should cursed spirits treat humanity, asterisk not even asterisk how does humanity currently view cursed spirits, asterisk. But rather, asterisk you. How do you believe humans ought to perceive cursed spirits, asterisk. Kenjaku, who had been watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but laugh. What a phenomenal question. Mahito, you'd better answer this one carefully. I have a feeling this question will define your entire existence. Even after you ascend to godhood, this question will follow you until the end of time. Mahito nodded slightly. It truly was a brilliant question. This inquiry alone proved the terrifying depth of Kokichi Muta's intellect. Mahito finally understood why Kenjaku had chosen to ally with him. It wasn't merely because Kokichi was easily lured by the promise of a healthy body, it was because Kokichi possessed the raw potential to become a core pillar of Kenjaku's faction. With extermination, Mahito stated. Extermination. Kokichi was stunned. You're saying, humanity should exterminate cursed spirits? Whether you realize it or not, human beings are actually quite a cruel species, Mahito explained methodically. Humans feel pity when they encounter stray dogs or cats. That is solely because stray dogs and cats pose absolutely no threat to them. Because of that lack of threat, humanity generates sympathy. They feed them, pet them, and even take them home to raise. But cursed spirits are different. I am well aware that several Jujutsu sorcerer clans opt to tame specific cursed spirits. These curses usually possess highly unique abilities, the most sought after undoubtedly being curses with spatial storage capabilities. Taming one exponentially increases a clan's operational ceiling. Because of this, you can always find bounties and procurement requests for such curses on any Jujutsu forum. This might give you the illusion that cursed spirits and humanity can actually coexist. But the truth is, any human possessing true foresight must come to a single, absolute resolution, the resolution to erase cursed spirits from this world. And the faster, the better. Eradicating them entirely before cursed spirits experience a collective awakening is the most righteous course of action humanity could possibly take. Because, without a shadow of a doubt, cursed spirits are destined to become a superior species to humanity. Kokichi couldn't hold back. Are you out of your mind? By what metric could cursed spirits ever become a superior species to humans? Because of my arrival, Mutasan, Mahito said, unhurried. You must admit, the biological existence of a cursed spirit is objectively superior to a human's. Humans require metabolism, cursed spirits do not. If a human's limb is amputated, they are crippled, cursed spirits are not. Humans are burdened by finite lifespans, cursed spirits are immortal. Cursed spirits are organisms of cursed energy. We require only one source of fuel. Everything else is completely unnecessary. Humans, on the other hand, are delicate yet inefficient machines that require a constant, varied intake of matter and energy. Humans possess societal structures, cooperative coexistence, and the ability to pass down knowledge. Before I appeared, cursed spirits lacked these capabilities. But now, I am here. Mahito's eyes gleamed with profound implication. Anything humanity can do, cursed spirits can now do as well. Things humanity cannot do, cursed spirits can achieve effortlessly. Furthermore, the miracles humanity desperately yearns for are merely our baseline biological functions. I ask you, why shouldn't cursed spirits become humanity's superior species? Kokichi was rendered utterly speechless. A wave of profound terror washed over him. A possibility he had never once entertained slashed through his mind. Compared to cursed spirits, what were humanity's actual advantages? Before this conversation, he would have proudly cited humanity's complex societal structures, their inherited histories, and the unstoppable march of their civilization. But now, the words died in his throat. Because the highly intelligent cursed spirit sitting directly in front of him, speaking to him with such chilling eloquence, was living proof. He couldn't formulate a single counter-argument. The corners of Mahito's mouth curled up. He reached out a finger and gently tapped the metal disc, like an owner affectionately petting a dog. It seems you've realized it. Current cursed spirits aren't there yet. The vast majority of them are like unevolved hominids, monkeys, wild beasts, low-intelligence organisms. Calling them parasites, incombustible trash, or even worse slurs is entirely accurate. But my existence has shown you a new evolutionary path for cursed spirits. Not merely appearing as curses, but emerging as a true species. I ask you, Mutasan, when faced with such an existence, as a human being, could you possibly harbor any thought other than absolute extermination? If you do, it stems from nothing but ignorance or sheer arrogance. The kind of fatal ignorance and arrogance of a merchant happily selling the very rope that will be used to hang him. Unfortunately, I cannot deny that such humans exist. Mahito couldn't help but chuckle darkly as he finished. Kokichi began to hyperventilate. An invisible, suffocating pressure had wrapped around his throat. Not as an individual, but as a member of the human race, he felt an apocalyptic dread regarding the future Mahito was painting. A primal, murderous intent flared in his heart. Kill him. I have to kill him, no matter the cost. It had nothing to do with morality. It had nothing to do with profit. It didn't even stem from fear. It was a mission. A sacred, biological imperative demanding he slaughter Mahito, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. He desperately imagined a future where Mahito didn't exist, hoping to glean some small comfort. But there was none. The boundless terror didn't recede, it only deepened. Precisely because Kokichi possessed such a brilliant analytical mind, he could instantly extrapolate that bleak, lightless future. Even if he managed to kill Mahito right here and now, the future held nothing but absolute despair. Why? Because Mahito was not unique. Aside from Mahito, Jogo, Hanami, and Dagon were also highly intelligent cursed spirits. They could easily fulfill the same societal roles as Mahito. In fact, if Mahito was telling the truth about being less than 2 months old, it proved that Jogo, Hanami, and Dagon had gestated long before him. Intelligent curses had been born before Mahito, and inevitably, more intelligent curses would be born after him. As long as the fundamental concept of cursed spirits wasn't eradicated, it was only a matter of time before they formed a civilization capable of crushing human society. And eventually, just as Homo sapiens replaced Neanderthals, cursed spirits would replace humanity as the undisputed masters of this planet. It was an unsolvable equation. What exactly are you trying to do, King of Curses? Kokichi's metallic voice trembled, breaking into a terrified scream. The Q&A isn't over yet, Muta-san, Mahito said nonchalantly. It's my turn to ask. After saying all that, you actually want to continue? Kokichi demanded, his voice shaking violently. Why not? Mahito asked. Are you planning to violate the binding vow? Kokichi Muta. Hikari's voice suddenly cut in, cold and sharp as a knife. A binding vow is absolute. Think very carefully before you speak. Kokichi froze, the words hitting him like a physical blow to the head. Hikari was right. Driven by frantic, hysterical terror, Kokichi had been fully prepared to throw everything away. He had just resolved to sacrifice his own life, no matter the method, to transmit this intelligence directly to Satoru Gojo. He needed Gojo to prepare for an all-out war of the species. But he couldn't do it. Even if he threw away his life, he couldn't do it. Because of the binding vow. Unlike a self-imposed limitation, violating a binding vow made with another person invoked the wrath of heaven itself, and the penalty was completely unpredictable. If Kokichi broke the vow now, he might drop dead the exact millisecond he tried to transmit the message. Even if he successfully sent it at the cost of his life, the vow's backlash might scramble the data in transit, or perfectly intercept it before it ever reached Gojo. The countless, terrifying consequences of breaking a binding vow echoed through Kokichi's mind. Finally, he fell completely silent. The very pact he had initiated to protect himself had unexpectedly become the chain binding his hands and feet at the most critical moment. Kenjaku glanced at Hikari, shrugged, and sighed. It seems this Q&A is over. Perhaps we can resume this conversation another time. I have just one final question. May I, Muta-san? Mahito asked. Kokichi remained silent for a long time, offering no response. Mahito didn't mind. He casually asked, Muta-san, are you interested in becoming a new human? A new human? Kokichi repeated. Muta-san, what do you believe is the single greatest difference between cursed spirits and humanity? Mahito asked methodically. I just listed all the biological ways cursed spirits are superior to humans, comprehensively proving that we possess the capacity to rule this planet as a higher species. But that is merely potential. Humanity possesses a fundamental threshold that current cursed spirits cannot cross no matter how hard they try. My question pertains to that threshold. Do you know what it is? What is it? Kokichi asked subconsciously. He didn't even realize it. Initially, this Q&A had been an equal exchange, a mutual probing where both sides parried and thrust. But right now, Kokichi was being entirely led by the nose. He had completely lost his independent analytical rhythm. Despite his genius, teenage Kokichi Muta was currently exposing his most fatal flaw in high-stakes negotiations. He lacked composure. He had too little life experience. The moment a sufficiently world-shattering topic was dropped on him, he was guaranteed to lose his footing, just as he had now. He had completely forfeited control of the narrative, reduced to a mere puppet in Mahito's philosophical dialogue. It is the physical body, Mahito declared, staring at the metal disc. His voice resonated with divine certainty. Why would organisms made of cursed energy need a physical body? That should only be a hindrance, Kokichi argued. No, the physical body is crucial. Its importance far exceeds your imagination, Mahito answered earnestly. Because only a physical body is capable of housing positive energy. If a cursed spirit wishes to become a complete, perfect organism, it absolutely must possess positive energy. This is humanity's exclusive talent. Cursed spirits are fundamentally incapable of producing positive energy on their own. It was an undeniable truth. The original story repeatedly proved that positive energy was absolute poison to curses. Forget generating it, merely touching it was a death sentence for a cursed spirit. I don't quite understand, Kokichi admitted. This topic had long surpassed his realm of expertise. If he didn't already know he was speaking to a curse, he would have thought he was attending a lecture by a Jujutsu grandmaster. Have you ever noticed that the more powerful a Jujutsu sorcerer is, the more psychologically unhinged they are? Mahito asked. No, Kokichi desperately wanted to deny it categorically, but his voice failed him. Thinking about it critically, it was actually entirely true. Every single powerful sorcerer he knew was, to some degree, mentally defective. It sounded harsh, but if they didn't possess supernatural abilities to justify their existence, every sorcerer he knew, including himself, belonged in a psychiatric ward. The very first lesson in manipulating cursed energy teaches you that cursed energy is derived from the darkest depths of your negative emotions. Anger, sorrow, fear, agony, despair. These overflowing negative emotions are processed through the sorcerer's body, forged into power known as cursed energy, and continuously supply you with undeniable supernatural force. This is the absolute foundation of Jujutsu, cursed energy refinement. Mahito tapped his finger rhythmically against the plastic table. He continued. One of the inherent costs of wielding cursed energy is that you must maintain a baseline hum of negative emotion at every waking moment, otherwise, the cursed energy disperses. Consequently, coexisting with negative emotions is a fundamental reality for sorcerers. If you can control it, you remain a Jujutsu sorcerer. If you lose control, you become a curse user. Curse users revel in spreading despair. This isn't because they are inherently born as homicidal maniacs, though I won't deny such anomalies exist, but because to acquire greater power, their own cursed energy violently compels them to commit atrocities. Mahito's finger suddenly stopped tapping. He spoke with absolute, unwavering conviction. Cursed energy drags sorcerers toward extremes. It doesn't matter what facet it is, an extreme is an extreme. Extreme justice, extreme conservatism, extreme radicalism, extreme obsession, extreme evil, extreme bloodlust, extreme destruction, or extreme conviction. Any sorcerer possessing immense cursed energy is invariably tainted by these extremes. Without exception. Let me repeat that. Without exception. Kokichi remained silent. He couldn't refute a single word. Even looking at the sorcerers present right now, Kenjaku, Kinji Hikari, Kirara Hoshi, and even himself, the rule held perfectly true. Expanding the scope to every sorcerer he had ever met, including Satoru Gojo, the rule remained unbroken. It wasn't more or less, it was an absolute. Just as Mahito said. Without exception. Theoretically, since all sorcerers are perpetually marinating in extreme emotional states, they should have lost their minds ages ago, succumbing entirely to their darkest whims. Yet, they haven't. Why? Mahito asked. He didn't wait for Kokichi to answer. He provided it himself. Because of the physical body. The flesh generates positive energy, the exact antithesis of negative energy. This positive energy effectively neutralizes the corrosive effects of the negative energy, pulling the vast majority of sorcerers back from the brink of insanity before they completely lose control. It allows them to use their rational minds to suppress their base instincts, maintaining the order of human society, and even acting as the guardians of that order. Mahito suddenly clenched his fist, raising it to his eye level. He stared at his knuckles as if gazing upon his ultimate destiny. But cursed spirits do not have a physical body. Therefore, when a cursed spirit is driven to an extreme, there is absolutely zero possibility of them being pulled back. Cursed spirits are the incarnate products of extremes. From the moment of our birth, we are utterly consumed by negative emotions. There is no escape. Curses can only drown in negativity, unable to extricate themselves. That is why, excluding those of us who absorbed apocalyptic quantities of cursed energy, it is virtually impossible for a curse to develop true intelligence. Even if I personally transfigured a curse's brain, it still couldn't suppress its instinct to slaughter humans. No, truthfully, even we intelligent curses cannot suppress it. The only reason we are restraining ourselves now is simply because we are waiting to unleash a much larger, catastrophic disaster. As a mere curse, that would be perfectly fine. But I refuse to be a mere curse. Because I feel hollow. Because I feel shame. Because it disgusts me. Having finally acquired intelligence, having finally gained rationality, am I supposed to use it merely to inflict a deeper level of curses upon the world? How is that any different from a caveman who finally learns to craft tools, only to immediately scheme ways to hunt larger beasts? A caveman is not a human. He is simply a higher-tier monkey. I absolutely refuse to be a monkey. I want to become human. An entity that is not enslaved by extreme emotions, yet does not sacrifice its cursed energy, of a new humanity. Kokichi was floored. This was the second time today he had been utterly stunned to his core. The first time was when the King of Curses calmly called his own species incombustible trash, leaving Kokichi in disbelief. The second time was right now. He found himself violently drawn to the Lord of Curses' profoundly noble, transcendent ambition. Mahito unclenched his fist and let a warm smile grace his face. Kokichi! Come help me. I will become the god of both cursed spirits and humanity. I will forge a world where humans and cursed spirits can coexist. I will make you a true member of this new humanity. Kokichi's mind went completely blank. Suddenly, he remembered the core reason he had agreed to act as a spy for the curses in the first place. If it was Mahito, circumventing the heavenly restriction would be effortless, wouldn't it? He thought of his deepest, most desperate wish to truly stand face to face with his friends. If it was Mahito, he could grant that wish instantly, couldn't he? No. It shouldn't be a question. It was a certainty. If it was Mahito, he absolutely could. And so, as if possessed, or perhaps giving voice to the truest desire hidden in his heart, he subconsciously blurted out a question through the haze of his blank mind. He asked, "Can my friends become new humans too?" Got him. Mahito chuckled softly. He nodded in agreement. Of course, he said. If that is your earnest petition. Clap. Kenjaku clapped his hands together once. The Q&A is concluded. The binding vow is dissolved, he said with a beaming smile. It seems both parties are highly satisfied. Now that is what I call a perfect binding vow. Chapter 24:14. This is my blood. 3,523 words. Following the battle at the abandoned multi-story parking garage, Jogo had undeniably grown. He had repeatedly doubted Satoru Gojo's strength in the past. Before this, he would have mercilessly mocked Gojo and shown absolutely zero reverence for the title of special grade sorcerer. He still possessed zero reverence, but he had at least learned the value of gathering intelligence. For example, "Fight me, Kinji Hikari," Jogo suddenly challenged. The Q&A had concluded, and Kenjaku was preparing to arrange living quarters for Hikari and Kirara. This was a secret base known only to Kenjaku himself. To prevent any accidents, all travel in and out required his spatial portals. While a professionally trained spy might be able to deduce their geographical location through sun angles and temperature fluctuations, no one here possessed that specific skill set. It was incredibly secure. The reason Hikari had tagged along was because of the new humanity. After being defeated by Mahito, he had developed a massive interest in becoming a new human. Mahito had promised to grant him this evolution, but he couldn't do it immediately. The fight with Hikari had severely drained Mahito's cursed energy reserves, and he needed time to recuperate. During this downtime, Hikari decided to shadow Mahito, and Mahito hadn't objected. "Why the sudden urge to fight me?" Hikari asked. He cracked his neck and shrugged off his fluffy coat. That simple action was all the answer needed. Hikari had absolutely no intention of backing down. Kenjaku flashed an amused smile. He stopped his walk toward the living quarters and turned back to watch Jogo and Hikari. "Aren't you going to stop him?" Hanami asked Mahito. Mahito thought for a moment but couldn't quite grasp what Jogo was trying to achieve. Jogo's personality usually leaned heavily toward bullying the weak and fearing the strong. This was blatantly obvious in the original timeline. Toward sorcerers weaker than him, he was endlessly arrogant and dismissive. Toward sorcerers stronger than him, he was overly cautious, refusing to take even the slightest risk. Yet, concurrently, he was perfectly willing to martyr himself for his ideals. If it was for his grand vision, he wouldn't hesitate to throw his life away against an overwhelmingly superior opponent. But unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't throw his life away senselessly, nor would he pick fights with beings stronger than him. Yet now, without any warning, he was choosing to pick a fight with Kinji Hikari. It directly contradicted his usual nature. Kinji Hikari possesses an infinite cursed energy. Even I was only able to defeat him because my technique is a hard counter. I assumed you understood that perfectly well, Mahito said. You are not his match, Jogo. What are you thinking? I understand that perfectly well, Jogo rumbled darkly. When it comes to the terror of the infinite cursed energy, no one should understand it better than us cursed spirits. We are literal organisms of cursed energy. We feel its weight in our bones. What's the deal, then? You aren't just trying to teach me a lesson. Having stripped off his undershirt, Hikari now looked profoundly bored. Just a simple spar? Honestly, I'm pretty curious about your strength too. Anyone who can push Kirara that hard is someone I'd love to throw down with. But shouldn't we save it for later? It truly was bad timing. A newly recruited employee suddenly clashing with the senior staff was bad optics no matter how you sliced it. My fight with you has nothing to do with you, Jogo stated, dropping a bombshell. Say what? Hikari blinked. My true target is Satoru Gojo, Jogo clarified. This caught Mahito completely off guard. Previously, Jogo had frequently questioned Gojo's strength, but Mahito had always managed to suppress him. Mahito was certain Jogo had already formed a rough estimate of Gojo's power level. While he might still harbor doubts, he shouldn't be rushing off to commit suicide. Under Mahito's influence, Jogo shouldn't have been gunning for Gojo anymore. Yet, looking at him now, he seemed hell-bent on it. Mahito couldn't help but ask, Jogo, are you in your right mind? Kirara was far more blunt. You've completely lost it. I am perfectly sane, Jogo said calmly. I know I am no match for Satoru Gojo. During your Q&A with that human earlier, I became absolutely certain of it. If I face him unprepared, no, even if I am fully prepared, as long as Satoru Gojo is serious, I wouldn't survive a single technique. Even fleeing would be a pipe dream. Then why? Mahito asked. Jogo answered with absolute sincerity, that is exactly why I must fight him. Even if I die. This logic is completely scrambled. Mahito admitted he was getting dizzy trying to follow Jogo's thought process. Mahito. Since the day you were born, when have you ever actually seen Satoru Gojo with your own two eyes? Jogo suddenly asked. I haven't, Mahito frowned. Then why do you fear him so deeply? Jogo pressed. Mahito was starting to lose his patience. Because Satoru Gojo truly is just that strong. He is the undisputed modern strongest. Even if you combined every single sorcerer and cursed spirit on the planet, they wouldn't amount to a single finger of his. If he wanted to, he could slaughter the entire human race and laugh maniacally atop an ocean of corpses, all by himself. That is exactly why I must fight him, Jogo declared. Mahito was about to yell at him, but Jogo beat him to the punch, his voice booming across the beach. He roared, Mahito! You are the king of our kind. From the moment cursed spirits came into existence, you have been our undisputed, natural-born sovereign. You are destined to lead us out of the wilderness of our base instincts. You are destined to ascend the throne of God, looking down upon the world until the universe burns to ash. This isn't just my expectation for you. It is the absolute, unquestionable path you must walk. Mahito actually blushed a little at the fanatical praise. But Jogo wasn't finished. His single eye widened to its absolute limit, staring into Mahito's soul like a demon-revealing mirror. He spoke with heavy gravity. You can, of course, choose to avoid battle. You have not yet reached your absolute limits. If Satoru Gojo is truly as omnipotent as the rumors claim, avoiding him is not an act of cowardice. No one writing your future scripture will mock you for it, but all of that hinges on one critical prerequisite, that you have genuinely recognized Satoru Gojo's strength for yourself. While Mahito was momentarily distracted by the concept of his own scripture, the deeper meaning behind Jogo's words snapped him back to attention. He listened thoughtfully. Jogo locked eyes with Mahito, slowing his cadence. Everyone preaches Satoru Gojo's invincibility. Every sorcerer you encounter practically worships him, and even our newly acquired, infinite cursed energy firmly emphasizes that Gojo cannot be defeated. This seemingly undeniable truth has convinced you that Gojo is far beyond your current capabilities, planting the seed of fear within you. Mahito, can you feel the fear festering in your heart? I can, Mahito admitted internally. Because Satoru Gojo was just that absurdly powerful. Anyone who stood against him was guaranteed to feel fear. Forget Mahito, even the ancient, scheming Kenjaku was terrified of Gojo. In the entirety of Jujutsu Kaisen the only entity who dared to challenge Gojo to a fair, head-on duel was a fully resurrected Ryomen Sukuna. Before Sukuna regained his full strength, even while possessing 19 fingers, he hadn't dared to fight Gojo. In fact, if Sukuna hadn't perfectly exploited Mahoruga's adaptation to expand the target of his cursed technique and unleash the world-cleaving dismantle, even a complete Ryuman Sukuna might not have won that fight. As proven by the manga's conclusion, a Sukuna without Mahoruga had genuinely struggled against Yuta Okotsu piloting Gojo's body, with limited proficiency. That final clash served to reclaim some of Gojo's dignity. How could Mahito not fear a sorcerer of that caliber? It was impossible not to fear him. But Jogo was currently roaring in his face. Stop screwing around. How can you allow yourself to be terrified by the rumors spouted by others? You are the king of cursed spirits, destined to ascend to godhood. You are perfectly entitled to retreat, but the prerequisite is that you must judge the threat with your own two eyes. You must experience it personally. You must make contact. You must measure the gap yourself. The judgment must come from you alone. If you allow yourself to be paralyzed by hearsay, then your potential ends right here and now. Then let me make contact and see for myself, Jogo bellowed in his heart. Mahito froze. He wanted to say, if you make contact, you'll die. But the words wouldn't come out. Jogo obviously knew he would die. That was exactly why he was choosing to use his own life to test the validity of the rumors. In the world of cursed energy, the fear in one's heart directly throttles one's physical strength. That is why almost every powerful sorcerer overflows with supreme arrogance. Even if they feel fear, they must charge forward relentlessly. Because the moment that absolute, reckless confidence shatters, their growth permanently stagnates. In the original timeline, after Jogo's death, Ryuman Sukuna had spoken these exact words to him in the Soul Corridor. You should have burnt your ideals and everything else to cinders. To hell with your future and your grand plans. You should have hungrily pushed yourself to the absolute limit until you reached Satoru Gojo. The exact same advice applied to Mahito. Mahito was allowed to feel fear. He was allowed to retreat. But that decision could never be dictated by the influence of others. He could never allow mere rumors to shatter his resolve. He had to see it with his own eyes. Even if it cost his life, Jogo was resolved to shatter the illusions clouding Mahito's path. His decision was absolute. Jogo shifted his gaze back to Hikari. Hikari had tossed his undershirt to Kurara and was staring at Jogo, deeply absorbing every word the curse had just spoken. Jogo's speech completely obliterated Hikari's prejudice against cursed spirits. Curses were supposed to be incapable of self-sacrifice. Yet, Jogo's current actions completely defied Hikari's fundamental understanding of them. What Jogo was doing transcended the nature of a curse. The entity standing before him could no longer be classified as a simple cursed spirit. Mahito's desire for godhood still loosely fit the mold of a curse, a massive, apocalyptic ambition, but an ambition nonetheless. But Jogo? Offering his own life purely to shatter Mahito's cognitive barriers and pave the way for his king? That entirely surpassed the emotional capacity of a curse. Human. The highly intelligent special grade cursed spirit named Jogo was human. Hikari reached a profound epiphany. Hey, infinite cursed energy, Jogo addressed him. If you fought Satoru Gojo, how many rounds could you last? That depends entirely on whether my infinite cursed energy can adapt to Gojo-sensei's infinite void, Hikari answered seriously. If you can't adapt, you get one-shotted. Understood. Jogo took a slow breath, settling into a combat stance. And if you can adapt? For minutes and 11 seconds, Hikari stated. While I'm in my infinite cursed energy state, even someone as monstrous as Gojo-sensei can't put me down. But the absolute second that state ends, in that exact fraction of a second, Gojo-sensei will kill me. Without fail. Other sorcerers might not have the timing, but Satoru Gojo was different. Possessing the 6 eyes, he could calculate the exact millisecond Hikari's infinite cursed energy expired. And he possessed the lethal precision to instantly obliterate Hikari's brain and abdomen in that microscopic window. A sorcerer's brain initiates the cursed technique, the abdomen refines cursed energy. If both are simultaneously destroyed, even Kinji Hikari dies. Jogo nodded. I understand. Then what I must do is decided. Hikari and Jogo walked toward each other. With every step they took, ripples of cursed energy distorted the sand beneath their feet. It looked like 2 localized hurricanes on a collision course, ready to violently clash, detonate, and expand. Hikari already had his hands clasped in his domain seal. Jogo held a one-handed seal. Both were primed for absolute violence. For minutes and 11 seconds, Jogo declared. He glared at Hikari, his cursed energy radiating outward in blistering heat waves. Everyone else consciously backed away to clear the arena. As long as I can last 4 minutes and 11 seconds, it proves I can at least pose a threat to Satoru Gojo. Is that the logic? Jogo asked. There is no logic in that at all, Mahito thought. Even if Jogo survived the 4 minutes and 11 seconds, it would merely prove his strength was relative to Hikari's. The chasm in power between Hikari and Satoru Gojo defied linguistic description. Equating surviving Hikari to posing a threat to Gojo was the definition of a pipe dream. But no one voiced that thought aloud. This was Jogo's dying resolve. Hikari flashed a feral grin. He tilted his head, glancing back at Mahito. What's the call? You want me to pull my punches? Cursed spirits are remarkably sturdy, Mahito shrugged. Please, go absolutely wild. If Jogo can't even last 4 minutes and 11 seconds against you, then taking on Satoru Gojo is nothing but suicidal arrogance. If you can use pure, overwhelming violence to shut him up, I'd actually appreciate it. You'll owe me one? Hikari asked. I'll owe you one, Mahito confirmed. Before today, Hikari wouldn't have given a damn about a curse owing him a favor. Because a curse was a curse. Even an anomaly like Mahito shouldn't have altered that fundamental truth. To a cursed spirit, the concept of a favor was probably worth less than the sand on this beach. But things were different now. Hikari recognized that these curses were truly unique. Unique enough that a for favor from them actually holds weight. Jogo's mouth twitched. You're really looking down on me. You've already witnessed Mahito's maximum technique, haven't you? Let me tell you something, I also possess a maximum technique. In terms of pure, raw destructive output, mine easily eclipses Mahito's advent. I'm not entirely sure your infinite cursed energy can tank it. But since you couldn't handle Mahito's advent, there's absolutely no way you're surviving my meteor. Now that's something to look forward to, Hikari grinned. Let's test that theory, curse. Jogo had finalized his resolve. Even though this was merely a mock battle, he was going to fight like his life depended on it. He was going to shatter the illusion of Satoru Gojo's invincibility and ensure Mahito kept marching forward. Therefore, his cursed energy boiled over. With a roar carrying the weight of his burning soul, he screamed. Bring it on, infinite cursed energy. 27 seconds later. Hikari was straddling Jogo's chest, ruthlessly hammering his fists into Jogo's face. Jogo was being ragdolled like a stuffed toy, completely at the mercy of Hikari's barrage. His limbs twitched sporadically like a dying insect. Burn marks occasionally flared across Hikari's skin, but the injuries existed for less than a single second before vanishing. To a normal human's perspective, it probably just looked like Hikari was inexplicably emitting steam, the wounds healing too fast to even register. The fight was utterly anticlimactic. Jogo activated domain expansion. Jogo unleashed his fire technique. Jogo roared and unleashed an even hotter fire technique. Hikari charged forward. Hikari threw a punch. Jogo went down. The remainder of the time consisted entirely of Hikari mercilessly pummeling Jogo's face until the curse's domain expansion forcibly collapsed. The fact that Jogo managed to endure a full 27 seconds of this was truly impressive, read in a completely deadpan tone. Mahito clapped loudly, openly mocking him. Excellent, Jogo. You actually lasted 27 seconds. Consider my eyes opened. Still want to go box Satoru Gojo? Jogo had been beaten so severely his consciousness was fading. He couldn't utter a single syllable. Hikari delivered one final, crushing blow to Jogo's face. The volcano on Jogo's head was literally dented sideways. His single eye stared blankly at the sky, his bruised and battered face radiating a profound existential crisis. He couldn't utter a single syllable. Phew, that felt great. You were right, curses really are sturdy. Hikari stood up, looking thoroughly refreshed. The only slight disappointment is that the esteemed cursed spirit didn't get to use his maximum technique. What a shame. Hey, is the destructive power of your maximum really stronger than Mahito's? Was it that Jogo didn't use it? Or was it that he wouldn't use it? He literally hadn't been given a single millisecond to use it before he was tackled to the dirt and brutally violently beaten to a pulp. Jogo's maximum technique summons a massive, 50-meter wide meteor that crashes down from the sky. In terms of pure destructive yield, it is vastly superior to mine, Mahito admitted generously. My current raw stats are actually lower than Jogo's. I was only able to defeat you because my technique is a hard counter. Jogo is different. He relies entirely on a frontal, overwhelming assault. Once that frontal assault fails, he's out of options. Hikari nodded thoughtfully. In other words, Jogo's base stats were absurdly high, higher than Mahito's. But Mahito abused overpowered mechanics. His base stats didn't need to be high because his mechanics were broken. One touch seals a sorcerer's 5 senses, and he could transform into a mythic dragon to unleash carpet bombing from the sky. Who could possibly deal with that? Kirara walked over and handed Hikari his coat, which he casually threw over his shoulders. Honestly, managing to last 27 seconds in a direct brawl against Kin is actually incredible. Kirara wasn't being sarcastic, she genuinely thought Jogo was powerful. Normally, when Kin has his infinite cursed energy going, special grade curses go down in a few seconds. You're definitely stronger than any special grade curse I've ever seen. Jogo's lips trembled in absolute humiliation. Finally, he clamped his single eye shut and refused to make a sound. Even the volcano on his head looked dim and depressed. Kenjaku sighed, looking completely unsurprised by the outcome. Please, follow me, Hikari. I'll show you to your quarters. Hanami slowly lumbered over to Jogo and gently picked him up. He had spoken with such overwhelming righteousness, acting like a tragic hero marching toward his death. In the end, forget for minutes and 11 seconds, he hadn't even lasted half a minute before getting beaten into a coma. It was hard to know what to even say. Mahito stroked his chin. Suddenly, he spoke. I've decided. Before the final battle, I am going to fight Satoru Gojo. Everyone froze in their tracks. Are you serious? Kenjaku furrowed his brow. Not right now, obviously, Mahito said leisurely. Once I am fully prepared, I will make my move. Prepared? Hikari asked. You still don't fully understand my reverse cursed technique, do you? Mahito smiled. As long as I prepare adequately, even Satoru Gojo cannot kill me. Mahito wasn't lying. Before acquiring Kinji Hikari, even if Mahito pushed his abilities to their absolute, theoretical limits, he wouldn't have survived an encounter with Gojo. The moment Gojo got slightly serious, Mahito would have been effortlessly slaughtered. But things were different now. He had successfully recruited Hikari. Which meant he now possessed the template of a special grade sorcerer, and specifically, the template for infinite cursed energy. His operational ceiling had just been exponentially shattered. He could now realistically vie for the throne of an infinity. The Gojo clan's limitless technique wasn't entirely unique to Satoru Gojo, so why was Satoru Gojo specifically so terrifying? It was because Satoru Gojo possessed the 6 eyes. Aside from granting unparalleled ocular perception, the 6 eyes hyper-optimized cursed energy consumption. A normal sorcerer using 1 unit of cursed energy produces an attack with a power of 1. Gojo using 1 unit of cursed energy produces an attack with a power of 1,000, or even 10,000. If he lands a black flash, that efficiency optimizes even further. Yuta Okotsu possessed the largest baseline cursed energy reserves in the Jujutsu world. He himself had admitted, in terms of raw reserves, he vastly exceeded Satoru Gojo. Yet, because Gojo had the 6 eyes, in a battle of attrition, Yuta would eventually run out of gas. Gojo never would. Image comparing Satoru Gojo's limitless cursed energy efficiency via 6 eyes versus Kinji Hikari's infinite cursed energy overflow. Exactly how terrifying was a limitless technique fueled by functionally infinite cursed energy? Satoru Gojo was the living answer. And now, that answer applied to Mahito as well. Mahito was eagerly looking forward to the day he fully digested Kinji Hikari's template. When he finally clashed with Satoru Gojo, he would discover the ultimate answer. The energy crisis had been solved. All that remained were the required methods. Once his arsenal was complete. Even if it's Satoru Gojo, Mahito smiled. I can go a few rounds with him. Chapter 25:15. Steady growth. 3,156 words. Mahito hadn't gone crazy. He genuinely believed he had acquired the power and the theoretical path to clash with Satoru Gojo. He had finally acquired a physical body, but it was merely an unrefined vessel. His synchronization rate with it was far below 100%. When it came to incarnation, Kenjaku was the undisputed master. Every single ancient sorcerer bound by Kenjaku's vows had been provided a meticulously prepared vessel, allowing them to exert their original, peak strength flawlessly. In contrast, the sorcerer's body Mahito was currently inhabiting hadn't been carefully curated. It was just someone Kenjaku had grabbed off the street. The difference in quality was astronomical. Incarnating via a cursed object is actually simpler than one might think. Take the cursed womb, death paintings, for example. You simply force a normal human to ingest it, and the cursed object's corruption automatically overwrites the host's flesh, completing the incarnation. If Mahito wanted to, he could easily do the same. In fact, his current vessel was the result of a very similar, crude process. All he cared about was acquiring this construction cursed technique. As long as the vessel's innate technique was satisfactory, the rest didn't matter. But functionally, this method of incarnation was incredibly sloppy. Kenjaku was an absolute authority on the subject. Over the span of 1,000 years, Kenjaku had continuously collected binding vows from immensely powerful sorcerers. Upon their deaths, he turned them into cursed objects. However, he didn't just casually toss them down the throats of random civilians to incarnate them. Quite the opposite. He meticulously selected the human pillars and spent years cultivating and carving their bodies. When the culling game finally commenced, every ancient sorcerer was resurrected at the absolute height of their power. Well, Mahito would only realize later that things weren't nearly that simple. Kenjaku was far more ruthless than Mahito could ever imagine, employing methods so advanced they currently defied Mahito's comprehension. This was especially true regarding Ryaman Sukuna. To forge a vessel capable of perfectly channeling Sukuna's peak strength, Kenjaku had personally taken the field, transmigrating into a woman's body and enduring pregnancy to birth a child himself. That child was Yuji Itadori, the protagonist of Jujutsu Kaisen star. Yuji Itadori executed his intended purpose flawlessly. He completely shattered the established laws of incarnation that had existed since the creation of the special grade cursed object, Sukuna's fingers. He successfully became Ryaman Sukuna's perfect vessel, serving as the core narrative drive of the original story all the way to its conclusion. Mahito had an idea strikingly similar to Kenjaku's methodology. He needed a vessel with a 100% synchronization rate. If he could achieve that, he was confident he could genuinely trade blows with Satoru Gojo. He shared this idea with Kenjaku, hoping to gain the millennial sorcerer's validation. Lounging on a beach chair in his monk robes, Kenjaku carefully turned Mahito's whimsical concept over in his mind. He asked, "You are a cursed spirit born from the soul. When it comes to understanding the soul, even with my 1,000 years of experience, I am far inferior to you. So let me ask you, what exactly do you think a soul is?" This conversation took place 3 days after their Q&A session with Kokichi Muta. Mahito, reclining in a beach chair beside Kenjaku, fell into deep thought upon hearing the question. It was a phenomenal question. Until now, he hadn't given it much critical thought. Due to the memories of his past life, he still viewed the concept of a soul through a somewhat mystical lens. But having transmigrated into Mahito, that filter had mostly eroded. To him, the soul and the physical body were functionally identical. Because of his technique, he actually felt the soul was easier to physically alter than flesh. He answered cautiously, a biological component driving human action. Kenjaku didn't deny it. Instead, he brought up a philosophical thought experiment. A Western philosopher once proposed an interesting paradox. He said, imagine a ship. As it sails, its wooden parts gradually rot and wear down, requiring constant replacement. Eventually, every single piece of the ship, even its most vital keel, has been entirely replaced. Tell me, is that ship still the same ship it was at the beginning? Honestly, Mahito had no idea what Kenjaku was getting at. What did this have to do with incarnation? His question had been purely about the physical mechanics of incarnation, not the metaphysical realm of the soul. Mahito had assumed Kenjaku would discuss the biological logistics, as he usually did. He never expected Kenjaku to pivot to the soul, let alone invoke philosophical paradoxes. The corners of Kenjaku's mouth curled up. Whenever he saw that look of sheer bewilderment on the face of the arrogant king of curses, it brought him immense joy. He knew perfectly well that as time passed, Mahito's physical specs and intellect would only approach absolute perfection. Eventually, even Kenjaku wouldn't be able to teach him anything. On the contrary, in the future, Kenjaku would be the one asking for guidance. Therefore, while Mahito was still growing, Kenjaku deeply cherished these moments where he could play the role of a teacher. Kenjaku tapped his own temple. According to modern medicine, the most crucial component of a human is the brain. Because a human's memories and sensory inputs are all localized there. Let me ask you, Mahito, does the human soul also reside within the brain? It does not, Mahito stated with absolute certainty. Then where is it? Kenjaku asked. Mahito pointed to his chest. Here. Kenjaku knew that although Mahito pointed at his heart, he didn't literally mean the soul was housed inside the cardiac muscle. Sure enough, Mahito elaborated, the soul perfectly overlaps with the physical body. Every single inch of the flesh contains the soul. They are two sides of the same coin, entirely inseparable. This was exactly why, whenever Mahito used idle transfiguration to alter the soul, the physical flesh was violently dragged along to match the new shape. Because the soul asterisk is asterisk the body. Pulling one invariably moves the other. Because humans can see flesh but not the soul, they arrogant assume the soul is something noble and transcendent. The truth is the exact opposite. The soul is profoundly mundane. It is so mundane that it is completely fused with the flesh. Cutting off a piece of the body is, in a very real sense, no different from cutting off a piece of the soul. Kenjaku nodded. Returning to my previous question, regarding the components of that constantly repaired ship, which piece do you believe constitutes its soul? Don't misunderstand me. While this sounds like a philosophical debate, we are discussing reality, not philosophy. Treat this as a medical diagnosis. Treat it as medicine? If he dug deep enough into this philosophical paradox, would it actually relate to the mechanics of the soul? Mahito thought critically, then answered hesitantly, I suppose, all of it is the soul. Kenjaku looked deeply at Mahito and smiled. No need to sound so unsure, Mahito. As I said, your research into the soul far exceeds my own. I will take any conclusion you offer very seriously. You said all of it, correct? Then let us proceed under the assumption of all of it. Mahito sighed internally. His theoretical foundation in this specific area was genuinely lacking. He was being completely led by Kenjaku. But he couldn't be blamed. He had absolutely no other avenue to learn these ancient secrets, he had to rely on Kenjaku. Fortunately, because of their binding vow, Kenjaku was compelled to provide truthful information, or at least, information he genuinely believed to be true. Mahito asked, what was the answer you originally intended to give? The human, Kenjaku smiled, his expression unchanging. The soul of the ship is the captain steering it. No matter how many times the planks are swapped out, the captain remains the same. The soul of the ship isn't the keel representing the heart, nor the helm representing the brain. It is the man holding the wheel. Mahito suddenly understood. That was an incredibly on-brand answer for Kenjaku. It was exactly how he operated his own cursed technique. Kenjaku pivoted seamlessly. However, since the Grandmaster of the Soul says otherwise, I concede that you are likely the correct one. The soul and flesh are one foot is the true answer. I occasionally sense faint fluctuations from the original consciousness of my host bodies. I always assumed it was a random anomaly. But if your theory of flesh and soul unity is correct, then it isn't an anomaly at all. Rather, as long as I inhabit this shell, the backlash from the original owner's soul is biologically unavoidable. This was Kenjaku musing on his own issues. He didn't dwell on it, steering the conversation back to the main topic. If you intend to manufacture your own vessel, the absolute first hurdle you must overcome is preparing the physical site where your soul will reside. Unlike standard incarnation, the most critical aspect of a dedicated, perfect vessel is that the synchronization rate must be tuned to exactly 100%. Therefore, its soul must be altered accordingly, just like the ship. Adjusting the synchronization rate between soul and flesh. Mahito fell into thought. Kenjaku beamed. And the absolute best method for achieving perfect synchronization is, without a doubt, a completely fresh conception. That is to say, reincarnation. Mahito frowned deeply. Reincarnation? Do you know how I prepared the perfect vessel for Ryaman Sukuna? Kenjaku asked. This was something never explicitly detailed in the original story. Mahito was intensely curious. Please, tell me. I took the reincarnated soul of Ryaman Sukuna's twin brother, implanted it into the womb of my previous host body, and let it gestate naturally, Kenjaku stated without batting an eye. Mahito was stunned. Did the manga ever actually say that? Very few people know that Ryaman Sukuna actually had a brother. The corners of Kenjaku's mouth curled up in a look that was equal parts mocking and tragic. Except, Sukuna's younger brother was never born. While they were still gestating in their mother's womb, Ryaman Sukuna actively cannibalized his own twin. Mahito felt a chill run down his spine. A monster that actively hunted and devoured its own blood relative before it was even born. That was the king of curses from a millennium ago, Ryaman Sukuna. That is the ultimate, absolute, most flawless vessel in existence, Kenjaku said, locking eyes with Mahito, his voice drifting like dandelion fluff. Mahito, if you wish to forge your own vessel, you must adhere to this highly specific rule. You must take the reincarnated essence of a fraction of your own soul, implant it into a human mother's womb, watch it gestate, and then devour your other half to claim mastery over the flesh. Even though Mahito had been a cursed spirit for a month and a half, he still found the sheer depravity of the method revolting. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked, "Are the vessels you prepared for the other ancient sorcerers manufactured the same way?" "Of course not," Kenjaku was about to continue, but abruptly stopped. "You know about my binding vows with the ancient sorcerers? You even know I've prepared vessels for them? How exactly did you acquire that intelligence?" "I have my own information networks," Mahito said nonchalantly. "After all, as their creator, even if they lack free will, my creations share their sensory data with me." Kenjaku asked hesitantly, "The transfigured curses? They actively investigated me? Even though you never ordered them to?" Transfiguring curses was Mahito's casual side project. In the original story, Mahito had explicitly stated that compared to humans, the souls of curses were far more durable and receptive to transfiguration. This proved that the original Mahito had conducted similar experiments. In this timeline, Mahito felt absolutely zero guilt treating curses as his personal lab rats. He categorically refused to view those mindless beasts as his peers. As a side note, after initiating mass experiments on curses, he finally resolved a minor plot hole from the original manga. During the Shinjuku showdown in the original story, several sorcerers complained, "We can never find special grade curses on a normal day, so why are they all suddenly popping out of the woodwork now? What the hell is going on?" It was mostly a throwaway line to establish that sorcerers outside the main cast were also actively fighting disasters. But where did all those special grade curses actually come from? Now Mahito knew the answer. He was the one who transfigured them. All those special grade curses were the direct products of Mahito's experiments, entirely bound to his absolute command. It's not exactly a state secret. Kenjaku shrugged slightly. "Yes, those dormant individuals are the vessels I have prepared for the ancient sorcerers. Allowing them to perfectly execute the techniques of ancient masters is no simple feat. I had to spend an exorbitant amount of time cultivating them. To be frank, it was an incredibly tedious and exhausting endeavor." "Could I use that method for my vessel?" Mahito asked. "Impossible," Kenjaku declared. Don't forget, no matter how tedious preparing a vessel for an ancient sorcerer is, the ancient sorcerers were still human star. Since they were human, I only needed to prepare human vessels. But you are a pure cursed spirit. There is no human body in existence capable of perfectly synchronizing with you. If you want a 100% synchronization rate, the only path forward is to emulate Ryaman Sukuna and cannibalize your own brother. There is no second option." Kenjaku paused, then added cryptically, "At least, that is what my accumulated knowledge tells me." The phrasing heavily implied a loophole. Mahito immediately pressed, "So, you're saying there's an alternative theory?" "That theory originates from you," Kenjaku hinted pointedly. "Have you forgotten? Your innate technique is literally the manipulation of the soul. Since a human body cannot adapt to you, why don't we flip the equation? Can you adapt yourself to a human body?" Mahito didn't answer. Following his incarnation, he was currently capable of using his innate technique and reverse cursed technique. He operated almost identically to a human sorcerer, almost star. Every single time he activated a technique, he felt a distinct, undeniable friction. He knew exactly why. This wasn't his original flesh. At the end of the day, it was just the body of a random curse user. Even the original curse user soul was still dormant inside, unpurged. It wasn't his body, so naturally, he couldn't unleash his full power. With such incomplete power, defeating Satoru Gojo was a pipe dream. That was exactly why he needed a body that was entirely, exclusively his. "What are you two discussing?" Hikari strolled over, looking thoroughly refreshed. Mahito snapped out of his reverie and looked at Hikari. "Did you finish taking care of your business?" "Nothing major to handle," Hikari replied casually, flopping down onto a pre-arranged beach chair. "I left Kirara in charge. She'll call me if anything pops off. Me being gone for a bit isn't a big deal. If there's real trouble, just open a portal and I'll be back in a flash. We were discussing the issue with my current vessel. This body restricts my maximum output. If I want to fight Satoru Gojo, I need a body that allows me to operate at 100% efficiency," Mahito explained. Mahito had no intention of keeping secrets from Hikari. Because Mahito knew that regardless of whatever schemes Hikari might be harboring right now, it was physically impossible for him to betray Mahito. Asterisk surprise, kid. Thought imprint, asterisk. That's right. While Hikari hadn't consciously pledged his absolute loyalty to Mahito yet, it was only a matter of time. Ever since transmigrating, Mahito had relentlessly researched the thought imprint application of his technique, and he finally had a working prototype. While Hikari was unconscious, Mahito had embedded the thought imprint directly into his soul. Hikari hadn't noticed a thing, but functionally, his cognitive processes were already heavily skewing toward Mahito's massive, villainous syndicate. Take his current actions, for example. Consciously, Hikari probably believed he was leaving his territory to keep a close eye on Mahito. But purely based on his actions? He had rushed through his territorial administration just so he could hurry back and report to Mahito. Objectively, it was the behavior of a fiercely loyal subordinate. His fundamental cognitive framework was already shifting, yet Hikari himself remained entirely oblivious. That was the terrifying power of the thought imprint. While Kenjaku didn't understand why Mahito placed such absolute trust in Hikari, since Mahito had opened the floor, Kenjaku smoothly summarized their previous conversation. Hikari listened intently, his brow furrowing deeply. So, you're saying your current vessel acts as a hard cap on your potential. You need a body that perfectly synchronizes with your soul, but you don't want to use Kenjaku's method of eating your own brother, he summarized. Mahito nodded. Hikari turned to look at Kenjaku. Honestly, compared to actual cursed spirits, you seem way more like a curse. Cultivating a brother just to cannibalize it. I can't even fathom how twisted your brain is. Are you really Suguru Geto? Kenjaku just smiled, offering no confirmation. Oh, right, you weren't aware, Mahito casually chimed in. He's not Suguru Geto. He's just a curse user piloting Geto's corpse. He calls himself Kenjaku. He's a curse user who's been alive for over 1,000 years. Kenjaku facepalmed. Is it really wise to share that? That intelligence is quite critical if we end up fighting Satoru Gojo. You're just handing it over to Hikari-san. Oh, it's fine. Because Hikari is worthy of my absolute trust, Mahito said with a beaming smile. Hikari's heart gave an involuntary flutter. He actually felt a bizarre surge of emotion. Asterisk is a curse, but his charisma as a leader is undeniably magnetic. Even a human boss probably wouldn't place such blind trust in someone as rebellious as me, right? Yet Mahito does it without a second thought. That just proves how massive his ambition is. Asterisk. A stray thought drifted through his subconscious. Asterisk, if Mahito actually ascends to the throne of God and rules the world, maybe that wouldn't be so bad. Asterisk. Hikari spat and laughed. Relax. I'm not gonna leak it to Gojo-sensei. Because whatever you throw at him, I'm fully confident Gojo-sensei can handle it. Anyway, back to the main topic. Mahito, you need a perfect vessel, right? Do you have a brilliant suggestion? Kenjaku asked dismissively. He highly doubted this modern meathead possessed a solution that had eluded Asterisk him star. Hikari genuinely didn't. In terms of classical jujutsu theory, Kenjaku's grotesque method was unequivocally the correct answer. The accumulated knowledge of a millennial curse user completely eclipsed Hikari's. With one crucial exception. His understanding of the modern world. Hikari asked, have you guys ever heard of cloning? Chapter 26:16. The infinite potential of Kamen Rider? 2,888 words. It was an absolute paradigm shift. Kenjaku waved it off dismissively. I am not some rigid, traditionalist fossil. I am more than happy to absorb new information, so I am well aware of what cloning is. But our vessels and a clone are two entirely different concepts. Cloning requires the target's DNA. Where exactly do you plan to source the DNA for a cursed object or a cursed spirit? Setting aside the fact that modern medical science hasn't even perfected the cloning of complex life forms, even if they had, there is no guarantee a clone would be functionally superior to a vessel I have meticulously carved over years. Hikari slid his sunglasses back on. Is that so? Guess I was off the mark. Mahito, what's your play? It truly is the optimal method, Kenjaku said, smiling radiantly. Mahito stared at Kenjaku. The millennial curse user seemed incredibly eager for Mahito to go through with the cannibalism plan. It likely wasn't driven by some obscure jujutsu necessity, it was purely Kenjaku's twisted sense of entertainment. Much like his obsession with merging Tengen with humanity to force a hyper-evolution, he didn't actually care about the catastrophic consequences. He simply wanted to see what would happen. "I'm not doing that," Mahito stated. "Why not?" Kenjaku asked. "It takes too much time," Mahito replied. "Time?" Hikari pushed his sunglasses up slightly. "You're still in your growth phase. What's wrong with spending some time to cultivate a body that perfectly fits you? The way you're talking, it sounds like some apocalyptic threat is breathing down your neck, forcing you to speedrun your evolution." Mahito praised him, as sharp as ever. "Hikari. Spot on." Kenjaku looked disappointed but didn't press the issue. "Mahito's assessment is accurate. Executing my plan to cultivate a perfect vessel takes a minimum of 10 years. We certainly don't have that kind of time. Mahito, do you have any other ideas?" Hikari looked thoughtful but didn't pry further. He realized he had stumbled onto a massive conspiracy today. While Mahito trusted him, that millennial fox was definitely capable of laying traps for him. He had plenty of time, the remaining secrets would eventually reveal themselves. "I am going to build my own body," Mahito declared firmly. Kenjaku wasn't entirely surprised. He merely commented, "It's true that your current body restricts you. While it wouldn't be as perfect as reincarnation, physically constructing a customized body would certainly offer a higher synchronization rate than your current stolen vessel. But you must understand, this isn't an optimal solution. It's a compromise born of necessity. Because Mahito was a cursed spirit, no matter how he tweaked a human shell, it would never naturally harmonize with a cursed soul." Mahito already understood this limitation perfectly. "No, there is a way to make it perfect," Mahito asserted confidently. Kenjaku looked at him with renewed interest. "Please, elaborate." Mahito thought for a moment, then asked, "Do you know about human transmutation?" Both Kenjaku and Hikari froze. What Mahito intended to exploit was the ultimate black box of the construction technique. Among all innate techniques, construction is arguably the most anomalous. It is one of the extremely rare techniques capable of bypassing all physical laws to manifest whatever the user visualizes. Furthermore, once created, the construct is permanent, it doesn't vanish when the user stops supplying cursed energy. In the original story, the primary users of this technique were Mai Zenin and the ancient sorcerer Yorozu. Setting Mai Zenin aside, she literally sacrificed her life to replicate a single cursed tool, which somewhat adheres to the laws of equivalent exchange. The ancient sorcerer Yorozu was an entirely different beast. Inspired by the kinetic energy mechanisms of butterflies and bees, she created the bug armor, a heavy biological exoskeleton. The absurdity of her creation far eclipsed Mai's. Mai Zenin at least needed to understand the structural assembly of a gun. Yorozu practically willed her armor into existence entirely through delusion. That was the sheer, terrifying nature of construction. You had to respect it. However, unconstrained visualization wasn't enough on its own. Because Kenjaku had imparted his encyclopedic knowledge to him, Mahito possessed a profound understanding of the construction technique. The reason he hadn't considered using it to build his own body until Hikari mentioned a cloning was due to a specific limitation. No matter how absurd construction was, it couldn't bypass one fundamental prerequisite. Cognition. Construction cannot create something the user cannot conceptually comprehend. Yorozu's ultimate construct was the perfect sphere. This sphere possessed infinite pressure, annihilating absolutely anything it touched. Yorozu was able to construct it solely because she had been formally educated on the mathematical concept of a perfect sphere. She grasped the concept, and therefore, was able to manifest it. This perfectly illustrates the core limitation of construction. You cannot just randomly daydream an object and expect it to materialize. You must possess a foundational, conceptual understanding of the object to extract the necessary elements for creation. If you cannot cognitively grasp the existence of a thing, you cannot construct it. For example, an indestructible blade. You can visualize a blade cutting through steel. You can visualize it cleaving a mountain. You can even visualize it slicing a planet in half. If you can truly comprehend that scale, you can successfully construct that blade. But can you visualize a blade that cuts away the concept of lifespan to grant immortality? If you cannot cognitively process how that mechanism works, the blade cannot be created. Similarly, Kenjaku had previously asserted that a human shell could never perfectly adapt to a cursed spirit soul. No matter how Mahito modified the flesh, he couldn't conceptualize a perfect biological bridge. Therefore, it was logically impossible for him to use construction to forge a perfect vessel. That was why Mahito had never considered it. He simply couldn't visualize the blueprint. But after Hikari introduced the concept of cloning, Mahito's cognitive horizons violently expanded. He obviously wasn't going to literally clone himself. Kenjaku had already thoroughly debunked that. What mattered was the asterisk conceptual framework star. Construction is driven by visualization. With sufficient cognitive framing, even biological armor is possible. Even a theoretical perfect sphere can be manifested. Therefore, he just needed to visualize a body. His own body. Human transmutation is the process of synthesizing a human being using flesh, soul, and spirit. In other words, as long as you can synthesize these raw elements, you can birth a human without the need for a biological mother's womb, Mahito explained. Kenjaku frowned deeply. I have never heard of such a ritual. If a millennium-old curse user had never heard of it, it certainly didn't exist in the Jujutsu world. It's a concept from a manga, Mahito clarified. Full Metal Alchemist star. It should be extremely famous in this country. It was indeed famous. The current year was 2018, Full Metal Alchemist was still highly relevant pop culture. How the hell are you treating manga logic as real life? Reality isn't a comic book. Hikari whipped off his sunglasses, yelling in utter exasperation. You, a literal manga character, are lecturing me about reality. Mahito couldn't help but burst out laughing. That's right. This was Mahito's ultimate trump card. Even now, Mahito fundamentally perceived himself as living inside a manga. Everyone around him felt vividly real, and Kenjaku had just unloaded ancient lore that never even appeared in the original story. Logically, Mahito should have accepted this reality by now. But first impressions are deeply ingrained. Everything around him screamed that this was reality, and his rational mind agreed. Yet, deep in his subconscious, an unshakable voice constantly reminded him that he had transmigrated into a fictional world. He was a manga character. Usually, this cognitive dissonance was irrelevant. Given enough time, the surreal feeling would likely fade completely. But right now, that dissonance was fully active. And it was about to become his absolute ultimate move. Mahito spoke with profound implication. It may be a setting from a manga, but as long as I absolutely believe it to be real. Doesn't that make it real? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Hikari retorted loudly. No, hold on, he might actually be right, Kenjaku interjected. Who? Hikari whipped his head toward Kenjaku, looking at him like he was a lunatic. Innate techniques are governed by the user's cognitive world. They evolve and shift based on personal perception. Kenjaku raised a hand and tapped his forehead. A sorcerer's technique is engraved right here, in the brain. Because of this, techniques actively respond to human thought, often undergoing radical mutations. Hikari-san, isn't your own technique the perfect example of this? Hikari froze, his brow furrowing. You mean, my domain expansion? Hikari's domain expansion completely defied classical jujutsu theory. If one didn't actively force the connection, no one would ever assume traditional domains and Hikari's pachinko fever dream were fundamentally the same mechanic. The truth was, cursed techniques evolved alongside human civilization. Hikari was merely one example, but there were others. It was easy to foresee a future where rule-bending anomalies like Hikari became the standard norm rather than bizarre exceptions. Kenjaku nodded. I know a modern sorcerer whose technique requires taking pictures with a smartphone. 1,000 years ago, such a technique was fundamentally impossible because smartphones didn't exist. You are the same, Hikari-san. Your domain expansion manifests a roaring high-speed train. You don't honestly believe high-speed trains existed in Heian-era Japan, do you? Not just trains. In the late stages of the original story, when Kenjaku initiated the culling game, wildly absurd techniques emerged constantly. Courtrooms, fighter jets, these concepts could only exist in the modern era. An ancient sorcerer could never manifest them. Exactly as Kenjaku stated, the advancement of civilization catalyzed the evolution of cursed techniques. Techniques bound to modern concepts would only proliferate over time, transitioning from one-in-a-million anomalies to everyday occurrences. Because the absolute core of a cursed technique was human cognition. Hikari had genuinely never considered this. He scratched his chin in frustration and asked, what does that prove? It proves the absolute power of conviction, Hikari-san. Kenjaku smiled faintly, pointing at Mahito. If Mahito truly, completely believes in the concept, then utilizing the construction a technique to synthesize a vessel with a 100% synchronization rate is entirely possible. With his cognitive constraints shattered, Mahito's imagination ran wild. He declared, not just that. I might be able to replicate even more concepts. Hikari admitted he was losing the thread again. Like what? He asked. I can replicate a Kamen Rider, Mahito said deeply. Who? This time, not just Hikari, but even Kenjaku looked completely dumbfounded. Mahito was slightly surprised. Kenjaku, you know what Kamen Rider is? It's one of Japan's big 3 tokusatsu franchises. Even an ancient fossil like me knows about it. Kenjaku suddenly grew incredibly animated. Don't underestimate me. When it comes to Kamen Rider lore, I might actually know more than you. Kenjaku truly was a bizarre individual with incredibly eclectic knowledge. Near the end of the original story, he had flawlessly performed a traditional manzai comedy routine with a professional comedian, catching and returning hyper-specific pop culture references without breaking a sweat. However, the manga had never explicitly stated he was a tokusatsu fan. This was entirely unrecorded lore. But then again, it made sense. Even Satoru Gojo was a massive Digimon fan, casually dropping references to Skull Greymon's Dark Evolution. The private lives and hobbies of these god-tier sorcerers were truly a mystery. Hikari rubbed his temples. Hold on, why are we talking about tokusatsu shows? Mahito, what kind of vessel are you actually trying to build? How well do you understand my reverse cursed technique? Mahito asked suddenly. Soul creation. Hikari had actually researched it extensively. After all, he had been defeated by it, it was only natural he'd want to understand exactly how he lost. Because of the thought imprint, Mahito trusted Hikari completely. When asked, Mahito explained the mechanics without hesitation. You can record the soul of anyone you touch, and then simulate a fraction of their traits for your own use. The most critical application of this is recording their innate technique, Hikari summarized. Although you can only actively simulate one soul at a time, your storage capacity is limitless. Theoretically, as long as you touch them, you can use any innate technique in existence. You defeated me by using the innate technique of someone named Haruta Shigemo. Wait a minute. Did you record my innate technique too? Hikari's expression violently shifted. Of course I did, Mahito nodded smugly. Hikari's face darkened, and he didn't say another word. Kenjaku felt genuine, profound awe. Mahito's soul creations were simply too overpowered. Over the past millennium, Kenjaku had encountered numerous singular techniques capable of producing highly varied effects. The most iconic of these was, undeniably, the Dracopii technique. That's right. Yuta Okotsu wasn't the first Dracopii user Kenjaku had seen. When evaluating Yuta, Kenjaku had explicitly stated that while Dracopii was immensely powerful, it still fell far short of Suguru Geto's accursed spirit manipulation. The reason Geto died to Yuta wasn't because his technique was inferior, it was simply because Geto had divided his forces and didn't utilize his full power during their clash. If Geto had fought at 100% capacity, Yuta would have had zero chance of winning. This statement proved Kenjaku intimately understood the absolute limits of the Dracopii technique, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so definitive. Yet, even the legendary Dracopii technique paled in comparison to Mahito's soul creation. Copy required the user to physically consume a piece of the target's flesh. Soul creation bypassed that entirely. In terms of sheer efficiency in hoarding multiple techniques, it completely shattered Kenjaku's historical paradigm. It was safe to say that strictly due to the existence of soul creation, sooner or later, Mahito was guaranteed to ascend to the throne of world sovereign, even if he didn't technically attain godhood. This was the exact reason Kenjaku was playing nice. Currently, Kenjaku could effortlessly crush Mahito. But as time passed, the power gap would violently invert. Worse yet, because they had formed a binding vow, Kenjaku couldn't attack him now. And by the time the vow expired, Kenjaku would have lost the ability to fight back entirely. If my theory works, soul creation will evolve to an entirely new dimension. Mahito couldn't contain his excitement and laughed aloud. What exactly are you going to do? Hikari asked. A Kamen Rider's transformation belt can load multiple data cards simultaneously, Mahito said with profound implication. Hikari's pupils shrank to pinpoints. A violent shudder ripped through his body as the horrifying reality of Mahito's plan clicked. The vessel you're going to build will be able to actively run multiple instances of soul creation at the exact same time. Hikari managed to force the words out. It felt as if he had been plunged into the Marianas Trench, the crushing pressure from all sides threatening to asphyxiate him. Mahito turned to look at Kenjaku. Is it possible? He asked. This completely shatters 1,000 years of Jujutsu theory. Kenjaku took a deep, shuddering breath, unable to suppress his own manic excitement. I don't know. I honestly don't know. But it is absolutely worth attempting. Your idol transfiguration, your soul creation, exactly how far does your path extend? This is truly. Asterisk, this is thrilling me to the core, the asterisk. Asterisk, he's growing too fast, asterisk, Hikari thought in silent terror. Asterisk, if this keeps up, asterisk. Asterisk, Gojo-sensei, can you really handle this monster, asterisk? One more thing, Mahito suddenly said to Hikari. Could you do me a favor and call my Mai? My Mai? Hikari frowned in confusion. Her technique is blackbird manipulation, right? Is a technique like that really worth your attention? It's a convenient utility technique, but her technique isn't the one I'm interested in. Then who? My Mai's younger brother, Ui. His is the technique I want, Mahito smiled. Once I acquire Ui's technique and finish constructing my new vessel, then I'll be fully equipped to go test the mettle of the modern strongest, Satoru Gojo. Ui's technique was teleportation. With a mere wave of his hand, wrapping himself and his targets in a cloth, he could instantly teleport from Japan to the United States. In terms of pure escape capabilities, its performance, both in precision and range, far exceeded Kenjaku's spatial portals. Once Mahito acquired Ui's technique, he could engage Satoru Gojo with zero hesitation. Because even if he couldn't beat him, he could outrun him. Additionally, there were several other techniques he needed to urgently acquire. Previously, because soul creation was strictly limited to executing one technique at a time, Mahito hadn't been in a rush to hunt down a massive arsenal. Beyond a select few high-tier techniques, acquiring more was functionally useless, it was better to specialize. But if he successfully constructed the perfect vessel, the paradigm shifted entirely. In this world, there were countless fascinating techniques with terrifying synergistic potential. When combined and layered simultaneously, they could easily rival the absolute power of Limitless. Resonance, 10 shadows, cursed speech, tool manipulation, puppet manipulation, ratio, poison, miracles, inverse, construction, boogie-woogie, love rendezvous, probability fluctuation, copy, blood manipulation, solo forbidden zone, audio amplification, projection sorcery. And, of course, Mahito's signature foundation, idol transfiguration. Asterisk Satoru Gojo. Can your Limitless stand against an infinite arsenal of techniques, asterisk? Chapter 27, 17. Human malice eclipses cursed immortality. 3,587 words. Having made up his mind, Mahito immediately took action. His first objective was to make contact with Mai and Ui. It was far easier than he anticipated. Because Mai was an absolute, unapologetic capitalist, as long as the price was right, anything was negotiable. A single phone call from Hikari was all it took for Mai to agree to a meeting, bringing Ui along. Naturally, business was business. Hikari wasn't working for Mahito for free, he expected his own cut. New humanity. That was Hikari's payout. He wanted to become a new human. According to Mahito's explanation, a new human was functionally a half-cursed spirit. They possessed all the biological advantages of a cursed spirit without sacrificing their physical flesh. Once transitioned into a new human, the need for sustenance vanished. Metabolism ceased. Every single biological energy requirement was completely fulfilled by passively absorbing the cursed energy naturally permeating the atmosphere. Even if one suffered a catastrophic injury, as long as they weren't killed instantly, their body would slowly regenerate over time. But the most crucial benefit was immortality. Becoming a new human automatically granted eternal life. It was the ultimate, unattainable dream of emperors and conquerors throughout history, yet for a new human, it was merely a baseline biological function. So, what was the cost? The cost was mental degradation. Even if the flesh could endure forever, could the human mind withstand the sheer weight of eternity? That was a question even Mahito couldn't definitively answer. However, functionally speaking, that was just nitpicking. You've achieved literal immortality, and you're complaining about mental fatigue? As Mahito put it, give an otaku a cup of coffee and a PC, and they can happily live until the end of the world. Are you saying you're mentally weaker than an otaku? Mental degradation? Where would that even come from? As a side note, influenced by Mahito, Hikari had recently started reading a lot of manga. With a cup of coffee and a PC, he figured he could probably live to see the end of the world too. A week later, Mai and Ui finally met with Mahito. The designated rendezvous point was a quiet cafe. Because it wasn't the weekend, the shop was virtually empty. Only a handful of customers sat scattered about, including someone who looked like a university student hunched over a laptop, writing a thesis. The atmosphere was peaceful. Just then, Mai pushed open the cafe door. Mahito instantly threw his hand in the air, grinning ear to ear as he shouted loudly, "Over here! Over here!" A passing waiter immediately stepped in. "Sir, please keep your voice down." Sorry, I'm just too excited." Mahito looked completely innocent, pressing his hands together in a theatrical apology. So that's the Lord of Curses. Mai stared at Mahito. He was wearing his usual white button-down shirt, his long white hair cascading down his shoulders. His heterochromatic eyes, one gold and one blue, caught the cafe's warm lighting, glimmering softly. Despite knowing he was a cursed spirit, Mai had to admit, he possessed a perfectly sculpted nose, sharp, striking eyes, and slender eyebrows. His face was entirely devoid of blemishes, as pale and flawless as fresh snow. He was handsome enough to make any woman's heart skip a beat. His expression was relaxed, sporting a natural, closed-mouth smile. He looked elegant and serene. As long as he kept his mouth shut, he was a picturesque sight. Unfortunately, the moment he opened his mouth, it was like a torrential downpour ruining a beautiful landscape. He instantly became insufferably flippant and highly punchable. This feeling, right? It's exactly like Satoru Gojo. He's a beautiful man cut from the exact same cloth as Satoru Gojo. Mai led Ui over to Mahito's table. Hikari sat next to Mahito, looking profoundly bored. Seeing Mai, he raised a hand in greeting. "About time you showed up. I was getting sick of waiting. Well, my job as the middleman is done. I'm out of here." Before Hikari could finish, Mahito cut him off. "Kinji has already become a new human, you know. He's the living proof of my sincerity. Look closely, look. Doesn't he look absolutely perfect? Zero side effects. Hey. I'm supposedly one of your top generals, right? Do you really have to pitch me like a human trafficker selling livestock? More importantly, since when did Mahito start calling him Kinji? When they first met, it was Hikari-san. After they fought, it became Hikari. Now, barely a week later, they were fast-tracked to first-name basis. Was the next step calling him Kin, just like Kirara did? Hikari thought to himself that this guy was way too overly familiar, but he didn't actually reject the nickname. This was the exact reason Mai had come. New humanity. This new race, destined to completely rewrite the global paradigm, was sitting right in front of her. If the King of Curses wasn't lying, this singular product alone could generate enough wealth to last Mai several lifetimes. Even though she knew perfectly well that associating with him was incredibly dangerous, she couldn't resist coming to see it for herself, bringing Ui as her insurance policy. Her absolute devotion to capitalism simply wouldn't allow her to ignore the invitation. Despite the massive risks, she had to come. And with Ui here, if things went south, they could teleport away instantly. Mahito's terms were astonishingly simple. As long as my sister and I let you touch our skin, you'll guarantee us 2 new human slots. Are you serious? Ui stared directly at Mahito, asking bluntly. Mai and Ui took their seats across from Mahito. Without needing to flag down a waiter, 2 fresh cups of coffee and an assortment of pastries were already waiting for them on the table. It seemed Mahito and Hikari had been here for a while and had politely ordered ahead. Mai lightly brushed the side of her coffee cup. It was still perfectly warm. The temperature was ideal, almost as if he had flawlessly predicted the exact second they would arrive. That's the deal. Simple, isn't it? All I need is to briefly touch your skin, and I'll grant you 2 new human slots. Whether you use them yourselves or auction them off to the highest bidder is entirely up to you. An incredibly lucrative trade, wouldn't you agree? Mahito smiled radiantly, his voice drifting like dandelion fluff, clear and melodic as a distant dolphin song. Mai took a moment to appreciate the Lord of Curses' handsome face, then shifted her gaze to the thoroughly annoyed Kinji Hikari. So this is a new human, she murmured. If one were to ask what was different about Hikari compared to before, there was only one visible change. Resting lazily on Hikari's broad shoulder was a tiny, amphibious-looking salamander. It had delicate wings folded against its back, a pair of small horns crowning its head, and fine scales armored its entire body. It looked exactly like an infant dragon. And this tiny infant dragon was radiating the exact same cursed energy signature as Kinji Hikari. A Shikigami? A clone? The side effect of a cursed technique? No, it felt different. It felt almost like Kinji Hikari. That thing is *U**, isn't it? Mai watched him with deep interest. It wasn't a clone. It was his other half star. Hikari's eyebrow twitched upward, and he let out a chuckle. The exact moment his lips curled into a grin, the infant dragon simultaneously snapped its eyes open and mirrored the exact same grin. Mai had to admit, the sight was profoundly unsettling. Mahito chimed in to explain. Compared to cursed spirits, the human soul is incredibly rigid and difficult to alter. Attempting to forcibly reshape it carries a massive risk of severe physiological backlash. In terms of raw resilience and plasticity, the human soul was indeed inferior to a curse's. This was likely because humans relied on the physical shell of flesh for protection, causing their souls to become comparatively lazy and inflexible. Unfortunately, if one wishes to transition into a new human with absolutely zero side effects, even I cannot achieve it in a single step. Despite describing it as a regret, Mahito's expression was incredibly smug. Mai perfectly understood why he was so proud. It was simple deduction. Because cursed spirits lacked a physical body, their souls and minds were perpetually exposed to the elements. To maintain their very existence, their souls had to be unfathomably durable. Consequently, when it came to defending against soul-targeting attacks, curses were far superior to humans. Delicately manipulating a human soul to grant it immortality without shattering it was undoubtedly 100 times more difficult than manipulating a curse. In fact, in the original story, Mahito had explicitly stated that human souls were pathetically fragile compared to curses, the slightest mistake would instantly kill them. Yet, Mahito had still accomplished it. It was truly a feat worthy of pride, even arrogance. I wonder if you're familiar with Yuki Tsukumo's combat style? Mahito suddenly asked. The combat methods and innate techniques of special-grade sorcerers are classified as top secret. Even if one actively tries to investigate, gathering comprehensive intelligence is extremely difficult, Mai replied calmly, not trying to hide her lack of knowledge. So, unfortunately, no. I am not familiar with it. As for why Satoru Gojo's technique was common knowledge despite him also being a special grade, that was entirely Gojo's own fault. He made absolutely zero effort to hide it. If anyone asked, he would gleefully explain the exact mechanics of his technique in excruciating detail. He simply didn't care. In the original story, Yuki Tsukumo's technique remained an absolute mystery until her final battle. Prior to that, even the millennial mastermind Kenjaku had failed to gather any concrete intelligence on it. That alone spoke volumes about how perfectly her technique was concealed. Yuki Tsukumo possesses a Shikigami that doubles as a cursed tool, linked directly to her own cursed energy. It is named Garuda. As a cursed tool-type Shikigami, it can act as a secondary target for her innate technique, allowing it to execute the exact same technique synchronously. Mahito spoke unhurriedly, laying out his entire thought process. My methodology for evolving humans into new humanities was directly inspired by Yuki Tsukumo's cursed tool Shikigami. Since a human cannot be directly mutated into a new human in one step, what if the transition was handled by a Shikigami inextricably linked to the human soul? Mai looked closely at the infant dragon perched on Hikari's shoulder, meticulously analyzing its cursed energy output. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she barely would have registered its presence. In other words, maintaining this Shikigami's other half required practically zero cursed energy upkeep from the sorcerer. Sustaining it 24/7 wouldn't pose the slightest burden. But that wasn't because the master was supplying the Shikigami with energy. It was the exact opposite. The sole purpose of this Shikigami is to absorb cursed energy from the atmosphere and feed it directly into its master, Mahito explained methodically. Through this slow, highly regulated, and perfectly safe process, the Shikigami will gradually physically transmute its master into a half-cursed spirit's life form. Because the body can now autonomously draw sustenance from atmospheric energy, the biological need to consume food will gradually disappear. The same goes for metabolism. Furthermore, because the entire body is now sustained by a perfectly closed loop of cursed energy, cellular aging halts completely. All biological energy requirements are replaced by cursed energy circulation. And eventually, one day, Mahito made a dramatic Tata-dia gesture, inviting Mai and Ui to closely observe Hikari. The human will completely mold into a transcendent organism capable of surviving solely by breathing in cursed energy. From that day forward, they will never age. They will never need to eat. They will never suffer permanent physical disability. As long as they are not violently killed, they will live forever. That is the absolute promise of a new humanity. Mai took a slow, deep breath, carefully regulating her surging emotions. She perfectly understood the mechanics. Mai wasn't some crusty jujutsu academic, so she didn't grasp the hyper-complex, theoretical minutiae. But Mahito had explained it brilliantly. It was simple, elegant, and idiot-proof. Even a pragmatist like her could see the flawless logic behind it. She was entirely convinced. Are there any other side effects? UI asked sharply. Such as physical mutations, psychological warping, or a personality shift toward that of a cursed spirit. That is exactly why the Shikigami acts as the intermediary buffer, Mahito said, pointing at the infant dragon on Hikari's shoulder. This infant dragon is a Shikigami that Kinji crafted with his own hands. I simply bridged the connection, tying the Shikigami directly to Kinji's soul, permanently transmuting it into his other half. When the time is right and the transmutation is complete, the infant dragon will seamlessly fuse back into Kinji. He will then possess both a cursed spirit form and his original human form. Furthermore, because this Shikigami is inextricably linked to Kinji's soul, Jujutsu mechanics recognize them as the exact same entity. Therefore, the Shikigami can also utilize Kinji's cursed technique, even his domain expansion. Having it laid out so plainly, any competent sorcerer would understand the brilliance of the design. If there were any horrific side effects to the transmutation process, they would manifest on the Shikigami first. If the Shikigami began to warp, they had plenty of time to intervene and correct it. If the Shikigami operated perfectly normally and exhibited no issues, it meant the host's new humanity transition was proceeding flawlessly. The Shikigami essentially acted as an external organ, providing a perfectly safe, observable metric for the evolution process. Mai nodded in deep satisfaction. It truly was an ingenious method. It was incredibly safe, and if something did go wrong, it would be instantly detectable. At that point, the user could simply sever the connection and remain an old human, or seek Mahito out to patch the glitch and resume the process. The choice remained entirely in the user's hands. With that settled, Mai had only one final question. I understand why this is incredibly safe and convenient for Jujutsu sorcerers. But what about normal people? Mai asked. Normal people cannot actively control their cursed energy, nor do they possess innate techniques. How do they transition into new humans? Hikari suddenly piped up. Hey, Mai. Have you ever watched Digimon *? Mai blinked. What is that, *? UI's eyes suddenly lit up. Mr. Hikari, you watch Digimon too? Hikari beamed, completely in his element. This Shikigami is basically our Digimon. You've seen Digimon Frontier *, right? I'm Takuya Canberra, and my Shikigami is the spirit of fire. UI gasped in delight. Oh. I totally get it now. What exactly do you get? Mai kept her face perfectly neutral, not saying a word. Mahito couldn't help but laugh out loud. It seems Miss Mai isn't quite caught up on youth culture. That won't do at all. I hear Satoru Gojo is incredibly well versed in this stuff. You have to keep up with the times, you know. Mai sighed gracefully. Fair enough. That is indeed my blind spot. I suppose I'll have to watch this Digimon * when we get home. Digimon Frontier *, was it? UI puffed out his chest proudly. Don't worry, sister. I'll watch it with you. MHM. You're so reliable, UI. Mai smiled warmly. Being able to share your burdens is my greatest honor, sister. UI beamed, his eyes sparkling with absolute devotion. These siblings are definitely messed up in the head. Mahito and Hikari thought the exact same thing simultaneously, their mental wavelength syncing like true brothers. UI quickly explained, what Mr. Hikari means is that the Shikigami doesn't require the host to be a sorcerer. It's simply an external organ designed specifically for cursed energy absorption and physiological transmutation. Normal people can't actively manipulate their cursed energy like sorcerers do, but normal people still generate cursed energy. As long as they generate cursed energy, they can bind to the Shikigami. New humanity isn't a privilege exclusive to sorcerers. Hikari clapped loudly. As expected of a fellow fan. A perfect 10/10 explanation. UI tried to suppress his grin, but the corners of his mouth betrayed him as he looked up expectantly at Mai. Mai gently stroked his hair, and UI instantly smiled so wide his eyes crinkled shut. Mai suddenly asked, if the entire world transitioned into new humanity, would cursed spirits cease to exist? The entire table went dead silent. Both Ui and Hikari froze. They had never even considered that staggering possibility. The birth of cursed spirits was the direct result of massive populations of normal humans leaking their uncontrolled cursed energy into the atmosphere. This leaked energy circulated, pooled together, and eventually manifested into physical curses, cursed spirits. Operating entirely on this foundational theory, a certain special grade curse user had once proposed a radical ideology. If we just slaughter every single normal human on the planet and only leave sorcerers who can perfectly control their cursed energy leakage, wouldn't that permanently eradicate curses? The theory was mathematically flawless. But the methodology was apocalyptic. The man who attempted to turn that extreme ideology into reality was Suguru Geto. Every single sorcerer in Japan knew his name. That special grade curse user had personally orchestrated the night parade of 100 demons, unleashing hordes of cursed spirits into densely populated cities for indiscriminate slaughter. His target wasn't the Jujutsu sorcerers. It was the normal humans. He intended to commit global genocide against non-sorcerers to create a utopia solely for shamans. Eradicating curses. That was his absolute righteous cause. And now, the exact same underlying theory was producing a radically different solution. The King of Curses. This unprecedented, transcendent cursed spirit had personally proposed a flawless, non-lethal method to drive his own species into extinction. Oh, the bitter irony. Hikari muttered softly, she's right. If the entire world became new humans, cursed spirits would genuinely go extinct. Theoretically speaking, it's absolutely airtight. Ui's eyes widened in awe. The 1,000-year-old unsolvable dilemma of Jujutsu was just solved by a cursed spirit. Mai took a deep breath. She brought her legs together, straightened her spine to perfect posture, and rested her hands gracefully in her lap. She unconsciously shifted into a formal Caesar sitting position. Lord of Curses, she asked gravely. Do you wish to eradicate cursed spirits? Oh, you? The Lord of Curses smiled. It was a perfectly natural, elegant smile, yet Mai felt a sudden, bone-chilling cold pierce her soul. He said softly, aren't you drastically underestimating humanity? Mai blinked, taken aback. Underestimating humanity. The curses harbored by humanity run 100 times deeper than any cursed spirit, Mahito said, his words dripping with profound implication. Mai suddenly felt her skin crawl. But the dread wasn't directed at the King of Curses sitting across from her. It was directed inward. Toward her own past. Toward everything she had witnessed in her life. Toward her own existence. Toward her own insatiable greed. Let me ask you, Miss Mai, Mahito whispered. Could you ever allow our new humanity to become the universal standard? Could I allow it? Mai arrived at the answer without a single microsecond of hesitation. No. Even if it was perfectly achievable. Even if all she had to do was bow her head and beg the King of Curses. Even if the King of Curses happily agreed. Even if. No matter how many flawless justifications existed, no matter how effortless the execution was. She would never allow it. Why? Because if she did, I wouldn't be able to make any money off it. Mai exhaled a long breath, a bitter, cynical smile twisting her lips. I cannot betray my own nature. I could never allow some new humanity to be given away for free. And there was a much darker, deeper reason. Right now, the keys to some new humanity were clutched in her hands. She had become the exclusive broker. This meant she held absolute leverage over the life and death of every single powerful elite who desired immortality. She would own all their favors. By monopolizing these connections and favors, she could effortlessly catapult herself to the absolute pinnacle of human society. Once she stood at the apex of the global hierarchy, wouldn't she desire eternal rule? And if she could rule eternally, would she ever allow? Would she ever allow other immortals to sit at her table and take a slice of her cake? Even if she could somehow stomach it, acting completely out of character. What about the other immortals? The billionaires and politicians she sold the slots to? Would they allow it? Mai closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her gaze had returned to its usual, icy calculation. She suddenly asked, King of Curses. I mean no offense, but I must ask. What exactly are you the curse of? Humanity. Mahito's smile curved like a crescent moon, the upturned corners of his mouth sharp as demonic horns. He whispered, I am the manifestation of humanity's curse upon humanity. Chapter 28, 18. Mirakuji Kirigiri. 3,973 words. The transaction was completed without a hitch. However, when Mai left the cafe, she looked completely thoroughly rattled, her usual unflappable demeanor shattered. Ui watched his sister with deep concern, entirely unsure of what to do. Hikari's expression was incredibly heavy. Watching Mai and Ui leave, Hikari felt a suffocating knot in his chest. Although Hikari himself had already initiated the new human transition, he had genuinely never considered the macro implications of the entire human race undergoing the process. If Mai hadn't brought it up, he never would have realized the terrifying truth. But once Mai forced him to see it, he realized that knowing the truth was completely useless. Just as Mahito had asked Mai. Aren't you drastically underestimating humanity? He didn't know if Mahito was capable of it right now, but when Mahito finally ascended to the throne of God, he would absolutely possess the power to instantly transition the entire human race into new humans. That was an undeniable fact. But even if Mahito became a god with that omnipotent power, who would ever actually ask him to do it? Anyone who dared to petition Mahito to grant universal immortality would instantly become the public enemy of the entire global elite. As the Lord of Curses, Mahito understood this inherent, grotesque human malice on a fundamental level. That was exactly why he so casually offered them the path to the new humanity. In the end, the entity that would violently crush humanity's ultimate salvation wasn't the cursed spirits, it was humanity itself. What bitter irony. What absolute tragedy. Can curses truly ever be eradicated? Hikari stared at the cafe door, letting out a long, heavy sigh, as if trying to exhale all the suffocating frustration crushing his chest. Suddenly, a heavy hand violently slapped his back. Mahito slapped him right between the shoulder blades. Stop brooding. Time to head to the next set. Hikari shook off his depression. Where are we going? I promised Mutasan I wouldn't attack the Kyoto students. I made that promise because, at the time, I didn't fully comprehend the potential of my reverse cursed technique. But things are different now. I need to copy as many innate techniques as physically possible. Therefore, I need to make physical contact with the Kyoto Jujutsu High students. But doing so normally would violate my vow with Mutasan. Mahito threw up a thumbs up, flashing a dazzling, pearly white grin. So, we're going to get part-time jobs. How the hell do those two things correlate? Hikari was dumbfounded. I did my research. Today is Takoda-chan's handshake event. Mahito announced proudly. Who? Hikari asked. An idol. A super tall, 1.8-meter idol. Mahito scolded. You idiot, you need to study up on modern pop culture. Starting today, you're no longer bound by a mortal lifespan. You are going to live at your exact current age until the cursed energy in the atmosphere completely dissipates. You are literally immortal. It's fine right now, but if you stay this completely out of touch for 100 years, the younger generation is going to mock you and call you an ancient fossil. Mahito lectured him severely. Look at Kenjaku. He is the absolute gold standard for immortality. He's a literal 1,000-year-old fossil, yet he flawlessly keeps up with modern youth slang and religiously watches tokusatsu shows. You need to at least reach Kenjaku's level. If I reach his level, I'd say I failed as a human being, Hikari deadpanned. I'd rather die than turn into him. Admirable resolve. Looking down on even Kenjaku, Mahito said. I'm not looking down on his abilities, I'm looking down on his rotten personality. Before I met that guy, I thought my personality was bad. I never realized the absolute rock bottom of human depravity could reach Kenjaku's level. Truly an eye-opening experience. Hikari looked deeply disgusted. That just means you need to get out more. Go read some international news. You'll quickly develop a profound respect for the sheer diversity of human garbage, Mahito chuckled. Let's just get back to the idol thing, Hikari sighed. Where was I? Oh right, Takoda-chan, Mahito continued. She is the idol that Aoi Todo absolute worships. Whenever Takoda-chan holds a handshake event, no matter where it is, Aoi Todo is 100% guaranteed to be there. And it's not just him. The other Kyoto students will always send at least one person to babysit him. As long as we disguise ourselves as part-time event staff, handing out water and merch, it'll be incredibly easy to make physical contact with them. And it won't trigger the vow I made with Muta-san. Mahito wasn't just talking out of his ass. Aoi Todo's personality was exactly like that. Not only would he eagerly drag himself to his idol's handshake events, but he'd unconsciously drag his classmates along too. They usually wouldn't even realize they'd been roped into it until they were already standing in the queue. And it happened constantly. It was an absolute law of physics. Wherever there was a Takoda-chan handshake event, there was Aoi Todo and at least one other Kyoto student. Aoi Todo was the guaranteed pity pool. Momo Nishimiya, tool manipulation, was the grand prize. Noritoshi Kamo, blood manipulation, was the runner-up. The rest, Mai Zenin, Kasumi Miwa, and Ultimate Mechamaru, were basically blank lottery tickets. Unlike a seasoned veteran like Mai, these young Jujutsu students completely lacked the necessary paranoia. If it were a battle-hardened sorcerer like Mai, someone who had survived the era of ruthless curse users, she would instantly go on high alert the second a stranger approached her. Forget handing her a cup of water or shaking hands, just staring at her for too long might trigger a lethal preemptive strike. Because during that era, curse users were genuinely terrifying. They infiltrated everywhere, spread terror, and slaughtered normal humans and sorcerers indiscriminately. But this was Satoru Gojo's era. The surviving curse users were all as timid as quails. Sure, there were disobedient ones, but the disobedient ones were all dead. Satoru Gojo had killed them. Therefore, when dealing with someone like Mai who had lived through the golden age of curse user terrorism, Mahito played it completely straight and offered a transparent business deal. He didn't even care if she deduced parts of his true capabilities. As long as he didn't reveal his entire hand, it was fine. But when dealing with a naive younger generation, Mahito had absolutely zero moral qualms about using dirty tricks. Hikari clicked his tongue. He had to admit, it was a brilliant plan. It bypassed the binding vow while guaranteeing perfectly safe contact with the Kyoto students. He rubbed the back of his neck vigorously and was just about to follow Mahito to their part-time job when a thought suddenly struck him. Hold on. If you just need to make contact with Todo's group, you can do that by yourself, right? Why the hell are you dragging me along? What nonsense are you spouting? Your boss is going to work a grueling part-time job, and you, his lowly employee, dare to refuse to accompany him? Get your ass moving. Mahito scolded. So you're saying you actually don't need me at all? You bastard, I'm not going. Shut up and follow me. Burn all of your miracles at once. Show me your absolute limit. Come on, let's hit the gacha. In the end, Hikari couldn't escape his fate as a part-timer. Mahito forcibly dragged him to Takoda-chan's handshake event. As a side note, Hikari utterly failed to comprehend the concept of a handshake event. A massive crowd of people queuing up for hours just to briefly hold an idol's hand and get a signature. Was it really worth standing in line for hours? Asterisk look. Even your precious Takoda-chan's face is cramping from smiling so much. This is absolute torture for both the idol and the fans. Why don't you people understand? Asterisk. Furthermore, this group of sorcerers had absolutely zero situational awareness when Mahito handed them their water bottles. Even Aoi Todo, a grade 1 sorcerer who literally beat a special grade curse to death with his bare hands during the night parade, actually gave Mahito an earnest, polite thank you. And Mahito just smiled like an absolute idiot and replied, "You're very welcome." That day, Kinji Hikari's worldview completely shattered. In more ways than one. As another side note, their gacha pool yielded the grand prize, tool manipulation. It was an innate technique that allowed the user to freely manipulate a Itsukumagami, a tool that has acquired a spirit. The formation of a Tsukumagami could be actively cultivated. Momo Nishimiya had personally cultivated her broom into a Tsukumagami. She could ride the broom through the sky like a witch, or command the broom to attack independently. The Tsukumagami could even launch wind blades. It was a technique with incredible hidden potential. As expected of Hikari's miracles, they hit the jackpot on the first try. Now Mahito just had to decide what kind of tool he wanted to cultivate into a Tsukumagami. Was there even a question? When you talk about Tsukumagami, the absolute pinnacle of the trope is the Yotoheim, demonic sword princess. Now that he possessed tool manipulation, if he didn't cultivate his own personal demonic sword princess, Mahito would never forgive himself. Asterisk a divine blade, Yotoheim, asterisk. Over the next few days, Mahito continued to seek out opportunities to make contact with more sorcerers, filling the empty slots in his technique arsenal. However, Mahito knew his limits. He staunchly refused to step foot in Tokyo. As long as Satoru Gojo was physically present in Tokyo, Mahito would absolutely not operate there. Even Jogo had stopped talking about testing Gojo. He had been beaten so ruthlessly by Hikari that he was completely humbled. Of course, there was one task taking absolute priority: perfecting the construction technique. Kenjaku poured every ounce of his understanding regarding construction into Mahito, trying to help him grasp the asterisk feeling star. Yes, the asterisk feeling star. The most basic application of construction, using cursed energy to materialize anything the user has seen, including cursed tools. The advanced application, extracting the user's conceptual understanding to forge complex cursed tools from cursed energy. The vast majority of construction users plateaued right there. In fact, almost all existing cursed tools in the modern era were the physical remnants of ancient construction users. Their masterworks had persisted permanently through the ages. And then there was the absolute zenith of the construction technique. In the entire recorded history of Jujutsu, only a single person had ever reached it. The ancient sorcerer, Yorozu. Her mastery of construction completely transcended every other user in history. She could manifest the legendary A Perfect Sphere based solely on a theoretical mathematical concept. She could construct the biomechanical bug armor simply by observing the flight mechanics of insects. It was no exaggeration to say that if you dropped the original Kamen Rider from the TV show into reality, she could probably build his suit. Take it one step further, and you get the Giver bio-boosted armor. Honestly, it was probably a blessing for humanity that Yorozu didn't live to see the modern era. If she had survived and realized how vast the universe truly was, she probably would have constructed the Giver armor and started casually manifesting miniature black holes from the palms of her hands. After all, this was the woman who built a perfect sphere purely through delusion. Terrifying didn't even begin to cover it. Fortunately for Mahito, Kenjaku had spent a significant amount of time conversing with Yorozu in the past. Now, every single secret regarding Yorozu's methodology was laid bare for Mahito. She had claimed the most important aspect was the asterisk feeling star. The precise asterisk feeling asterisk of constructing an object. Therefore, Kenjaku demanded Mahito meditate daily, desperately trying to lock onto that specific sensation. Kenjaku actively guided him, hoping Mahito would trigger that crucial epiphany sooner rather than later. Kenjaku was absolutely convinced, if it was Mahito, he would definitely succeed. And so, Mahito steadily grew stronger. Hunting down sorcerers proceeded surprisingly smoothly. Black bird manipulation and cursed spirit manipulation proved incredibly useful. While not flashy, they were unparalleled for reconnaissance. However, while asterisk finding asterisk the sorcerers was easy, asterisk recording asterisk their innate techniques proved far more frustrating. Because the vast majority of Jujutsu sorcerers didn't actually have an innate technique. Mahito suddenly remembered a throwaway detail from the original manga: ordinary, technique-less salaryman sorcerers actually made up the vast majority of the Jujutsu workforce. Sorcerers blessed with an innate technique were a tiny minority. So why did the original story feature so many sorcerers with innate techniques? Especially the curse users, who all seemed to have one. Because the original story exclusively focused on the absolute highest tier battlefields. The culling game was even more extreme. It was a battle royal filtered from a pool of over 100 million people. Mahito finally recalled Gojo's exact words: asterisk, a Jujutsu sorcerer's strength is 80% innate talent. There's only 20% room for hard work. It's an industry entirely dictated by the genetic lottery. Asterisk. This was a massive miscalculation on Mahito's part. He never expected to hit a wall based on pure statistics. Kenjaku, on the other hand, wasn't surprised in the slightest. He advised, if you acquire one, great. If not, it doesn't matter. Innate techniques are largely dictated by luck anyway. We just have to keep trying. There's no need to halt our search. Your soul creation only requires a simple touch anyway. Treat it like a daily routine. If we find one, it's a pleasant surprise. If we don't, it's just business as usual. Next came the cultivation of the Tsukumagami. This proceeded much more smoothly. Kenjaku specifically tracked down a rust-covered, ancient blade for the project. Blade length, 1.35 meters. Hilt length, 0.8 meters. Double-edged blade, suitable for both slashing and thrusting. Wielded two-handed, it can serve as both a sword and a spear. Kenjaku handed the massive Odachi to Mahito. The specs felt incredibly familiar. Futsuno Mitama? Mahito asked. Stored within a museum in Japan is an ancient, legendary longsword. Mythologically, it is the blade that severed the heads of gods, named Futsuno Mitama. Its dimensions exceed those of a standard Nadachi, but its blade is as perfectly straight as a pine tree. Many people falsely believe that the iconic curved blade is the defining trait of all Japanese swords. Very few know that the oldest Japanese swords were completely uncurved. They were forged from folded steel just to be lethal, otherwise, they were incredibly brittle and only useful as decorative ceremonial blades. This straight blade design was originally imported from countries to the west. However, ancient Japan lacked the advanced metallurgy required to perfect it. Through eras of trial and error, Japanese swordsmiths eventually curved the blade and sharpened only a single edge, utilizing the tip and the curve to optimize the cutting angle. This evolution ultimately resulted in the iconic, distinctly Japanese katana. But this Futsunomitama lacked any curve whatsoever. Its scale was massive, and it was double-edged. This design only existed in an era so ancient that the very concept of the katana hadn't even been invented yet. It is a masterfully crafted replica. The genuine Futsunomitama is enshrined at Kashima Shrine. Its blade length is 2.24 meters, with a staggering total length of 2.70 meters. It's far more absurd than the one in my hand. But even as a replica, having weathered the baptism of time, it possesses more than enough history to manifest the highest caliber of tsukumagami. Kenjaku smiled deeply. Do not disappoint her. This ancient blade is a masterpiece entirely capable of slaughtering gods. Mahito absolutely believed him. The older the object, the more unfathomably powerful the tsukumagami it birthed. An object this ancient possessed the raw potential to slay a deity. This is a true god-slaying blade. Mahito accepted it with absolute reverence. He possessed absolutely zero swordsmanship skills. And he didn't need them. The instant the tsukumagami was born, its innate power would completely bridge any gap in technical skill. As long as the artifact was ancient enough, and more importantly, beautiful enough. Cultivating a tsukumagami required genuine affection. If the weapon wasn't aesthetically pleasing, no matter how practical it was, you could never cultivate a true tsukumagami from it. Therefore, beauty was the absolute prerequisite, everything else was secondary. After 2 days of cultivation, the thick rust began to flake away, revealing a surprisingly bright, polished blade. Under the moonlight, the steel rippled like a clear spring, possessing a delicate elegance akin to a young woman's brow. Mahito visualized the anthropomorphized form of this ancient blade. She must have long, straight black hair, as smooth as spring water, cascading all the way down to her calves. Her black bangs part to reveal a pristine forehead, branded with the crest of a god. She wears traditional shrine maiden attire, her expression cold and aloof. Her legs are long and slender, clad in white thigh-high socks and thick wooden jita sandals. In her hands, she wields a massive, straight-edged odachi, her true body, radiating a chilling, breathtaking beauty. The ancient blade hummed softly. Mahito gently stroked the steel, his touch as tender as caressing a lover's hand. Finally, there was the grueling process of finding the feeling for construction. For this, even Kenjaku had no shortcuts. Mahito just had to put in the grueling, repetitive work. Fortunately, because the tsukumagami cultivation was proceeding so flawlessly, Mahito wasn't overly frustrated. His overall progress was highly satisfactory. Days turned into weeks. Mahito assumed he would simply grind away in peace until he finally locked onto the feeling. But then, something happened. Exactly 1 month had passed. It was exactly Mahito's second full month existing in this world. His tsukumagami had just been fully birthed. She was a deeply shy young girl. He was in the middle of celebrating when Hikari suddenly approached him. Mahito. We've got a problem, Hikari said grimly. Mahito was sitting deep in the mountains, surrounded by clear springs and flowing streams. He sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, the long, straight blade resting across his lap. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, catching the silver edge of the blade, radiating a warm, brilliant light. When Hikari spoke, Mahito opened his heterochromatic eyes, and the longsword let out a sharp, crystalline hum. As expected of a tsukumagami personally cultivated by Mahito. Even the light reflecting off it is lethally sharp. Hikari admired the blade. That singular hum had felt exactly like a razor-sharp edge pressing directly against Hikari's carotid artery. In a fraction of a second, the primal terror of death had seeped into his marrow. This was a newly born tsukumagami from an ancient blade. Its mere sharpness was already capable of inducing fatal hallucinations. Hikari couldn't even fathom the earth-shattering devastation it would cause when it was actually swung in anger. It's still too early. I have a few more concepts I want to integrate into it. Mahito also admired the blade, but not as a weapon of murder. He admired it as a newborn life. This was his first time cultivating a tsukumagami, and it had triggered an explosion of inspiration. His mind was racing with new ideas. Also, Itsurushi. She's a very shy girl. Hikari rubbed his neck. That lethally sharp glare had felt like it wanted to puncture his throat. Asterisk, that counts as shy, asterisk. Asterisk whatever. The boss says she's shy, asterisk. What happened? Mahito asked. Someone called me. They asked for you by name, Hikari said darkly. I suspect my compromised us. She leaked your existence to the Jujutsu world. Mahito was completely unfazed. It was only a matter of time. Frankly, the fact that the intel is only leaking now proves Mai is incredibly dedicated to her business contracts. We never even signed a binding vow, after all, Mahito said with a smile. Of course, if Mai ever showed her face again, Mahito would personally butcher her. Because her betrayal was absolute. If he didn't kill her, he couldn't enforce absolute authority. It didn't matter if Mahito actually cared about the leak. Once a betrayal occurred, regardless of the consequences, the traitor had to die. Who's looking for me? Mahito gently stroked the long blade. Let me guess. A faction desperate to solidify their status and establish eternal rule. It has to be one of the big three families. It definitely isn't the Gojo clan. That leaves Kamo or Zenin. Which one? As sharp as ever, Mahito, Hikari said, genuinely impressed. It's the Zenin clan. They formally invited you to their estate as an honored guest, completely guaranteeing your safety. Did they offer a binding vow? Mahito asked. No, Hikari frowned. So they're planning to lay an inescapable trap to capture me, Mahito said, sounding perfectly relaxed. Well, my life isn't in danger. I hold the monopoly on flawless immortality, after all. They definitely wouldn't dare kill me. But they'll do literally everything short of killing you, Hikari warned immediately. You cannot go, Mahito. No, I'm going, Mahito stated. Hikari froze. I've recently realized something. Something incredibly obvious, yet something my subconscious had completely ignored. Which is? Let me ask you, Kinji. Under what specific conditions does a cursed technique experience exponential, explosive growth? Mahito asked. As a pure frontline brawler, Hikari was more qualified to answer that question than almost any other sorcerer alive. He looked deeply at Mahito and answered grimly, in a deathmatch. Exactly. Including purely supportive techniques like construction, the absolute fastest way to exponentially increase one's mastery over a technique was a deathmatch. More accurately, the exact microsecond before death. It fundamentally differed from traditional technological advancement. People often claim that war is the greatest catalyst for technological leaps. But that logic only holds true if the foundational theoretical groundwork has already been laid. Only then can war force a sudden, explosive breakthrough. Otherwise, tribal warfare is still technically a war. Has tribal warfare ever triggered a technological singularity? Well, technically yes. The singularity in tribal warfare is inventing slightly better bowstrings and slightly sharper spears. But cursed techniques operate on an entirely different metric. Because a technique is entirely dependent on the individual. A cursed technique is engraved directly into the sorcerer's brain. The closer they are to death, the more violently the brain optimizes the technique's precision, because if it doesn't, the sorcerer dies. This applied to everyone, including Satoru Gojo. A sorcerer cultivated in a perfectly safe, controlled environment could never, ever reach the absolute pinnacle of Jujutsu. Every single sorcerer understood this fundamental truth. Mahito suddenly asked, Kinji, will Satoru Gojo be at the Zenin estate? If Gojo-sensei was going to be there, the Zenin clan never would have invited you, Hikari stated firmly. Gojo-sensei would literally string up the entire Zenin clan and beat them half to death just for daring to collude with a curse. Mahito's smile widened. In that case, I have absolutely nothing to worry about. He stood up, effortlessly lifting the long sword with one hand and holding it up to his face. The sunlight reflecting off the blade mirrored perfectly in Mahito's heterochromatic eyes, shining like a silver mirror. Zeningiri, Zenin cutter? No, that sounds awful. My girl won't be satisfied with merely cutting down the Zenin clan. Zenin implies temple or Buddha. Buddhagiri? No, I'll ascend to godhood myself eventually, so that name is inappropriate. Let me think. He stared at the blade and whispered softly, Mirakuji. From this day forward, you are Mirakuji Kirigiri. Mirakuji is your surname, signifying the temples of gods and Buddhas. Kirigiri as your given name, signifying the all-severing blade. The divine blade that severs gods and Buddhas. Let us baptize your birth with the blood of the Zenin clan, my divine blade. Mirakuji Kirigiri. Chapter 29:19. Torrential rain, a lone dragon walks. 3,131 words. Amidst the wind and rain, someone jogged down the corridor. He was drenched in cold sweat and trembling all over until he spotted a sliding door. He yanked it open forcefully and shouted without thinking. "He's here." "Who?" someone asked. "The King of Curses, Mahito," he replied. "I heard he never operates alone. No matter where he goes, he always has at least one attendant by his side. We haven't formed a binding vow with Kinji Hikari, so he must have already guessed our intentions." "How many people did he bring?" asked the man sitting beside the head seat. "He didn't bring anyone." Sweating bullets, the messenger stammered, "He came entirely alone. He's wearing a kimono draped with a hari, and at his waist is a long sword, an odachi with a blade over 2 meters long. It's as if a master swordsman has stepped right out of the Heian period, bringing the wind and rain with him." Suddenly, a roar echoed from the sky outside, and a bolt of lightning tore across the heavens like a flying divine dragon. Someone scoffed, paying a visit specifically during a thunderstorm, dressed in swordsman's garb? What is he thinking? "He wants to kill," someone suddenly said. "How is that poss? He wants to kill. He wants to slaughter everyone in the Zenin family. He wants to exterminate the clan." The man murmured in a low voice, setting down his sake bottle. He shifted from his relaxed posture into a formal, upright seating position. He was the clan head, sitting in the seat of honor. He completely understood Mahito's intentions. Who hasn't had youthful fantasies? The clan head himself had once dreamed of being a sword saint, walking through the night, encountering an enemy, and cutting them down in a single strike. But those were fantasies, not reality. Yet, when that fantasy actually manifests, just how perfectly honed must that person's state of mind be? The clan head exhaled slowly. All Jujutsu sorcerers experience fluctuations in their condition, especially in the heat of battle. But peak condition doesn't just arrive on command, sometimes it requires the environment as a catalyst. Today is a thunderstorm. Torrential rain pours from the heavens, lightning flashes, and he walks slowly toward us in swordsman's attire, acting like the lead role in a samurai play. And we are the Yakuza syndicate waiting to be dismantled by the star. I'm guessing his rage is boiling right now, yet the lake of his heart remains perfectly still, entirely immersed in a state of absolute tranquility, awaiting the life and death struggle to come. The room fell dead silent. Everyone was utterly stunned. "Hey," the clan head suddenly barked. A young man jolted awake. "Sir! Mobilize all members. Assemble at the center of the courtyard and prepare for combat." "Yes, sir." The young man bowed his head, stood up, and moved out immediately. "Kukuru unit," the clan head barked again. "Sir," another young man answered loudly. "Evacuate all women and children to the underground training grounds. Leave half your men to protect the non-combatants, and have the other half follow the hay. Even if every last one of us, including myself, is slaughtered, no one is permitted to come out. Wait for external backup." "Yes, sir." He stood and immediately bolted out the door. "Where is Satoru Gojo right now?" the clan head asked. "We sent him out of the country. He won't be back for another week," someone answered. "Excellent. We've dug our own grave perfectly," the clan head mocked loudly. "Now, pray. Pray that I am just being paranoid, or that this King of Curses is in a forgiving mood and will leave after killing us, rather than wiping our bloodline from the earth. Who does he think he is? We politely invited him over, and he comes to murder us," someone roared. "Because of exactly what you just said." The clan head remained expressionless, letting out 2 cold chuckles. "Because of that arrogance carved into your very bones." The clan head tossed the sake bottle into the center of the room. It shattered. He stuck out his tongue, licking away the last drop of alcohol clinging to his lips. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The clan head was right, that was exactly what Mahito was thinking. Mahito hadn't lied to Kinji Hikari, he really had figured it out. In the original work, there was a finishing move that theoretically all Jujutsu sorcerers could use, known as Black Flash. It was an ultimate technique that could only be unleashed by a sorcerer in absolutely peak condition. Upon landing a Black Flash, both sorcerers and cursed spirits would enter a unique state of awakening. This state made the user's mind and body utterly clear, even allowing cursed technique burnout to recover in an instant. The original Mahito had relied on landing a black flash to enter a state called Zidal Transfiguration, instant spirit body of distorted killing. That was his final form. Although he lost his shape-shifting versatility, his physical specs were boosted to an unprecedented level. It was an evolution into a higher dimensional being, fundamentally different from his pre-transformation self. But the current Mahito, despite being objectively stronger than his original counterpart at this point in time, couldn't do it. He couldn't land a black flash, nor could he enter his instant spirit body of distorted killing. Why? Because his heart wasn't pure enough? Because he had never experienced a true fight to the death? Mahito concluded it was both. It was because he overthought things, his mind cluttered, and because he had never truly danced on the edge of death. Time was running out. It was currently July 2018. The endgame of the original timeline was December 24, 2018. If Mahito hadn't fully matured by then, his death was certain. Kenjaku would absorb him, or Satoru Gojo would kill him. No matter where he ran, he believed Kenjaku and Gojo would sniff him out. Kenjaku would do it for amusement, Gojo would do it for his righteous cause. His only option was to gamble. To gamble that Kenjaku would be killed by Gojo, gamble that Gojo and Ryman Sukuna would mutually annihilate each other, gamble that the main cast would take pity on him and spare him, and finally gamble that human governments were stupid enough not to realize that cursed spirits, under Mahito's leadership, could rule the earth as its new overlords. Only then would he have a way out. Was that remotely possible? What a joke! That was no different from handing his life over to God and asking him to roll the dice. The world was vast, yet he had nowhere to hide. And so, Mahito came alone. Jogo had tried desperately to persuade him, but Mahito refused to let them follow. Kinji Hikari had also urged him not to be reckless, but he rejected that too, because this wasn't recklessness. Only Kenjaku recognized the shift in Mahito. He had asked Mahito, "What do you need me to prepare? Is there any preparation that can help me land a black flash?" Mahito had asked. The growth of a Jujutsu sorcerer isn't always a slow, steady curve. With the right foundation, a dash of soul, and a little imagination, all it takes is a trivial catalyst for a person to be completely reborn. Kenjaku smiled. Mahito, what matters is your state of mind. In what kind of condition do you wish to fight? It's fine, don't be shy. Push your imagination to the absolute limit. Indulge your mood to the fullest. Ultimately, just follow the desires of your heart. It was the exact same concept as the original Satoru Gojo choosing December 24th for the final battle. It was the last day of the year, carrying extreme special significance. Sometimes, simply making such a choice could drastically elevate one's mental state. Mahito needed that now. Mahito thought for a moment and smiled. I understand. He chose a day with torrential rain and had Hikari call the Zenin family. He thoroughly washed his body, rose from the bath, and put on the clothes Kenjaku had meticulously prepared for him. It was a loose white undershirt, folded and worn diagonally, tied securely at the waist. Below were baggy black Hakama pants, white tabi socks, and wooden Jita sandals. Finally, he draped a black hari over his shoulders. Hanami combed his messy, disheveled hair. Under Hanami's careful grooming, his frizzy hair smoothed out, flowing like white silk. When he stood up, his long hair draped naturally down his back, resembling a pristine white cape. We await your return, our lord. Hanami offered a blessing. Mahito smiled and gave a slight nod. Jogo handed him a wide sedge hat. He took it. The brim was decorated with sun and moon ornaments that chimed crisply when shaken. He put it on. 50 years of human life, like a dream, like an illusion, Jogo recited softly. Once given life, there is only death, what regrets can a brave man have? This was the death poem Oda Nobunaga recited before the desperate battle that shattered the Sengo period status quo, paving his way to conquer the realm. Jogo held immense expectations for Mahito, and even now, that hadn't changed. The Zenin clan hardly counts as the Battle of Okehazama, Mahito replied, fully understanding the sentiment. Dagon emerged from the seawater, looking up at him with wide, watery eyes. Mahito reached out and gently patted his head. Mahito is invincible, Dagon gurgled. Mahito lightly flicked Dagon's forehead with the back of his hand. You can't say things like that right now. Kinji Hikari looked at him and handed over the pre-prepared scabbard. Mahito reached out and grasped the scabbard. With his other hand slightly raised, Kirigiri, standing to the side, slowly levitated. It slid smoothly down along the scabbard, the blade eventually clicking against the rim with a soft hum. Hikari hesitated, but finally said, "May fortune favor your blade, Mahito." "Of course," he replied. Finally, there was Kenjaku. He opened a spatial door. Outside, the rain poured down in sheets, lightning flashing and thunder rolling across the sky. He looked at Mahito's attire, watching him secure kirigiri at his waist and adjust his sedge hat. Fully prepared, Mahito looked as though he had stepped right out of ancient times, an era where every man wore kimonos and haris, donned sedge hats, carried long swords, and walked the streets as samurai, perpetually ready for a sudden life-or-death encounter. Few knew that Kenjaku himself had once been a samurai. In his final battle with Yuki Tsukumo in the original timeline, Yuki had mocked him as a washed-up ronin. And now, he was hallucinating the past. The sound of the Gion Shoja bells echoes the impermanence of all things. The color of the salar flowers reveals the truth that the prosperous must decline. Kenjaku chanted softly. His face, which forever wore a look of malicious intent, had shifted at some point. He settled down, opening his eyes wide, his pitch-black irises staring blankly at Mahito, as if lost in a dream. He snapped back to reality, his malicious grin returning. "Looks like you're fully prepared, Mahito. There's no turning back from this." "I know." In the grading system of Jujutsu sorcerers are always ranked one level above cursed spirits. A special grade cursed spirit actually corresponds to a grade 1 sorcerer. And in the Zenin family, there are 4 supreme grade 1 sorcerers, 7 grade 1 sorcerers, and nearly 100 sorcerers without techniques but with countless battles under their belts. "Don't blame me for nagging, Mahito, but are you truly sure about this?" Kenjaku asked. Mahito's current classification was Special Grade Cursed Spirit, Intelligent Type Special Grade, Humanity's Curse upon Humanity. This meant there were 4 sorcerers ranked above him, 7 roughly equal to him in strength, and nearly 100 capable fighters who could pose a serious nuisance. And he hadn't even gathered intelligence on all their cursed techniques. This was a battle with an entirely different meaning compared to his fight with Kinji Hikari. Although Hikari possessed the strength of a special grade sorcerer, and defeating him theoretically meant Mahito had surpassed that level, it shouldn't be calculated that way. The reason Mahito had defeated Hikari so easily was that he had thoroughly researched Hikari before the fight. He possessed an absolute advantage in intelligence and had prepared specific countermeasures. Hikari had known nothing about him, the battle was over before it even began. But this time was different. Although he knew of the Zenin clan from the original manga, he didn't know everything. He held no advantage in intelligence. Quite the opposite, his intelligence file was likely sitting right in front of the Zenin clan right now. He was at an information disadvantage. A true fight to the death. Just for Black Flash. Was it worth it? Absolutely. Or rather, if he didn't take this step today, he would never be able to take it in the future. Satoru Gojo was currently absent. He knew more than half of the Zenin clan's intel. He had recorded numerous powerful cursed techniques and had Kirigiri, a blade capable of slaying gods, at his side. If he backed down now, it would be no different from slow suicide. It was precisely this kind of battle, one carrying the risk of death, yet not entirely devoid of the possibility of victory, that could force him to grow at the fastest possible rate. If he didn't fight now, when would he? Mahito stepped through the spatial door. The torrential rain immediately battered against his sedge hat. Listening to the drumbeat of the rain against the straw, he imagined the clash of swords. His previously calm emotions began to swell. He walked down the road, and at its end stood the grand courtyard of the Zenin clan, its silhouette blurred by the downpour. Suddenly, he felt eyes locking onto him. It was a bizarre sensation. He wasn't actively using any cursed technique, yet his cursed energy permeated his surroundings, rippling outward. Every raindrop, every sound wave fell under his gaze. He felt like a god of the world, and now, scanning his domain, this god easily detected the surveillance. But he didn't turn his head, nor did he falter. He simply continued his march toward the end of the road. More and more gazes fixed upon him. He tilted his sedge hat down slightly, obscuring his face. He advanced through the curtain of rain at a steady, unhurried pace. Kirigiri seemed to sense the danger, emitting a crisp, low hum as she vibrated restlessly in her scabbard. He gently stroked Kirigiri, and the long blade's crisp hum slowly faded, falling as silent as a maiden. The Zenin courtyard erupted into a commotion. The guards stared tensely at Mahito through the rain, their hands instinctively dropping to the hilts of their swords. Suddenly, over 50 men poured out from inside. Their expressions were dead silent. They were far more professional than the gate guards. Before Mahito even drew near, their long swords were already unsheathed. In an instant, the unified metallic shriek of drawn blades filled the air, drowning out even the roar of the rain. Mahito swept his gaze over them, suddenly fixing on one particular man. He felt the cursed energy flaring around this man. He was the linchpin here. Mahito recalled intel from the original story. This man seemed to be a named character. Normally, Mahito would never have remembered such a minor figure, but his mental state was so abnormally sharp right now that he recognized him at a single glance. The Zenin clan's Kukuru unit captain, Noburo Zenin, he suddenly asked. The man froze. You know me. At that moment, Mahito finally halted his steps. Everyone subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, except Noburo Zenin. He glared warily at Mahito, hesitating over whether to strike first. Although Mahito's body was completely relaxed, his stance in the wind and rain resembled a fierce demon. The upper half of his face was swallowed by the shadows of his hat, concealing even his heterochromatic eyes. Only an aura of silent, suffocating terror washed over them. All Jujutsu sorcerers in the Zenin family without a cursed technique are obligated to join the Kukuru unit. Because they lack techniques, they can only train their physical bodies. As a result, every single one of you is a master of hand-to-hand combat, capable of defeating curses of the same grade using martial arts alone. Mahito lightly brushed the hilt of Kirigiri. Without him realizing it, his cursed energy ignited. He spoke softly. But that isn't the Kukuru unit's mission. Your mission is to support the Hei. You deployed, which means the Hei are waiting right behind you, aren't they? You're just pawns sent to test the waters. Pawns is a rather ugly word, Noburo Zenin sneered. For a mere cursed spirit, we don't need the lords of the Hei. I alone am enough to. Suddenly, Mahito spun around. Mid-spin, he drew Kirigiri to his front and, riding the momentum of his rotation, hurled the odachi, scabbard and all, directly at Noburo. Noburo hadn't expected a samurai to throw their weapon before the fight had even begun. Fortunately, he was always prepared for the unexpected. Seeing the projectile, he immediately swung his long sword up to parry Kirigiri. Amidst the sharp clang of metal, Mahito activated a cursed technique reversal, targeting soul creation on Aoi Todo. Cursed technique released, Boogie Woogie. Deflected by the parry, Kirigiri flew upward into the sky, the scabbard slipping off mid-flight. With a crisp clap, the scabbard and Mahito swapped positions. A hand firmly grasped Kirigiri's hilt. Noburo Zenin's pupils dilated. He was still holding his sword up from the parry. He couldn't possibly have anticipated Mahito teleporting right in front of him in a fraction of a second. His last sentence wasn't finished, his follow-through wasn't complete, yet Mahito was already right in his face. In that frozen moment, he finally got a clear look at Mahito's face. Those heterochromatic eyes glimmered faintly in the torrential rain, like a god, like a demon. Soul creation shift, Momo Nishimiya. Tool manipulation. The blade traced lightly across Noburo Zenin's throat, slicing through the esophagus, slipping seamlessly through the cervical vertebrae, and exiting out the other side. A clean decapitation in a single stroke. The manifestation of humanity's curse upon humanity. Mahito has arrived. Mahito kicked Noburo Zenin's body away. The severed head, still wearing a haughty expression, plummeted through the rain and smacked onto the soggy pavement, rolling right through the main gates. Blood erupted from the stump of his neck like a geyser. Amidst the mist of blood, Mahito raised Kirigiri high, pointing the blade directly at the Zenin clan. Chapter 20. Murder in the Rainy Night, accompanied by thunder. 2,846 words. The unit members flanking Noburo Zenin stumbled back in large strides. Soon, everyone had retreated to a safe distance, parting like the Red Sea. For his first murder, Mahito surprisingly felt nothing at all. He only felt an extraordinarily acute state of clarity. The roar of the heavy raindrops hammering against his sedge hat was deafening, yet his heart harbored not a shred of agitation. He quietly observed the rain-soaked world, visualizing the legendary sword saints who killed amidst downpours. He gripped the divine blade with one hand. Before the fight, Kirigiri had hummed with anticipation, but now she was as silent as falling snow, reflecting an astonishing silver gleam through the storm. Mahito took a single step forward. He had just slaughtered their captain, yet right now, not a single unit member showed a trace of anger, only sheer, unadulterated terror. As Mahito took his step, the entire formation involuntarily shrank back half a pace. Eog! Someone finally broke under the crushing pressure, letting out a grotesque shriek. That shriek seemed to snap the others out of their trance. Every Kukuru unit member jolted awake as if waking from a nightmare. As one, they raised their swords and roared simultaneously. The drumming of the rain was instantly banished by the collective war cry of the unit, their expressions twisting from horror into pure, raw fury. A forest of blades. The unit charged as one. Mahito felt no fear. He sprinted straight into the teeth of the Kukuru unit. Tool manipulation. This was a technique that allowed free control over Tsukumagami, artifact spirits, and maximized their innate abilities. Every Tsukumagami possessed its own unique power. Kirigiri was no exception. Cultivated personally by Mahito, she had recorded all his desires regarding swords. Her ability finally bloomed in this moment, its name. Mid-sprint, Mahito suddenly vaulted into the air, crashing directly into the center of the Kukuru formation. He unleashed a sweeping slash. The unit members raised their swords to block in unison. In the next instant, half of their bodies were cleanly cleaved away, along with their swords. Man and blade, bisected alike. Cleaving line. All slashing weapons rely on finding the new cleaving line. Only a swordsman who can perfectly strike a target's cleaving line can be considered a true grandmaster. Kirigiri's ability was to physically imprint this cleaving line onto any object within her striking range. Then, as long as the blade followed the line, no matter how indestructible the object, it would be sliced perfectly in two. All techniques are void, one strike to sever all. This was the gift Mahito had prepared for Satoru Gojo. It was an inspiration drawn directly from Ryomen Sukuna. Sukuna's spatial dismantle, expanding the target of his cursed technique to sever Gojo's limitless, proved that a similar slashing attack could bypass Gojo's defenses. Mirakuji Kirigiri was designed specifically with this in mind. Mahito kicked away the bisected corpse in front of him, sending the bloody chunks flying into the members behind him. He spun and slashed again. A flanking member's blade was practically inches from Mahito's face, but before it could connect, Kirigiri had already split the top half of his skull open. The torrential rain poured down, smashing his exposed brain to mush. He had barely killed two before the rest of the unit finally closed the distance. Faces twisted in fury, roaring wildly, they brought their longswords down simultaneously. For a split second, a wall of silver steel flashed through the curtain of rain. Suddenly, Mahito vanished from their line of sight. Then, an agonizing burst of pain erupted from their thighs. Mahito had dropped his center of gravity completely to the floor, moving close to the ground like Himura Kenshin. Kirigiri swept out in a wide arc following his wingspan. Every single unit member surrounding Mahito had their legs cleanly severed in half. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the grotesque sight of the legless members writhing on the flooded courtyard, their wails echoing like weeping ghosts. Mahito felt a sudden chill. He rolled across the ground as a spear materialized right behind him, aggressively pursuing his rolling form. He brought Kirigiri up to parry. The spear clashed against Kirigiri with a deafening screech of metal. Kirigiri's ability activated. A cleaving line appeared on the spearhead, and in the next heartbeat, the spear was severed in two. The assault immediately halted. The others had tried to use the opening to swarm him, but Kirigiri spun out of Mahito's grip. The legs of several members trying to sneak attack him were sliced in two, and they collapsed right in front of Mahito. He didn't even bother using Kirigiri. He drove a bare fist straight into one of their skulls, smashing his head like a rotten melon. Mahito rose from the ground and noticed a spearman staring blankly at his broken weapon, seemingly incapable of processing how it had been cut. It must have been a cursed tool, lingering traces of cursed energy radiated from it. It was likely a treasured artifact meticulously maintained by the spearman, yet under Kirigiri's edge, it had been cleaved like butter. In a flash, Kirigiri severed the spearman's head. His expression of disbelief froze on his face as his head slowly tipped off his shoulders. Blood geysered from the side of his neck, mixing with the torrential rain. The spearman fell to his knees, his hands locked in a death grip around the broken shaft, refusing to let go even in death. In the original work, not a single Kukuru unit member used a spear. Even the captain used a long sword. This spearman was entirely outside Mahito's expectations. That Odachi in his hands ignores all defenses. It doesn't matter if you reinforce with cursed energy or rely on cursed tool specs, do not let it touch you, someone bellowed, snapping the remaining members back to reality. It seemed that cursed spear was famous for its defensive properties. That was why the spearman had clashed with Kirigiri so confidently, only to be effortlessly bisected. The warning made the rest of the unit hypervigilant. Nobody would dare lock blades with Kirigiri again. Not it, but her, Mahito said, holding Kirigiri horizontally across his chest. In the driving rain, Kirigiri pulsed with a faint silver light, reflecting the blood, the storm, and the thunder dragons writhing in the sky. The divine blade, Mirakuji Kirigiri. Mahito swung Kirigiri down with a violent snap, cleanly parting the curtain of rain. A pleasure to meet you. Mahito crashed into the mob once again amidst the downpour. This time, everyone was prepared. Not a single person dared to block Kirigiri. They were all masters of physical combat, having honed their bodies and swordsmanship since childhood. In close quarters melee, they were confident they wouldn't give Mahito another opening. Mahito swung upward, but this time Kirigiri hit nothing but air. Every unit member in the blade's path had consciously split into two groups, launching a pincer attack from both sides. Mahito's previous momentum was spent, and his next strike hadn't begun. It was the perfect window to kill him. But to their absolute horror, Kirigiri instantly materialized right in front of their faces. What? Someone reacted and tried to dodge, but Kirigiri's reach was simply too long. It carved right through his torso. The exposed bone and gore were instantly washed by the deluge. Holding the blade with both hands, Mahito unleashed a full circle spin. The members flanking him didn't even have time to register what happened before they were sliced in two. Mahito stepped forward, accompanied by blood and meat, wind and rain. He pulled his sedge hat lower. Fountains of blood and chunks of flesh splattered onto the straw, immediately washed away by the heavy rain, leaving behind only the lingering metallic stench of iron. Every member who charged him was met perfectly by the arc of his blade. The silver flashes danced sporadically in the wind and rain. These veteran fighters were throwing their lives away without a shred of resistance. Mahito tore through their ranks like a force of nature, and not a single one could slow him down. Mahito's movements completely defied human biomechanics and ignored all fundamental principles of swordsmanship. If a kendo master saw his technique, they would point at his nose and scream in outrage. Yet, it was this exact technique that allowed him to play a one-man army against the melee specialists of the Kukuru unit. Finally, one member realized the truth, that sword in his hands. It's not a cursed tool. It's a Tsukumagami. The application of cursed tools and Tsukumagami were fundamentally opposite. Cursed tools possessed various abilities, but they were ultimately tools meant to assist the user. Their output was bottlenecked by the user's skill and strength. A Tsukumagami, however, possessed its own sentience and power. As long as the user could draw out its potential, they could completely surrender the steering wheel to the spirit. That was exactly what Mahito was doing. He used idle transfiguration to maintain the shape of his soul, meaning no matter how aggressively he moved in anti-intuitive, joint-breaking ways, his body would never tear itself apart. Kirigiri was leading Mahito. Every movement was dictated by the blade. Mahito was merely the anchor. The Kukuru unit had misjudged him from the very first second. Too late, Mahito sighed softly. Kirigiri spun wildly in the torrential rain, her silver glow bleeding out through the deluge. Mahito followed the sword's lead, as if engaged in a morbid waltz. Never before had he felt Kirigiri's breathing so clearly. She exuded a chilling, spine-tingling beauty that captivated the soul. In the beginning, Mahito was nothing but a sword rack. But immersed in this slaughter, he was adapting at a terrifying pace. He easily kept up with Kirigiri's tempo and began to actively coordinate with her. He and she strolled casually through the rain. The Kukuru unit never took a step back. They threw themselves into the meat grinder wave after wave, only to be left with razor-thin, fatal lacerations. These hardened veterans looked like cannon fodder in a cheap samurai flick. The sword master strolled past, and the fodder fell like harvested wheat. None of them bore deep, gaping wounds. Every time the master struck, the very tip of the blade merely brushed across their vital arteries. For a fragile human body, a wound that shallow was more than enough to kill. Kirigiri, holding the recleaving line, was slowly realizing this truth through live combat. It wasn't just Mahito, Kirigiri was growing too. Never before had a Tsukumagami like her existed in the world. Even the broom Tsukumagami wielded by Momo Nishimiya lacked this level of profound sentience. But this ancient blade was exhibiting everything a newborn life should. She was curious. She was learning. She was evolving. Mahito was certain this wasn't solely due to his soul creation. The blade's base material was a massive factor. As an exquisite replica of the legendary Futsu no Mitama, a blade nearly buried by the dust of history, her age eclipsed that of any other Japanese sword. Her sheer antiquity gave her the unparalleled potential to become a Tsukumagami. And now, in this crucible of slaughter, she would finally bloom, baptizing herself in blood. The shrieks of the Kukuru unit grew increasingly shrill. Mahito met them with dead silence. He swung his blade through the storm, the silver flashes spraying recklessly. He walked in absolute silence. Initially, he had to keep his stance low, sprint across the ground, and actively dodge. But as the seconds ticked by, he stopped dodging entirely. He was simply taking a stroll, accompanied only by the flash of his blade. Kirigiri suddenly let out a soft hum. Her silver glow drew a flawless, mesmerizing arc through the curtain of rain. Mahito felt it, he was in perfect sync. Having zero prior experience wielding a sword, he executed an immaculate slash in that exact moment. Kirigiri's cursed technique didn't even trigger, yet Mahito felt it all, the grain of the muscle, the joints of the bone, the gaps between the organs. Kirigiri traced the cleaving line of the human body and slid through effortlessly. The man fell cleanly into two halves. Mahito and Kirigiri were evolving together at a pace visible to the naked eye. He and she swung the blade with wild abandon through the downpour, churning the wind and rain outward as if he were wreathed in a cyclone of mist. Kirigiri darted through the haze like a swimming fish. There truly was a silver fish weaving through the tempest. It was the tip of Kirigiri's blade, moving in tandem with Mahito's footwork. And there truly was mist, a mist of blood. And there truly was the flash of a blade, slicing that blood mist cleanly in two. Mahito hadn't lied, they had realized the truth far too late. If the unit had known from the start that Kirigiri was a Tsukumagami, and that Mahito's fighting style was a the man follows the sword, they would have devised a countermeasure. But now, the window was shut. In that brief, initial clash, they had missed their only opening. In the short time since, both Mahito and Kirigiri had evolved beyond their reach. The unit had lost their chance forever. Screaming like banshees, the men raised their swords high and rushed him, only for their screams to die in their throats a second later. Mahito brushed past them. A hairline laceration, thin as a thread of death, appeared across their bodies. A heartbeat later, they dropped dead without a sound, the stench of their blood violently suppressed by the pounding rain. Finally, a Gototsu thrust. Without warning, Kirigiri slammed into the chest of a unit member. The tip pierced straight through his heart and burst out of his back. Mahito casually wrenched the blade upward, bisecting the man's torso. He collapsed to his knees, his head slumped forward as if in deep prayer. The very last member of the Kukuru unit was still mid-charge when he suddenly realized he was the only one left. He stared at Mahito, violently hurled his sword to the ground, and let out a broken, sanity-shattering scream. Screaming at the top of his lungs, he turned and sprinted back. But just as he crossed the threshold of the Zenin gates, a massive hand made of solid stone erupted from the ground and clamped around him. Before the fleeing man could even shriek, the stone fingers crushed inward, popping him like a blood blister. Gore and viscera squeezed out from between the stone fingers, washing down under the heavy rain like a grotesque parody of Buddha's lotus mudra. Utter trash. You couldn't even force him to reveal his cursed technique, and you dared to turn tail and run. Have you no shame? A raspy, ancient voice bellowed in fury. It was true, they had served no purpose. From start to finish, Mahito had only used two techniques. Initially, he used Boogie Woogie because he assumed the entire Zenin clan would swarm him at once. He needed to thin their numbers rapidly and isolate the biggest threats. But to his surprise, only the Kukuru unit was sent out. The true elites of the Zenin family hadn't lifted a finger. It was a classic ancient military tactic, send the penal battalions in first to die, while the elite troops rested in the rear. Only when the fodder had exhausted the enemy and revealed their capabilities would the elites take the field. Mahito realized immediately that the Hei were using the Kukuru unit's lives to gauge his abilities. Knowing this, Mahito obviously wasn't going to show his full hand. He had instantly deactivated Love Rendezvous and relied purely on tool manipulation to slaughter them. And now, the true elites of the Zenin clan had finally appeared. The Hei had been standing inside the courtyard the entire time. They had watched Mahito butcher the Kukuru unit man by man, completely unmoved. Their sharp eyes tracked his every twitch, analyzing his movements, hoarding every scrap of intelligence they could glean. Mahito flicked his sword. Not a single drop of blood clung to Kirigiri's steel. She was as blindingly silver as ever, washed clean by the rain like a maiden fresh from the bath. Mahito straightened his posture and rested Kirigiri against his shoulder. The blade faced upward, the unsharpened spine resting on his collarbone. The 2-meter-long Adachi sat across his shoulder like a polearm. Beneath his sedge hat, he stood casually in the torrential rain. Thunder ripped across the sky. His heterochromatic eyes had begun to glow at some point, flickering ominously through the curtain of rain. An old man stood in the center of the courtyard, his hands locked in a hand sign. When he looked at Mahito, his shoulders twitched slightly, but then he roared with the ferocity of a wounded beast. This child's play of crossing swords is over, curse. Zenin clan Hei member. Chojuro Zenin. Sorcerers without techniques are ultimately just trash. Allow this old man to teach you the true cruelty of the Jujutsu world. Chapter 31:21. The raging god runs amok, thunderous explosions. 3,575 words. Mahito finally stepped through the main gates of the Zenin estate. In that instant, his perception blanketed the entire compound. His heterochromic eyes, one gold, one blue, ignited in the darkness, hanging like twin stars in the night sky. In the midst of the torrential downpour, those luminous eyes looked like a raging demon god opening its majestic gaze. A terrifying, divine pressure rippled outward like a tidal wave. He strode into the Zenin courtyard, his head held high. His mismatched eyes swept over the massive grounds like twin searchlights. Anyone who met his gaze fell to primal, bone-deep terror, their very instincts screaming at them about the sheer horror of the king of cursed spirits. Chojuro Zenin could vividly feel the tremor in his own heart. Taking a deep breath, he locked his eyes on the approaching Lord of Curses. Mahito suddenly stopped. He lowered the Mirakuji Kirigiri from his shoulder, gripping the absurdly long, straight-bladed katana with one hand. As the tip of the blade gently tapped the flooded floorboards, a bizarre silence fell over the courtyard. Despite the relentless, hammering rain, everyone's breathing became shallow and imperceptible, as if they were standing before a slumbering dragon. In the next second, Chojuro Zenin made his move. He let out an ear-splitting roar that shook the air like a tiger in the mountains. Buddhas! Hands! Mahito felt the ground beneath his feet acutely tremble. Within a fraction of a second, an immense, crushing pressure took shape. The earth directly beneath him rapidly molded itself into two massive hands, the fingers perfectly defined. The stone palms violently clapped together, mimicking a devout monk bowing to the Buddha. But the scale was entirely different. Spanning over 5 meters across, the colossal hand slammed shut in less than half a second. Mahito leapt upward, but before he could clear the palms, they completely enveloped him, crushing him like a bug. Cursed technique release, earth and stone manipulation, bowing Buddha hands. A straightforward, direct cursed technique like earth and stone manipulation relied entirely on the user's mastery. As a veteran elder of the Zenin clan, Chojuro possessed a wealth of jujitsu combat experience. He could manipulate earth over a massive radius to form these hands at speeds surpassing human reflexes. Usually, he only needed to weave a hand sign, and the battle was over in an instant. Crushed between clapping stone palms over 5 meters wide, even the most robust human would be reduced to a bloody paste, the exact same fate that befell the Kukuru unit member who had just fled to him for help. Against a normal opponent, Chojuro could have dropped his hand signs and casually announced that it was over. But facing the King of Curses, who had just slaughtered his way through the entire Kukuru unit, he didn't dare show a hint of negligence. His cursed energy continued to boil. He maintained his hand signs, pushing himself to his absolute limits. His furious roar nearly blasted the rain away. Not finished yet. Chojuro slowly raised his clasped hands, and the massive stone palms began to rise with them, erupting upward like a geyser, dragging the crushing force along with it. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters, 50 meters. With every meter gained, the compressive force at the center of the Buddha's hands multiplied. As it rose, the crushing power stacked upon itself until it could have flattened a military tank into a sheet of scrap metal. A monolithic monument of bowing Buddha hands, over 50 meters tall, now towered over the Zenin courtyard. The torrential rain poured down from the heavens as a crack of thunder tore through the night. Amidst the deafening rumble, the stone hands looked like a grand barrier sealing away an enemy of the Buddha. A guaranteed one-hit kill. In that moment, Chojuro Zenin finally allowed a contemptuous smile to. It never formed. The massive stone hand suddenly began to vibrate. Someone grabbed Chojuro and hauled him backward. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion. Accompanied by the roar of the heavens, the colossal stone hands violently detonated. The concussive sound wave formed a visible shock collar, spreading its wings like a gargantuan eagle. The blast ring expanded infinitely, scattering the falling rain and punching a massive, clear void into the stormy night sky. Mahito hovered high in the air, his mismatched eyes glowing brightly. A streak of lightning flashed behind him. Soul Creation Switch, Kirara Hoshi. Cursed Technique Release, Love Rendezvous. Mahito had activated Kirara Hoshi's cursed technique. In that brief window, he had physically perceived Chojuro's cursed energy, effortlessly marking it. Through the magnetic attraction and repulsion rules of Love Rendezvous, he instantly violently repelled the crushing stone hands. The shattered earth and stone swirled like a hurricane, gathering mass before plummeting down like a rampaging dragon, aiming straight for Chojuro Zenin. The massive rock tornado swept through the courtyard. The surrounding clan members scattered in every direction using their own abilities, but Chojuro couldn't evade. He frantically deployed his earth and stone manipulation, erecting stone walls one after another in front of him. But the rock storm merely smashed through the barriers, absorbing the debris to become even larger as it bore down on him. Unless one completely unraveled the mechanics of Love Rendezvous, it was nearly impossible to counter. That was the true terror of the technique. Naturally, in such a short time frame, Chojuro hadn't figured out its secret. Chojuro stared in disbelief. A direct attack cursed technique got reflected. Wasn't the Lord of Curses ability supposed to be forced evolution? How is this possible? The more cursed energy Chojuro pumped into his earth and stone manipulation, the stronger the incoming rock storm became, eventually morphing into an apocalyptic, sky-blotting stone tornado. The man who had grabbed Chojuro finally gritted his teeth and abandoned him. Chojuro instinctively reached out to grab him, but the man deftly dodged away. In the next second, the stone tornado struck. Chojuro covered his face with his arms, pouring every ounce of his energy into reinforcing his body. The tornado slammed into him. Massive boulders relentlessly battered his frame. He managed to withstand the initial impacts, but the rocks kept coming, tons, dozens of tons, hundreds of tons. The very earth he had manipulated ultimately buried him, forming a grotesque, 50-meter-tall mountain of rubble over his body. Chojuro Zenin was dead. Techniques with physical mass were no longer a threat to Mahito. One of the major flaws of Love Rendezvous was that it required actual contact with cursed energy to take effect. But launching a direct physical attack against Mahito was tantamount to suicide. For Kirara, the technique required meticulous planning and extreme intellect to be fully utilized. But Mahito didn't need any of that. He had an immortal body. Against a mere direct attack technique, all he had to do was tank the hit once, immediately mark the cursed energy, and use Love Rendezvous to reflect it. He was utterly invincible. Mahito descended from the sky, landing softly on the ground, and deactivated Love Rendezvous. The tightly packed mountain of rubble suddenly loosened, collapsing with a deafening crash that crushed the adjacent corridor. Mahito slowly exhaled. Idle transfiguration was already at work. The lacerations on his body rapidly knit themselves back together. He then switched to the construction technique, meticulously recreating his tattered kimono and hari thread by thread. Dust billowed into the air as the rubble collapsed, so thick that even the heavy rain couldn't suppress it. By the time Mahito walked out of the dust cloud and back into the main courtyard, his body was completely unblemished. His clothes were immaculate, and even his bamboo hat looked brand new beneath the downpour. Next, he said. The next challenger didn't keep him waiting. A flash of silver light cut through the air, and a razor-sharp blade appeared right before Mahito's eyes. The logic was simple. Since direct attack cursed techniques don't work on you, let's see how you handle close-quarters combat, the newcomer said. Did you already forget about the Kukuru unit outside? Mahito replied. My Mirakuji Kirigiri can cut through anything, it is peerless in this world. No matter what weapon you hold, you cannot match my Kirigiri. How dare you challenge me in blade-to-blade combat, Mahito gripped his long sword with one hand and brought it down in a vicious slash. Clang, Mahito's pupils dilated. A katana struck the back of Kirigiri's blade, forcefully pinning the edge to the ground. The sorcerer holding the katana looked up, revealing the weather-beaten face of a middle-aged man. His expression was completely stoic, as stern as a carved statue. He wore his hair in a samurai ponytail and was dressed in a loose, traditional kimono. A faint, fiery crimson glow pulsed from his katana, the flames flowing steadily along the steel. He had perfectly exploited the only weakness of the Kirigiri. You cannot use the cleaving line with the back of the blade. But how could an ordinary person accurately predict Kirigiri's exact slashing trajectory? Let alone a normal person, even a true master swordsman couldn't read Kirigiri's path. Kirigiri wasn't a normal sword. Even if you could read the wielder's intent, could you read the intent of the sword itself? Theoretically, this only weakness wasn't a weakness at all. Yet, the katana wielder had done exactly that. The man spoke coldly. Hey unit. Special grade 1 sorcerer. Ogi Zenin. Let us cross blades. A special grade 1 sorcerer. This was a rank that sat above grade 1 but just below the anomaly of special grade. It was common knowledge in the Jujutsu world that special grade sorcerers were complete outliers, and that grade 1 sorcerers were the true pillars of Jujutsu society. Special grade 1 represented the absolute pinnacle of an ordinary man's limits. And now, the absolute pinnacle stood right in front of Mahito. Mahito violently jerked his blade upward, but Ogi swayed backward like a drifting breeze. The kirigiri sliced clean through the trailing edges of Ogi's hair, failing to scratch his skin. Mahito lunged forward, abruptly switching techniques, tool manipulation. The kirigiri let out a piercing shriek. A brilliant arc of silver light tore through the courtyard, flashing like a meteor across the night. Ogi's expression remained grave. His feet stayed rooted to the exact same spot. His katana moved with impossible grace, lightly tapping the flat of Kirigiri's blade. In the next split second, the lethal strike that should have cleaved him in two slid harmlessly past his side. A massive, jagged fissure was carved into the Zenin courtyard, and a shower of bright sparks erupted in the rain. Asterisk clang. 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 Asterisk. A flurry of 5 consecutive strikes, 5 consecutive parries. Mahito and Ogi crossed blades at extreme close quarters. Sparks exploded around them. They looked like actors performing a highly choreographed stage play, every thrust aimed perfectly at a vital organ, only to be seamlessly deflected at the very last microsecond in a terrifying display of lethal synchronization. Mahito's mismatched eyes burned brighter, glowing like a demon in the stormy night. The blade of Ogi's katana began to ripple with sparks, until a stream of liquid fire wrapped completely around the steel. The intense heat instantly vaporized the incoming raindrops, enveloping both combatants in a thick cloud of steam. Despite fighting in a torrential downpour, the temperature between them skyrocketed, until raw fire blasted outward. Cursed technique release, blazing fire. Ogi's innate technique allowed him to wreathe his blade in flames, amplifying the cutting power and extending his attack range. He could have unleashed a massive wave of fire to incinerate Mahito outright, but he didn't dare. He had just witnessed the gruesome fate of Chojuro's direct attack technique, and he feared that the flames would simply be reflected back at him. But just because he couldn't fire off a projectile didn't mean he couldn't amplify the sheer lethality of his slashes. Ogi swung his katana with everything he had, the flames at the tip dancing like violent spirits. Mahito countered with massive, sweeping arcs of the kirigiri. The incredibly long straight blade gave Mahito the reach of a spear. At first, Ogi managed to close the distance and strike within his katana's range, but as the seconds ticked by, he found himself being forced backward step by step. Mahito's terrifyingly high-speed growth was rapidly overriding Ogi's technical mastery. Ogi was forced into a defensive retreat. Initially, Mahito had been wielding the greatsword with one hand, but soon he switched to a two-handed grip. The tip of his blade narrowly missed Ogi's vitals time and time again. Shrouded in silver light and crimson fire, their silhouettes blurred together in a deadly dance. Their movements grew faster and faster until a crack of lightning illuminated the courtyard, revealing only 2 intertwining streaks of light, Mahito's kirigiri and Ogi's katana. Asterisk clash, asterisk. With one final exchange, Mahito and Ogi both leapt violently backward, breaking the extreme close quarters engagement. Mahito laughed loudly. Impressive. I'll admit it, Ogi Zenin. Your swordsmanship is superior to mine. He meant it sincerely. Prior to this, he had never faced a swordsman of Ogi's caliber. The kirigiri inherently possessed a much longer reach, and it carried the supernatural trait of cutting through anything. Anyone watching would assume Ogi was at a massive disadvantage. Yet, even now, Ogi maintained his composed stance. This was the true weight of a special grade 1 sorcerer. Mahito felt it firsthand. Ogi slowly sheathed his katana. He lowered his hips, gripping the scabbard with one hand and resting the other on the hilt. He bowed his head and closed his eyes. His bangs fluttered in the stormy wind as he assumed a perfect eye-jutsu stance. A single drop of blood drifted into the air. A thin red line appeared on Ogi's cheek, quickly washed away by the rain. Mahito's high-speed evolution had genuinely threatened his life. Asterisk too fast. His growth rate is too absurd, asterisk Ogi thought with dark realization. Ogi knew that in the last clash, he was the one who had actually lost. It wasn't just that Mahito's growth was overwhelming his technique, it was a much simpler, more brutal truth: Mahito's raw physical specs were simply too high. At the end of the day, technique existed to bridge the gap in physical strength. But Mahito's physical superiority had completely eclipsed the point where technique could compensate. Ogi could consistently predict Mahito's attack trajectories, he could even read the exact landing point of Kirigiri's edge. But his body couldn't keep up. When Mahito's reflexes exceeded Ogi's draw speed, how could he possibly win a prolonged fight? Mahito was already physically stronger, and his growth rate was beyond comprehension. If this dragged on, Ogi would simply be bled dry. He had to be faster. Faster. Asterisk faster, asterisk. Asterisk I must deliver the decisive strike with absolute speed, asterisk. Likewise, Ogi said coldly, his eyes still closed. I never imagined a mere cursed spirit could wield a blade with such exquisite skill. I thought that by sealing the cursed tool in your hands, I could execute you with ease. To think you've pushed me this far. Mahito genuinely felt like he was fighting a boss. He knew who Ogi Zenin was. In the original story, Ogi was practically a clown, a stepping stone. Because of that, Mahito had never taken him seriously. His eyes had always been set on the head of the Zenin clan. He hadn't expected to face any real resistance before reaching him. This proved that characters deemed clowns in the manga weren't necessarily weak. Relying solely on meta-knowledge to underestimate his enemies would eventually get him killed. Fortunately, learning that lesson now wasn't too late. Watching Ogi's stance, Mahito keenly noticed the older man's expanded cursed energy perception rapidly contracting. A thin, highly concentrated veil of cursed energy began to flow over Ogi's skin. Mahito recognized this technique instantly. It was a secret art exclusive to the big three sorcerer families, an anti-domain technique known as Falling Blossom Emotion. It countered cursed energy by automatically wrapping the user in a shroud of their own energy that aggressively intercepted anything it touched. Ogi was applying this technique directly to his Eye Jutsu, preparing to unleash his full power in a single, perfectly primed draw. This was the ultimate preemptive strike. Before any attack could even touch him, it would be intercepted and cut down. Whether it was pure cursed energy or a physical blade, within this immediate domain, Ogi was completely invincible. Mahito's instinct screamed that the match would be decided in the very next clash. How do you break the ultimate preemptive strike? The original story had already provided the answer: crack it with overwhelming speed and absolute, brute force. Mahito breathed out slowly. Following his breath, his cursed energy perception rapidly contracted. In an instant, his awareness scanned the entirety of the Zenin compound before snapping back to his immediate vicinity. Mirroring Ogi, he lowered his center of gravity and brought the kirigiri down to his waist. He had thrown away the scabbard long ago, but he pantomimed sheathing the massive blade. He lowered his head and closed his demonic, mismatched eyes. The rest of the world faded away, leaving only Ogi Zenin standing before him. You're mistaken about one thing, Mahito suddenly said, his voice carrying over his exhale. I never learned swordsmanship. The reason you think my skills are exquisite is I just copied them from you and the Kukuru unit. Ogi's heart skipped a beat. For a fraction of a second, his focus wavered. And in that exact microsecond, Mahito drew his blade. Mahito's lips were sealed shut. He moved without making a single sound, yet the kirigiri in his hands shrieked sharply. As the blade lashed out, it erupted into an arc of blinding light. Mahito and the kirigiri violently breached the perimeter of Ogi's Falling Blossom Emotion. If this had been a clash of pure swordsmanship devoid of cursed energy, Ogi would have already lost. But their immediate surroundings were heavily saturated with cursed energy. The exact moment Mahito moved, Ogi moved simultaneously. Ogi himself hadn't consciously reacted, but the cursed energy shroud blanketing his body had. His automatic interception technique forced his hands to execute the draw. The Big Three family's secret art, Falling Blossom Emotion. Both men stomped the ground simultaneously. Eye Jutsu strike. When two fighters draw at the exact same moment, the only variable is speed. Eye Jutsu is a sword technique with no avenue for retreat. It has no follow-up, no defense. Once unleashed, it only moves forward. Just as Mahito said, this single strike would separate life and death. And the one who was faster was, naturally, Mahito. Asterisk I win, asterisk Mahito roared in his mind. Where do you think you are, curse? You fell for it, a voice suddenly barked. Both blades had already been drawn, but suddenly, one side froze. Right in the middle of his critical swinging motion, Mahito was paralyzed. He was mid-swing, yet his hands felt as if they were tightly bound by infinite steel wires. It felt like mercury had been pumped into his veins. His body turned into an unmoving statue. Divine authority. This was a sight-based cursed technique. Any target caught in the user's gaze would be instantly locked in their current posture, crushed by an overwhelming pressure as if standing before a higher being. A literal divine authority. Though simple, it was exceptionally practical. Just by glaring at the enemy, depending on the target's strength, it forced them to freeze. Even against an opponent with monstrous physical power, it guaranteed at least a momentary paralysis. And in a synchronized Jujutsu clash, a single moment of paralysis was the difference between life and death. Don't blame me for playing dirty, Lord of Curses. Ogi sighed softly in his mind. Ogi Zenin cleanly bypassed Mahito. A streak of fire flared out. A silent fissure appeared across Mahito's neck. It rapidly widened, and then blood violently erupted like a geyser. Half of Mahito's neck had been completely severed. It was an undeniably fatal wound. Beautifully done, Ronta, someone shouted in praise. Ronta Zenin confirmed that Mahito's neck was half severed before finally blinking, deactivating his technique. He couldn't help but grin widely. No, I barely did anything, it was Master Ogi who. Before Ronta could eagerly finish his sentence, Ogi Zenin's head soundlessly slid off his shoulders. With half his neck hanging open, Mahito had simply continued the momentum of his interrupted Jutsu strike with a vicious backhand. The Kirigiri cleanly severed Ogi's neck. Ogi's body was still standing. His head slowly toppled off. The cross-section of his neck was as smooth as a mirror, and it took a full half-second before a massive geyser of blood mist exploded into the air. The heavy rain pounded down as Ogi's head hit the ground. Until the very end, his eyes remained tightly closed, seemingly still processing his final revelations about the blade. Ogi Zenin was dead. The words died in Ronta's throat, leaving only a sharp, choked gasp that sounded like a dying bird. Mahito gripped the Kirigiri with one hand and casually raised the other, pushing his half-severed neck back into place. Idle transfiguration activated silently. The catastrophic wound instantly knitted itself back together. He rolled his neck a few times, checking for stiffness. Perfect. He casually slung the Kirigiri back over his shoulder, turning to face the remaining members of the Hei. Next, he said. Chapter 32, 22. The Blood Emperor's Long Night, the Karmic Demon Treads. 3,147 words. Master Ogi. Ronta screamed in grief. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his innate technique again. Curse. I'll kill you. Divine Authority. Lightning flashed across the sky, and the heavy rain obscured everyone's vision. A single, blinding arc of silver pierced the darkness. A fraction of a second before Divine Authority fully took hold, Mahito hurled the Mirakuji Kirigiri forward with the devastating force of Odin throwing Gungnir. Ronta's eyes were locked on Mahito, but in the next heartbeat, his entire field of vision was engulfed by the sheer glint of the massive blade. Ronta! A squad member violently yanked Ronta backward. The Kirigiri's blade screamed past his ear, narrowly missing him. The technique Ronta had just fired off was instantly interrupted. Mahito vaulted forward, instantly closing the distance to Ronta's side. No one had even registered his movement. Just seconds ago, half of his neck had been severed, they all thought he was dead. Nobody expected him to not only survive but immediately retaliate with such ferocious speed. Mahito raised one hand, splaying his fingers to completely cover Ronta's face. In that moment, Ronta's entire world shrunk to the intricate lines of Mahito's palm. He felt exactly like the monkey trapped in the palm of the Buddha. Don't you dare, a booming, muffled voice roared. A colossal force slammed directly into Mahito's forearm. Mahito's arm snapped instantly with a sickening crunch. The sonic boom of the impact blew away the surrounding rain, sounding like the deep, abyssal call of a whale echoing in the ocean. The man who had pulled Ronta back had struck at the exact critical moment. He didn't use a cursed technique release, he simply threw a punch, driving his bare fist into Mahito's outstretched arm. Mahito's attack speed was undeniable, but this man had perfectly seized the micro window of opportunity to counter, his hawkish eyes tracking the movement like a predator hunting a hare from the sky. Mahito's eyes darted sideways. Beneath his hat, his mismatched eyes glowed faintly in the downpour. A massively built, middle-aged man stood before him. Wild, coarse hair cascaded down his back, bristling like the stiff fur of a wild boar. Standing well over 2 meters tall, he had the immense, hulking frame of a grizzly bear, his muscles packed so densely he looked like he was carved from solid rock. A prominent cross-shaped scar marked his forehead. Beneath thick eyebrows, eyes filled with overwhelming authority glared directly back at Mahito's demonic gaze, completely unflinching. Hey unit. Special Grade 1 Sorcerer. Jinikai Zenin. I won't give you another chance, curse. Face the wrath of the Zenin. Jinikai grabbed his own kimono and, using just the raw strength of his fingers, violently ripped the garment apart. Instead of tossing it aside, he tied the shredded fabric around his waist in a tight knot using the sleeves. His bare upper body revealed a thick chest and heavily corded muscles. The torrential rain battered against his skin like a storm crashing into a mountain. He stood entirely upright, staring down at Mahito with the imposing presence of a titan looking at an ant. The second Special Grade 1 sorcerer. The Zenin clan boasted for Special Grade 1 sorcerers in total, and now they were stepping up to face him one by one. This meant Mahito had nearly slaughtered his way through the entire Zenin elite hierarchy single-handedly. Mahito raised his broken arm. Idle transfiguration instantly snapped the shattered bone and torn muscle back into place. He flexed his fingers, clenching and unclenching his fist. Good as new. I look forward to it, Mahito said. Jinikai Zenin unleashed a primal roar. The sheer volume of his war cry shattered the rain curtain around them. The concussive sound waves radiated outward, instantly swallowing Mahito. Mid-roar, Jinikai drew his fist back. His colossal muscles swelled beneath the downpour. As he moved, Mahito could physically see the striations in Jinikai's muscles rippling like a raging river, all the kinetic energy funneling directly into his fist. Then, Jinikai hurled that catastrophic punch straight at Mahito. 1. Strike! Mahito immediately tried to dodge. The visual mass of Jinikai's flexing muscles was enough warning that he couldn't tank this hit head-on. But the moment he lifted his foot, his body locked up. Divine authority. Ronta, despite narrowly escaping death, hadn't retreated in fear. He locked his eyes onto Mahito, pouring every drop of his focus into maintaining the technique, forcing Mahito to freeze at the worst possible moment. Jinikai's fist smashed directly into Mahito's face. The bamboo hat was blown clean off. Mahito's facial features violently caved in. The catastrophic kinetic force scrambled his brain into a thick paste. His body was launched backward uncontrollably, the sheer impact fully lifting him off his feet. He was about to be blasted across the courtyard like a cannonball. But Jinikai refused to let him go. Ronta's divine authority only worked within his direct line of sight. If Mahito was blown backward, he would exit Ronta's field of vision, and the paralysis would instantly break. Having finally secured this opening, there was no way Jinikai would let the curse escape that easily. The moment Mahito's feet left the ground from the impact, Jinikai lunged forward and grabbed him by the collar with one hand. With his other hand, he brought down the hammer. 1 strike. 2 strikes. 10 strikes. 20 strikes. A relentless barrage of devastating punches. Roaring furiously, Jinikai unleashed an endless combo of heavy blows. His fists rained down on Mahito's body like meteors. Mahito was suspended in the air like a bloody punching bag, his flesh detonating with explosive cracks from every single impact. The overlapping, sickening sound of meat being pulverized became a continuous roar, echoing like a raging tide. Yet, it was Jinikai, the attacker, whose expression began to falter. Despite being beaten into a horrifying, gory pulp, Mahito still retained his humanoid shape. His immaculate clothes had been shredded into bloody rags, and his hat was long gone, but his mutilated flesh continually exploded and then instantly regenerated, weathering the relentless barrage and waiting for the right moment. Mahito's body violently convulsed. Ronta's eyes suddenly flooded with blood. Unconsciously, Ronta stretched his hands outward, not to form a hand sign, but as a pure autonomic reaction. His divine authority was a rare technique that required no hand signs to maintain. He was making the gesture for one horrifying reason. Master Jinikai! Ronta screamed. Don't stop hitting him. This curse, it's still struggling. The surviving Hay members watched in stunned disbelief. One couldn't help but yell, are you joking? Even a special grade with top-tier regeneration would be completely annihilated by now. Only Jinikai, who was actively burying his fists into Mahito's flesh, knew Ronta was telling the truth. Mahito wasn't dead. Not only was he not dead, but his regeneration speed was actively *accelerating star. This monstrous curse, who had nearly wiped out the Zenin clan, wasn't even fully matured yet. He was still adapting. Still evolving. One of Ronta's eyes suddenly ruptured. Blood streamed down his cheek, but he only let out a pained scream, refusing to tear his gaze away. The divine authority held firm. Jinikai couldn't help but glance back at Ronta. Ronta's divine authority was incredibly powerful, practical and highly effective, serving exceptionally well as both a support and offensive tool. But even such an elite technique had limits. It couldn't bridge a massive gap in pure strength. In the original timeline, when facing a monster with heavenly restriction, Ronta had blown out his own eyes and eventually died from the sheer recoil of overworking his cursed technique. Now, Ronta was walking down that exact same path. He was pouring his absolute limits into suppressing Mahito's movements, but as Mahito pushed back harder, the strain on Ronta's eyes became too much. They became bloodshot, and then one exploded. If he didn't deactivate the technique immediately, the backlash would kill him just like it did in the original story. But having come this far, how could he possibly back down? Master Jinikai! Ronta roared with everything he had. Don't worry about me. Just kill it. Kill it right now. It's visibly evolving. Before it gets any stronger, please. Ronta's remaining eye bulged violently, on the verge of popping. But Jinikai had already snapped his head back forward, throwing another punch. The barrage wasn't over. Not yet. I will use the time Ronta bought with his life to kill this curse. Jinikai hardened his resolve. Even cursed spirits had limits to their regeneration. Even special grades. Though this king of curses far surpassed any spirit recorded in history, he had to have a ceiling. Jinikai firmly believed that. And so, his objective was simple. Use pure, absolute violence. Pulverize him until there was nothing left to regenerate. Jinikai let out a guttural, earth-shattering roar. His cursed energy boiled past its breaking point, exceeding his absolute limits. Despite the torrential rain and the cracking thunder above, Jinikai suddenly couldn't hear a thing. He was screaming at the top of his lungs, yet the surface of his mind was as calm and pristine as a glassy lake. Surrounded by the corpses of his comrades, and with the most promising junior of the clan burning his life away to buy him seconds, Jinikai finally crossed the threshold into the realm he had always dreamed of. He felt the core of his cursed energy pulsing like a beating heart. With every beat, the rippling waves of energy flooded his body. Every bone, every drop of blood, every fiber of muscle began to evolve, rapidly elevating to a higher plane, like a seed sprouting violently after the spring rain. In that single, suspended moment, he reached a state of enlightenment. Without possessing any visual-based technique, he could literally see the flow of cursed energy inside the curse before him. He saw that while the exterior was a mangled, pulped mess, the internal flow of Mahito's cursed energy remained perfectly stable and untouched. He immediately understood, to this curse, physical destruction meant absolutely nothing. Jinikai didn't understand the mechanics behind it, but he knew exactly what he had to do. Sever its cursed energy flow, and I win. Come, my final strike, Jinikai paused for a microsecond. One hand tightly gripped Mahito's mangled flesh, his fingers burying deep into the muscle. He didn't immediately launch his other fist, instead, he coiled it tightly at his waist. His muscles fully relaxed, then instantly snapped into maximum tension. In that exact transition between slack and flex, he grasped true awakening. Black Flash! The legendary technique of Jujutsu sorcerers. Theoretically, any sorcerer could achieve it, and once unleashed, it was an absolute killing blow. When the delay between the physical strike and the flow of cursed energy is within 0.000001 seconds, it creates a distortion in space, magnifying the destructive power to the power of 2.5. Jinikai didn't even aim for Mahito's face. He drove the black flash directly into Mahito's heart. Before the kinetic impact even fully registered, Mahito's cursed energy flow completely shattered. The black flash made contact, and Mahito's entire body violently detonated. Blood, flesh, and bone violently erupted outward, scattering into the night sky like a gruesome firework. A total obliteration. Standing amidst the rain of gore, Jinikai slowly exhaled. But he didn't drop his guard. Ogi had thought the battle was over, dropping his guard to reflect on his sword technique, only to be ambushed and killed by a resurrected Mahito. Jinikai absolutely refused to make the same mistake. He stood firm, keeping a hyper-vigilant watch over the scattered remains. Ronta didn't dare let up either. He maintained his divine authority, staring intensely at the bloody pulp on the ground. One of his eyes was already completely destroyed, and he was fully prepared to sacrifice the other. The remaining Hei members stayed on high alert, adopting a posture of Zanshin, coldly sweeping the perimeter. The relentless rain pounded the courtyard. Thunder crashed overhead. The Hei maintained absolute tension for a full 30 seconds before finally allowing themselves to slowly relax. Only then did Ronta confirm Mahito was truly dead. He deactivated divine authority and let out a long, exhausted breath. It's finally over. Ronta, do not release divine authority. Jinikai roared. Thud. Ronta blankly looked down. A hand had cleanly pierced straight through his chest from behind. The fingers were pressed tightly together into a sharp spear hand. Found you. Ronta Zenin, someone whispered right into his ear, the breath hot and smelling faintly of orchids. The hand violently retracted. Ronta clutched his chest, stumbling 2 steps forward. He stared blankly at the gaping hole in his torso. He looked ahead, one eye was completely blind from the technique's recoil, the other so bloodshot his vision was a blurry smear. He could barely make out someone sprinting toward him before his knees buckled and his face smashed into the flooded stone. Ronta Zenin was dead. Jinikai aggressively scooped Ronta's corpse into his arms. Raindrops mixed with the tears in his eyes. His massive frame trembled uncontrollably. A silhouette slowly but resolutely stepped out from the shadows. Bones, blood vessels, nerves, organs, muscles, fat, skin. Idle transfiguration. Undergarments, kimono, hakama. Construction technique. A hand reached up, materializing a bamboo hat, and placed it on his head. Mahito opened his heterochromic eyes. The torrential rain hammered the hat, water cascading off the brim to shroud his face in deep shadow. Only those faintly glowing, mismatched eyes pierced the darkness, looking like will-o'-the-wisps dancing in a graveyard. In the original story, Mahito had sustained an identical, catastrophic injury during his very first battle with a Jujutsu sorcerer, a man named Kento Nanami. Nanami was an incredibly experienced, powerful fighter. Facing the inexperienced, freshly birthed Mahito, Nanami had seized an opening to slice Mahito's leg, then used his technique to collapse the entire source system around them. Hundreds of tons of concrete and rubble had crushed Mahito into a fine paste. And yet, Mahito resurrected, completely unharmed. He had explained it clearly back then. As long as the attack doesn't damage my soul, even if my body is pulverized until not a single cell remains, I can maintain the shape of my soul and resurrect myself completely unharmed. The destructive power of a black flash was absolute. But the black flash hadn't struck his soul. As long as his soul remained untouched, Mahito could not be injured. You should feel deeply honored, Jinikai Zenin, Mahito said softly. That black flash, almost killed me. Jinikai erupted. His berserk roar drowned out both the torrential rain and the thunder. Ma. Hi. 2. Mahito reached up and slightly tipped the brim of his bamboo hat. The sun and moon ornaments jingled sharply. A wide, manic grin split his face. Well, that took a while. You finally decided to call me by my name. Ah. Jinikai exploded forward. He stomped the ground so hard his cursed energy flared out like an actual physical storm. Having just landed a black flash, his cursed energy was flowing at an unnatural, hyper-efficient state, perfectly synchronizing with his muscles to launch him forward. He pulled his arm back, turning his entire massive body into a drawn bow, and took his first step. In a single stride, propelled by his explosive cursed energy, he practically teleported right in front of Mahito. Just as Mahito prepared to move, a pitch-black shadow materialized beneath his feet. Cursed technique release, Shadow Crocodile. This was a technique never seen in the original story. In canon, the Hei had 10 members, but only forever appeared during the Zenin massacre, with the remaining 6 unceremoniously killed off-screen. But the timeline had changed. Knowing Mahito was coming, all 10 members of the Hei had gathered. It's vastly inferior to Ronta's, but if it's just to hold you for a split second, it's enough, the Shadow Crocodile user roared. In Japanese folklore, the Kogewani is a yokai that lurks beneath the ocean's surface to swallow the shadows of sailors. Once a shadow is eaten, the victim dies instantly. Even if a sailor kills the Kogewani, they will eventually be impaled by its bones shooting up from the ground as they walk on land. True to its name, the Shadow Crocodile technique launched attacks directly through the medium of shadows. Before Mahito could react, countless pitch-black blades erupted from his own shadow. The shadow blades ruthlessly impaled his calves, pinning him firmly to the ground. One blade extended exceptionally far, thrusting like a spear straight for Mahito's throat. Mahito casually raised a hand, pinched the shadow blade between his fingers, and squeezed. The blade shattered, scattering like cherry blossoms. Mahito immediately understood the technique's strengths and weaknesses. The shadow blades were incredibly sharp, but fragile as porcelain. Their attack range was completely dependent on the surface area of the shadows. And right now, in the dead of night, the entire planet was blanketed in the largest shadow possible, meaning the Shadow Crocodile was at its absolute peak. Coming here was the right choice, Mahito thought. Innate technique users were incredibly rare out in the wild, but inside the big three families, they were everywhere. This time, I will obliterate you until not even ash remains. Prepare to die. Jinikai roared. Crossing the distance in a single step, Jinikai loomed over Mahito. The moment Mahito was pinned, he violently tore free from the shadow binds. The holding power was pathetically weak compared to Ronta's divine authority, but it had bought exactly 1 second. And Jinikai's fist was already coming down. Thud. Jinikai's fist violently slammed directly into Mahito's face. And Mahito didn't budge an inch. Completely unhurt. Soul Creation Switch, Gyro Awasaka. Cursed Technique Release, Inverse. Jinikai felt like he had just punched a solid titanium wall. The catastrophic recoil instantly shattered the bones in his hand, reducing his knuckles to a bloody, mangled mess. He was completely unprepared for the sheer density of the impact. In the next second, Mahito's fist punched clean through Jinikai's heart. How is this possible? Jinikai coughed up a thick wad of blood, staring in sheer disbelief. Before Jinikai could even draw his final breath, Mahito placed a hand squarely on top of his head. Digging his fingers in, he violently twisted. Jinikai's head was wrenched right off his neck like a stripped screw. Mahito casually tossed the severed head onto the flooded stone. The relentless rain continued to pour, washing over Jinikai's face, frozen in absolute shock. Jinikai Zenin was dead. Mahito casually kicked Jinikai's massive, headless corpse to the ground. He crushed the remaining shadow blades that had impaled his calves under his heel. Planting one foot firmly onto the chest of the bear-like man, Mahito opened his demonic, heterochromic eyes. Lightning flashed, painting the courtyard in stark white as the storm raged behind him. Come, he said. Let's keep going. Chapter 33:23. Arrogance of Talent, Frenzy of Wrath. 4,359 words. The death of Jinichi Zenin finally detonated the rage of the remaining squad members. The entire Zenin clan only boasted for special grade 1 sorcerers, the clan head, the captain of the Hei, Jinichi Zenin, and Ogi Zenin. Yet, right before their eyes, Mahito had just halved that number. For the Zenin family, this was tantamount to snapping their very spine. From this moment on, their prestigious standing in the Jujutsu world was perilously crumbling. The squad members roared in a frenzy, yet they did not attack blindly. They began to run, circling Mahito. Mahito stepped over Jinichi's corpse and strolled into the center of the Zenin courtyard. The remaining members completely surrounded him, maintaining a cautious distance. Everyone was waiting for the perfect opportunity, a window for a guaranteed one-hit kill. Every sorcerer began running through Mahito's intel in their minds. Despite their fury, they hadn't lost their heads. Quite the opposite, they carried the weight of the dead upon their shoulders. The heavy burden of those lost lives forced them to think desperately, to analyze, and to formulate the exact method to murder Mahito. Mahito hid half his face beneath his bamboo hat, listening to the guttural roars of the squad. But he didn't even spare them a glance. Instead, his entire focus was fixed on the man standing at the entrance of the Zenin residential corridor. Aren't you coming over, Naoya Zenin? Mahito asked. You really do know all of our intel, the man at the doorway muttered, his voice dripping with malice. Just who is it, who dares to use your hands to cripple the Zenin clan? Even now, you haven't laid your eyes on me. That is the sheer arrogance of the Zenin clan, Mahito said lightly. You're just a mere cursed spirit. What gives you the right to demand the Zenin clan's gaze? Naoya Zenin said coldly. Though our losses are catastrophic, if we secure the merit of executing the legendary Lord of Curses, the Zenin clan will not fall. To actually dare to waltz through the front gates of the Zenin estate alone. King of Curses, don't get it twisted. You're the arrogant one. Naoya fiercely threw his hand down. The torrential downpour abruptly shifted, plunging everything into pitch blackness. Shadow Crocodile. A massive expanse of shadows began to expand infinitely, spreading out in the blink of an eye to swallow the entire plaza. The squad members dove into the depths of the shadows. The user of Shadow Crocodile knew that Mahito could reflect direct attack cursed techniques. Instead of using shadow blades directly, he expanded the domain of the shadows entirely, turning his comrades into unseen assassins in the dark. Mahito's vision was completely robbed. Feeling the vibrations of the heavy raindrops smashing against his hat, he took a leisurely stroll through the empty void. He imagined what kind of attacks would manifest from the darkness, his heart utterly devoid of fear. Suddenly, his lumbar spine was forced down against his will. A colossal pressure plummeted from the sky, slamming into him like a falling mountain. Heavy pressure. Mahito strained with everything he had to stand upright, but he couldn't. He felt every muscle and bone in his body groaning and cracking. With every passing second, it felt as though an untamed, rampaging dragon was tearing through his insides, trying to force him to his knees. Darkness, heavy pressure, and finally, the killing blow. The raging wind and rain halted for a fraction of a second. Then, the atmosphere began to violently compress, shuddering with the strain. Mahito could tangibly feel the world crying out as something massive took shape. The storm couldn't stop it, lightning shrieked through the black clouds. The infinitely compressed atmosphere, dragging the curtain of rain along with it, forged an invisible blade. A direct attack cursed technique, Ame no Habakiri. The darkness had blinded Mahito, but in that moment, his perception transcended his vision, detecting the terrifying formation of the attack. This invisible blade, carrying the colossal weight of the wind and rain, came crashing down toward his face. Mahito felt as though a heaven-piercing giant was swinging a gargantuan sword, the tip scraping the sky, the hilt buried deep within the earth. The blade's edge covered the entire world. Ame no Habakiri was a blade of Japanese myth, and the cursed technique bearing its name unleashed legendary devastation. Mahito faced the tempestuous strike head-on, a high-speed, compressed wind blade nearly 30 meters in diameter. The domineering blade surged forward, cleaving apart everything in its path. Mahito couldn't help but crack a wide smile, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Now this is a true Jujutsu Kaisen." Even in the face of lethal danger, Mahito felt an inexplicable, soaring euphoria. Before this, he never knew he possessed the traits of a battle maniac. He reached out his hand. Tool manipulation. A flash of bright silver abruptly pierced the darkness. Mirakuji Kirigiri snapped back into his grip. Though crushing gravity still weighed him down, he slowly forced himself up, straightening his spine, standing tall like a lone pine against the storm. Ame no Habakiri crashed down. At the final possible microsecond, Mahito swung Kirara. Cleaving. Line. A sharp, ear-piercing screech ripped through the air. A blinding, tangible cut line abruptly manifested upon the massive, invisible blade of compressed atmosphere. At long last, Mirakuji Kirigiri was complete. She could carve physical, tangible lines onto the formless and the invisible. Nothing could stop her now, she could brand her cleaving lines upon all of creation and slice it apart. Even though he was facing an invisible blade, when Mahito swung Kirara, he distinctly felt the physical feedback of cutting into something solid. The sensation wasn't like steel against steel, it felt more like hacking into a solid wall. He felt a cascade of sparks erupt as Kirara clashed with Ame no Habakiri. Astonishingly, using the cursed sword, he actually cleaved the formless blade in two, using the immense recoil to launch himself backward and escape the area of heavy pressure. Only then did he realize those weren't sparks, it was the condensed rain trapped within the shattering invisible blade. The severed wind blade detonated in a catastrophic explosion, blasting literal tons of water outward in every direction, like a multi-ton firework suddenly going off. Except instead of fire, this firework erupted with violent, crushing water. Suddenly, a figure appeared soundlessly by Mahito's side, a ferocious fist hurtling toward him. Mahito raised Kirara and violently slashed back, but the attacker vanished into thin air before the blade connected. Mahito only felt a sudden, crushing impact against his spine, the sheer kinetic force sending him flying forward. Cursed technique release, Utsusimi leap. Utsusimi was a traditional Japanese ninja art, utilizing misdirection to achieve something akin to teleportation. The cursed technique bearing this name allowed the sorcerer to perform feats far more absurd than any traditional ninja. The user could freely set a starting point and an end point, instantaneously folding space between them right before an attack landed. Exploiting this mechanic, the Utsusimi user had appeared at Mahito's side, only to instantly teleport behind him and mercilessly batter his spine. Mahito stomped hard against the ground to arrest his momentum. His cursed energy perception expanded infinitely. The darkness still blinded his eyes, but now, he completely mapped out the movement trajectories of everyone around him. The moment the Utsusimi user reappeared beside him, Kirara swept out in a vicious diagonal slash. But the user vanished again just a hair before contact. The sorcerer repeated the trick, but this time, Mahito didn't take the bait. He hadn't put his full strength into the initial swing, riding the momentum, he violently shifted his grip and slashed backward. The Mahito of right now could clearly perceive even the trajectories of spatial teleportation. Got you. A sweet, feminine voice suddenly rang out. Mahito's slashing motion froze mid-air. Strands of silk materialized out of the void, wrapping tightly around Mahito's forearms, biceps, and fingers. Even the hilt of the descending Kirara was tightly bound by layer upon layer of threads. Mahito's perception was pushed to its absolute limits. He could feel practically every single raindrop in the storm. Even swallowed by the abyss, he precisely knew everyone's location and movements. When he got serious, even the Utsusimi user couldn't hide from him. Yet, somehow, he hadn't detected the silk creeping over his own body. The darkness finally receded. This signaled that the Zenin sorcerers believed the battle was definitively won. A stunningly beautiful woman materialized outside the main gates of the Zenin estate, an area of absolute safety. She stood amidst the corpses of the Kukuru unit, smiling radiantly at Mahito. Cursed technique release, fatal crimson spider silk. The woman exhaled softly. Anything entangled by my spider silk, be it a Jujutsu sorcerer, a cursed spirit, or anything else, will dissolve in venom, just like a man caught by the mythical Jirogimo. The bound prey can only watch helplessly as their own body melts away, leaving not even ash behind. Lord of Curses, even if you can resurrect from the dead, bound by my fatal crimson spider silk, you're going straight to the shores of the underworld. True to her word, Mahito realized he couldn't exert any strength in his fingers. He quickly noticed that it wasn't just his sword arm, his waist, neck, forehead, cheeks, chest, hips, and legs were completely wrapped in layer after layer of spider silk. The first things to melt weren't his flesh, but his clothes. His bamboo had silently slipped off, dissolving into grey ash in mid-air before it even hit the ground. Mahito couldn't help but marvel out loud. Controlling shadows to form blades or widely obscure vision. Heavy pressure capable of crushing the human body. Compressing the atmosphere into a massive, invisible blade. Spatial teleportation with free control over the transit path. And spider silk stealthy enough to evade my peak perception, potent enough to melt all creation. Add to that earth and stone manipulation, boasting a massive attack range and extreme activation speed. A brawler who mastered the Big Three family's secret art falling blossom emotion combined with an eye slash. Blazing fire capable of tearing the earth apart in one strike. And a martial arts technique that chains continuous, unyielding blows to beat an enemy to death without a chance to counter. And finally, a captain who wields the exact same technique as the head of the Zenin clan, projection sorcery, lauded as the fastest cursed technique outside of Satoru Gojo. Truly worthy of the Hei, the elite sorcerer unit that commands respect throughout the Jujutsu world. The woman's smile slowly vanished, replaced by a deep frown. By now, my silk should have dissolved through your skin, flesh, and organs. Before the external silk even showed, your internal organs should have completely melted away. How are you still speaking with so much vitality? Right now, you shouldn't even be able to whimper. Idle transfiguration had silently activated. The spider silk had indeed dissolved Mahito's internal organs, but the very second they melted, idle transfiguration began simultaneously stitching them back together. Mahito possessed an overwhelming advantage over human sorcerers. He was a half-cursed spirit. While he was human, he was also a curse. If a human's internal organs were melted, even if healed, it would leave catastrophic lingering damage. But not him. A human couldn't simultaneously dissolve and heal at the exact same time. But he could. You shouldn't have dispelled the darkness so early, and you certainly shouldn't have triumphantly declared victory just because you saw your silk wrap around me, Mahito said lightly. If you want to kill me, you need to wait until the silk has thoroughly melted me down to nothing, leaving absolutely zero trace, before making your little announcements. The woman's face contorted in horror. Impossible, your internal organs weren't dissolved at all. Too late to notice now, Mahito smiled. Soul creation times Kirara Hoshi times love rendezvous. Shadow crocodile, heavy pressure, Ame no Habakiri, Utsusimi leap, and fatal crimson spider silk. Exactly 5. And Mahito had taken every single one of these attacks head-on. All of their cursed energy had been recorded, and then... Cursed technique release. The spider silk tightly binding Mahito violently snapped. All the threads shot explosively outward from within Mahito's body. These threads, brimming with a woman's cursed energy, vanished from Mahito's form in a fraction of a second, homing in on a single unified target, the caster herself. But the woman didn't panic. She spoke coldly, useless. The spider silk quietly vanished into thin air. If she hadn't known, it would be a different story. But since she was fully aware that Mahito possessed the ability to reflect direct attack cursed energy, she had naturally made preparations. And right now, those preparations paid off. Before the reflection could reach her, she commanded her own silk to auto-dissolve, a feat only the original caster could perform. Mahito suddenly remembered the conclusion of the Ame no Habakiri strike. That high-speed, colossal compressed wind blade didn't maintain its original form to the bitter end, it exploded at the last second. This meant the sorcerer had primed Ame no Habakiri to self-destruct the moment it was fired. If Mahito had blindly tried to reflect Ame no Habakiri with Love Rendezvous, the caster would have simply detonated the technique prematurely, forcing him to tank the point-blank explosive damage. These guys really are carefully observing me. They've been studying me. While maintaining your cursed reflection technique, you can't use your other abilities, can you? That technique that neutralized Lord Jinichi's punches, you can't use it right now, can you? A squad member suddenly said coldly. Your intel, we have it completely figured out. Cursed spirit, as of right now, you have nowhere left to run. A crisp sound of footsteps echoed beside Mahito. It was the Atsusimi user. This time, he wasn't using his fists. He drew a shinobi tanto from his kimono sleeve. The moment he materialized, the blade was already thrusting forward. Mahito violently spun around, Kirara already sweeping out before his rotation was complete. But there was no one in front of him. Atsusimi leap! Before Mahito even turned, the phantom-like sorcerer had vanished again, and a shinobi tanto viciously pierced right through Mahito's spine. Just as we thought. You can only use one technique at a time, the Atsusimi sorcerer loudly declared, broadcasting his analysis. If you could still use tool manipulation, you would have blocked this with that cursed tool in your hand. If you still had the defensive technique you used against Lord Jinichi, this blade wouldn't have pierced your body. But right now, you are forced to maintain the cursed reflection technique to prevent the fatal crimson spider silk from binding you again. In the next instant, the Atsusimi sorcerer vanished from Mahito's back and reappeared directly in front of him. He looked up at Mahito, his face plastered with the sheer arrogance of a god looking down on a mortal. The match is decided, he coldly decreed the end of the battle. The remaining members of the Zenin squad stared at Mahito with icy glares, simultaneously weaving hand signs, ready to unleash hell at a moment's notice. Mahito took a deep breath. With a single inhalation, the gaping stab wound in his spine completely regenerated at a visible rate. He slowly lowered his stance, drawing all of his perceptive abilities back to his immediate surroundings. He brought Kirara down to his waist. One hand loosely gripped the blade as if holding an invisible scabbard, while his other hand rested lightly on the hilt. Because his grip was so incredibly relaxed, the tip of Kirara had to rest against the ground to support its own weight. Mahito wasn't using tool manipulation. He was perfectly replicating an IAI stance through his own pure physical understanding. Just as the Atsusimi sorcerer said, right now, he had to rely on soul creation to channel other techniques. Although he was getting increasingly adept at hot-swapping techniques mid-combat, the absolute rule remained, he could only use one innate technique at a time. He hadn't broken through that ceiling yet. They had seen right through it. They pressed their advance. Even though they had sacrificed the entire Kukuru unit, 2 special Grade 1 sorcerers, and a Grade 1 sorcerer, a casualty rate that would have utterly shattered normal soldiers, they did not break. A quiet, burning fury raged in their hearts, but it did not cloud their judgment. They marched forward over the corpses of their comrades, completely devoid of fear. Time to retreat. Anyone with half a brain would think so. But Mahito didn't. In this very moment, he was wholly submerged in the ecstasy of this Jujutsu Kaisen. His blood was boiling, but the lake of his mind was dead calm, like magma flowing beneath the ocean floor. Of course he still had a winning hand. He hadn't explained the true function of Love Rendezvous to a single soul. To everyone here, Love Rendezvous was just a simple direct attack reflection technique. He did that on purpose. Love Rendezvous utilized 5 different markers. By taking every single one of their attacks head-on with his own body, he had naturally stamped a marker onto every single one of them. This meant that these sorcerers could no longer cooperate. The reason he didn't mark himself was simple, from this moment on, he could force any of them into a one-on-one duel. Was this a 1v5? No. It was 5 1v1s. Mahito suddenly recalled the sensation of when he first crossed over and became a Mahito. When he opened his eyes, he was in a saw. Filthy water flowed past his feet, the stench of absolute excrement burning his nostrils. He turned his head and looked around, black sludge dripped down the saw walls. A rat scurried out from the depths of the darkness, and swarms of nameless insects buzzed endlessly over the stagnant water, producing a maddening drone. He was born from absolute filth. And now, he was finally going to smash his way out of that saw. Come on, Zenin clan. Let's use your blood to show the whole world, I am not some filthy stain for you to wipe away as you please. I am human, Mahito slowly closed his eyes. The roar of the torrential rain faded, eventually vanishing entirely into the void of time. He sank into absolute darkness. Suddenly, a deep, ghostly blue core materialized within the lake of his mind. Jujutsu sorcerers did indeed possess something akin to an organ called a cursed energy core. Typically, this resided in a person's dantian. All sorcerers relied on this core to extract cursed energy. Only when the cursed energy core perfectly resonated with the sorcerer's mental state could they unleash the legendary Black Flash. And now, Mahito, as a half-cursed spirit, had finally laid eyes upon this legendary cursed energy core. It drifted within the dark expanse of Mahito's mind, emitting a gentle, pulsating glow. Mahito began to sync his breathing. Every time the cursed energy core pulsed, he took a breath. At first, he was forcefully trying to match his breathing to the core's rhythm. But before he knew it, the core's pulse inverted, naturally syncing with Mahito's breath. In the exact millisecond his breathing and the core's pulse aligned in perfect harmony, Mahito drew his blade. When Mirakuji Kirigiri was swung, she usually sang with a crisp, clear chime. Normally quiet and demure as a maiden, she roared like a tiger descending the mountain when carving through creation. Yet, in this singular moment, she made absolutely no sound. A faint, almost imperceptible sliver of silver light materialized through the curtain of rain. A figure abruptly appeared right in front of that imperceptible silver light. The Atsusimi sorcerer Shinobi Tanto, meant for a sneak attack, was still tucked inside his sleeve. Without a single sound, his body split into two perfect halves, the cut running diagonally from his left shoulder to his right waist. Falling. Blossom emotion, the Atsusimi sorcerer uttered blankly, leaving his final words to the world. His upper half slid off, crashing into the rain-slicked floorboards, while his lower half fell to its knees before finally collapsing. How is that possible? That's Lord Ogi's auto-intercept IAI/, the AME no Habakiri user roared, stunned and entirely in disbelief. Just by seeing it once, this cursed spirit managed to learn it. An auto-intercept IAI/ technique. This wasn't an innate technique. It was a universal cursed technique application that any sorcerer could potentially master. Right now, Mahito indeed couldn't switch his innate technique, but he could absolutely still use universal jujitsu. It didn't conflict with his soul creation in the slightest. Mahito slowly turned around, but by the time his body completed the rotation, he was already standing right next to the spider silk woman. He lightly flicked Kirara. The woman stood perfectly still, like a broken puppet. It wasn't because she didn't react, to her perception, she wasn't even in danger yet. "I've been waiting for you," the shadow crocodile user bellowed. A pitch-black shadow expanded infinitely, surging to engulf Mahito, or at least, it should have. The shadow had barely erupted from beneath the user's feet before it slammed into an invisible wall and stopped dead. Love rendezvous. The marker on the shadow crocodile user was incompatible with the marker on the woman, his shadow literally could not approach her vicinity. The tip of Kirara lightly brushed past the woman's throat. Her eyes widened. She tried to speak, but those words would never leave her lips. She opened her mouth in a daze, fresh blood spilling over her lips. Mahito reached out, wrapped an arm around her waist, and gently lowered her to the ground. The heavy rain washed over her body, soaking her through. Mahito swung Kirara for the third time. This time, his target was the heavy pressure user. The man's reaction speed was phenomenal. Though he didn't understand why the shadow hadn't expanded, he didn't just stand there waiting to die. The moment Mahito materialized before him, he instantly triggered his technique. "Idiot, don't use your technique!" He completely copied Lord Ogi's auto-intercept IAI/, the AME no Habakiri user screamed. But it was too late. Mahito brushed past the heavy pressure user. A thin crimson line bloomed across the man's waist. Only in this final moment did he remember the core mechanic of Ogi Zenin's IAI/. If you engaged in pure, powerless hand-to-hand combat, you might stand a chance. But if you used a cursed technique attack, the combination of falling blossom emotion and the IAI/ would strike you down before your attack even manifested. It was the ultimate preemptive strike. As long as you were within striking range, no sorcerer could possibly survive. I see. So this is why Lord Ogi's innate technique was just a mediocre burst of flames, yet he was still ranked as a special grade 1 sorcerer. Truly formidable, Lord Ogi. The heavy pressure user thought with deep regret. What a pity. Lord Ogi's very strength became the nourishment for the King of Curses, forging the very blade that will massacre the Zenin clan. The heavy pressure user's body split in two, collapsing to the ground, his blood instantly washed away by the heavy rain. Mojito took a single step. The shadow crocodile user's pupils dilated in terror as Mojito bypassed space entirely, appearing directly in front of him. Mojito flicked his wrist. Kirara descended for the fourth time. By a hair's breadth, the shadow crocodile user twisted his body sideways. The tip of Kirara merely grazed his clothes, slicing through his kimono. Mojito's eyes narrowed slightly. The shadow crocodile user gasped for air and let out a mocking laugh. Since I know you copied Lord Ogi's auto-intercept II/, why the hell would I use cursed energy to fight you? Don't make me laugh. Did you think I couldn't fight without cursed energy? The sorcerers of the Zenin clan are masters of both long and close-range combat. He whipped out a short blade from his sleeve, dropping into a combat stance. In the very next millisecond, a fist caved his face in. The colossal kinetic impact flattened his features, turning his face into a crater. The overwhelming force launched his body backward like a cannonball, smashing into the courtyard wall of the Zenin estate with a deafening boom. Who said I have to use a sword to kill someone? Mojito let Kirara hang loosely by his side, turning to face the final sorcerer with a bright smile. Well? Are you going to run? The Ame no Habakiri user unconsciously swallowed hard, his eyes darting toward the corridor of the main estate. Naoya Zenin was standing right there, glaring at the massacre with a pitch-black expression. The very second the Ame no Habakiri user looked over, he locked eyes with Naoya's terrifying, murderous glare. He whipped his head back to face Mojito, letting out a roar of absolute fury. I would never? A flash of silver radiance pierced his vision, blowing right through his brain in a microsecond. In that brief moment when fear caused his focus to drift toward Naoya, Mojito hadn't hesitated for a second. He hurled Kirara like a javelin. The sound of the blade tearing through the torrential storm was completely masked by the rain. The moment the Ame no Habakiri user's gaze snapped back, Kirara was already buried between his eyes. He died with his brain pierced before he could even finish his sentence. Mojito hot-swapped his soul creation technique, shifting back to tool manipulation. He reached out his hand. Kirara emitted a crisp, chiming ring, almost as if she were annoyed as she pulled herself out of the dead man's skull, lazily flying back into Mojito's grip. Mojito flicked the blade, letting the heavy rain wash away the gore. He looked up at the final man standing in the Zenin courtyard and smiled. Naoya Zenin, who is the arrogant one now? Naoya Zenin took a deep breath, dropping his stance low into a sprinter's starting position. His face twisted in pure, unadulterated rage as he roared. Captain of the Hay! Special Grade 1 Sorcerer! Naoya Zenin! Coming to claim your head! Chapter 34:24. The Roar of Fury, the True Dragon Manifests. 4,215 words. With a massive, deafening crash, the main gates of the Zenin estate were blown apart. Amidst the howling wind and rain, a figure was hurled with tremendous force straight into the estate's reception hall. Naoya Zenin tumbled across the floor 2 or 3 times before finally coming to a halt. He gasped desperately for air. A gruesome wound slashed across his chest. The tip of Kirigiri hadn't cleaved him entirely in half, but rather traced across his sternum with the grotesque gentleness of a lover's caress. His heart was practically exposed, its frantic thumping echoing loudly in Naoya's own ears. Miraculously, he wasn't dead yet. He lifted his gaze toward the head seat, where the head of the Zenin clan sat, looking down at him. Naoya clutched his chest tightly, but the blood continued to aggressively spill between his fingers. The clan head son spat out his final words, projection sorcery. It's useless against him. The clan head rose from his seat and moved to Naoya's side. He extended a hand, gently covering Naoya's face, and took a deep breath. The storm outside abruptly intensified. The reception hall groaned under the shifting pressure, and a peal of thunder ripped through the sky, as if some colossal, divine entity was descending upon them with the sheer weight of the heavens. Sure enough, footsteps echoed from beyond the broken threshold. Mojito had bypassed every obstacle and marched straight into the very heart of the Zenin clan. The head of the Zenin clan was waiting for him. The clan head pulled his hand away from Naoya's face. As he did, Naoya's wide, staring eyes slid shut. Exhaling slowly, the clan head stood up from his crouch and locked eyes with Mojito. Despite having just slaughtered his way through the entire Zenin estate, Mojito's clothing was immaculately clean. He walked in from the torrential rain, lightning flashing violently behind him. He carried the long-bladed greatsword in one hand. With every step, his wooden jita clacked sharply against the floor, a crisp, piercing sound that not even the rolling thunder could drown out. Mojito tilted his head up. His heterochromatic eyes glowed quietly in the gloom, glaring like a vicious demon god. An overwhelming, suffocating pressure seeped directly into the clan head's mind. This was the cursed spirit that had eradicated the Zenin clan. The legendary king of cursed spirits, the clan head murmured. As expected. You live up to the name. I didn't expect my first compliment upon arriving at the Zenin estate to come from its final, solitary survivor, Mahito replied. The clan head's heart gave a slight throb. He wasn't the last of the Zenin clan, of course. Down in the underground training grounds, the remaining elderly, weak, and young of the clan were still hiding. They were the seeds of the Zenin. Even if they lost their status as one of the big three sorcerer families, as long as those people survived, the clan itself would endure. The rest would simply be a matter of finding a new patron and waiting for the right moment to rise again. But a chilling thought struck him. Given the king of cursed spirits' currently absolute, peak condition and sensory perception, there was no way he didn't know about the masses huddled in the underground facility. Yet, Mahito explicitly stated that the clan head was the last survivor. Does a cursed spirit actually possess a sense of mercy? The clan head wondered with grim realization. It didn't have to be this way, Mahito said coolly. My method of immortality isn't something I feel the need to hoard. In fact, I've openly explained the mechanics of it to others. I've been generously selling immortality. If the Zenin clan had the desire, you could have simply sent a sorcerer to ask me about it. But you didn't. You insulted me. And I'm not naive enough to think you insulted me simply because I'm a cursed spirit. You've sat high and mighty for far too long, so long that you've forgotten how to feel awe. And so, I will be your executioner. The clan head chewed on Mahito's words, finding himself completely unable to refute them. Just as Mahito said, this had nothing to do with whether he was a cursed spirit or not. Right at this very moment, there were cursed spirits locked up in the underground training grounds, specifically captured to let young sorcerers practice killing them. Exploiting cursed spirits wasn't exactly a novel concept among the big three families. Frankly, it was standard practice across the entire Jujutsu society. If it wasn't an issue of him being a curse, then what was it? It was a matter of power star. The Zenin clan, resting on its laurels as one of the big three families, possessed an inherent, bone-deep arrogance. They believed the world should revolve around them, and everyone else was obligated to obey their commands. Mahito was a cursed spirit, therefore they tried to command him. But if Mahito hadn't been a cursed spirit, would the Zenin clan have acted any differently? They had, quite literally, kicked an iron plate. Compared to the curse standing before him, the Zenin clan behaved far more like mindless, rabid beasts. How laughable. How utterly pathetic. The clan head was wearing a light-colored hari over a dark kimono. He slipped the outer hari off and casually tossed it over Naoya, covering his son's corpse. He continued to walk forward, pulling one arm out of the wide kimono sleeve and letting it drape over his chest, leaving the right half of his upper body completely bare. My cursed technique is called projection sorcery, the clan head stated. Revealing one's hand E*. Since you were born in the modern age, you likely know what a motion picture is. When a movie plays, the film reel rolls frame by frame. That is the fundamental principle of projection sorcery. When activated, I divide 1 second into 24 frames. Using my own field of vision as the angle of view, I trace a predetermined sequence of movements. These pre-planned movements cannot be altered halfway through. If I attempt to execute an action that excessively violates the laws of physics or standard trajectory, I will be frozen. Furthermore, anyone my palm touches while the technique is active must also abide by the rule of moving at 1/24 of a second. If they fail, their movements fall into disarray, and they are frozen in a frame for 1 second. In the original timeline, this was exactly how Naoya Zenin was defeated by the clan's exterminator. Naoya had touched his opponent while using projection sorcery, fully assuming the target would be frozen for 1 second. Believing his victory was assured, he dropped his guard. But the opponent was perfectly prepared, delivering a devastating counterpunch the exact instant they were touched. Unprepared for the retaliation, Naoya was taken out instantly. The clan head took a massive stride, arriving in the center of the ruined reception hall. Though a middle-aged man, there were scarcely any wrinkles on his face. His white hair was slicked back sharply, complementing his narrow eyebrows and a dapper, upturned English-style mustache. Well done, cursed spirit. You've shocked the Zenin clan awake. I once heard someone say that ignorance is never an obstacle to survival, arrogance is. Never before have I understood that phrase so viscerally, the clan head roared, his voice booming like thunder. He had finally completed his preparations. Half stripped of his kimono, his muscular physique was displayed in striking detail, the fibers and sinews looking as though they had been chiseled from stone. He styled himself with slick back hair and a quirky mustache, totally lacking the traditional look of a samurai. Yet, in this exact moment, he embodied the spirit of a warrior far more than anyone else in the Zenin clan. Normally, he was a laid-back, drunken old man with no sense of decorum, but faced with total annihilation, he rose with an overwhelming, crushing aura. The weight of his entire clan's death rested squarely on his shoulders. Mahito smiled. I thought you would be angrier. Because I murdered the Zenin clan. It seems you still don't understand Jujutsu sorcerers, the clan head replied. I'm all ears. A sorcerer's cursed energy stems from negative emotions. Our negative emotions are refined through the cursed energy core and flow into every limb and bone of our bodies. The more exceptional a Jujutsu sorcerer is, the more they can extract a massive volume of cursed energy from their negative emotions. This cursed energy is one with us. The angrier we are, the more terrified we are, the more crushing the pressure we bear, the stronger the Jujutsu sorcerer becomes. The more invincible. The clan head's voice started out as calm as a placid lake, but as he explained, his volume steadily amplified until it erupted like a thunderclap right next to Mahito's ears. Cursed spirit, do you think I'm calm right now? No, I am more furious and more terrified than I have ever been in my entire life. I am enraged that you butchered my people, that you tore my family to bloody pieces, that you tossed my son's mutilated corpse right at my feet. And at the same time, I am terrified. I am terrified of what will become of the Zenin clan's future if I die. I am terrified of how the other big three families will treat the Zenin clan now that our elite sorcerer battalion is gone. And I am most terrified that, after my death, the Zenin clan will never reclaim the prestige it holds today. But listen to me carefully, curse. A Jujutsu sorcerer is a creature capable of harnessing that very wrath and terror. To weaponize that rage and fear into physical, destructive cursed energy, that is a Jujutsu sorcerer. The clan head thrust a fist forward, pointing it directly at Mahito. Even while boiling with absolute, seething fury, the corners of his mouth twitched up into a wild grin. His voice dropped from a frenzied roar back to an icy, articulate calm, pronouncing every syllable with lethal intent. Head of the Zenin clan. Naobito Zenin. Now entering the fray. Outside, a deafening crack of thunder shattered the sky, and for a fraction of a second, the night flashed as bright as high noon. The lightning strike carried a concussive shockwave that illuminated heaven and earth. Projection sorcery. Without a microsecond of hesitation, Naobito activated his technique. His time within this single second was sliced into 24 distinct actions. He launched off his back foot, stepped, and sprinted, one movement after another compressed into an integrated sequence of high-speed frames. Mahito's sensory perception was dialed to its absolute maximum. He could clearly see Naobito's movements. It wasn't a standard, fluid running motion, it was 24 isolated, sequential poses, as if the entire world's frame rate had dropped, projecting frame after frame directly into Mahito's vision. Mahito gripped Kirigiri with both hands, predicting how Naobito would attack. Naoya Zenin's technique was identical to Naobito's, but there was a vast, fatal gap in their mastery. Naoya placed blind faith in his technique. He subconsciously believed that as long as he simply touched Mahito, Mahito would freeze, leaving him open to a free barrage of attacks. But Naobito Zenin would never make such an amateur mistake. Asterisk if Naoya died because of his arrogant confidence, then Naobito, what is your answer? Asterisk. Naobito's answer was a frontal assault. Mahito's pupils dilated. Because projection sorcery requires pre-planning a trajectory, a sorcerer must always account for a target's counterattack during the preset phase. Committing to a direct, frontal charge is the most idiotic choice possible, because it places the user perfectly in the strike zone for a counter. How could Naobito dare to do this? Without hesitating, Mahito swung Kirigiri in a massive diagonal slash. Kirigiri was a huge, long-bladed sword, combined with Mahito's reach, its attack radius exceeded 3 meters. This sweeping diagonal cut covered the entire frontal airspace. Naobito had no choice but to crash directly into the blade. Given Kirigiri's supernatural sharpness, it would slice Naobito in half as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, or would it? A smear of pitch black engulfed Naobito's fist. Black! Flash! Setting a frontal charge as a pre-planned movement was indeed an idiotic move. But what if that frontal charge carried the devastating payload of a black flash? Was it still idiotic then? Naobito Zenin answered with extreme, physical violence. The black flash violently smashed into Kirigiri. The blade, reputed to sever all creation, shrieked in agony. The cleaving line couldn't even engrave itself onto the black flash, because Naobito hadn't punched the cutting edge, he struck the flat of the blade. He had perfectly predicted Mahito's swing trajectory. Mahito instantly realized it, he had been played. Before this, Naobito had learned from Naoya that projection sorcery's freezing effect didn't work on Mahito. Naobito had analytically deduced *y*, it was ineffective, a movement of 24 frames per second had to be visible to Mahito's naked eye. With Mahito's current, evolved state, he could accurately track Naobito's kinetic trajectory. Seeing 24 frames in a single second with the naked eye? Was that even possible? While common sense screamed it was absurd, there were actually people in this world capable of it, and more than one. Toji Fushiguro, the outcast of the clan, and Satoru Gojo, the strongest of the modern era, both possessed that capability. So, it wasn't much of a stretch to assume Mahito could do it too. Therefore, any attempt to flank or circle Mahito was utterly pointless. Mahito wouldn't even need to predict the Godspeed movements, he could simply track Naobito with his eyes, raise Kirigiri, and wait for Naobito to impale himself on it. So, the solution was simply not to flank him. It wasn't that he wanted to use a frontal assault, it was that he had to use a frontal assault. That was Naobito's true strategy. Knowing that a frontal assault was guaranteed, what would Mahito, wielding the all-severing Kirigiri, choose to do? A massive diagonal slash that covered the entire frontal spatial plane was the only optimal solution. It locked down the airspace above, below, and directly in front. Naobito had pre-planned his movements, betting his life that Mahito would choose that exact optimal solution. If Mahito had opted for anything else, a horizontal sweep that left the upper and lower angles open, or a swift, piercing thrust, Naobito, rushing straight into the blade, would have died instantly. But Mahito chose the massive diagonal slash. The optimal solution. Naobito's blood was boiling, roaring through his veins like liquid fire. It wasn't just the thrill of a successful prediction. He thought of his dead clansmen. He thought of the Zenin clan's arrogance. He thought of the clan's inevitable ruin if he failed. He thought of it all. And finally, he transmuted all of that wrath and terror, that arrogance and fear of the unknown, entirely into cursed energy. Synchronization. And then, a punch. The black spark scattered. Out of the corner of his eye, Mahito saw sprawling crack spiderweb across Kirigiri. The ancient cursed tool, inhabited by a vengeful spirit, sustained catastrophic damage from taking a black flash directly to its broadside. Mahito decisively let go. Kirigiri let out a wail of indignation and was sent flying by the sheer concussive shockwave. The unexpected black flash had swatted the blade away, allowing Naobito to finally slip into Mahito's inner guard. Naobito's fist was clenched tight, his entire body wound like a high-tension spring. He was flexing so intensely that every muscle fiber twitched and spasmed, and the veins on his forehead pulsed wildly. His entire form was packed with explosive, kinetic mass. Mahito immediately triggered soul creation. Gyro Awasaka, inverse. The very next fraction of a second, Naobito's fist buried itself deep into Mahito's abdomen. As long as it wasn't a black flash, even a fully charged heavy punch wouldn't leave a scratch on him. Then, in that vulnerable window, Mahito would instantly execute Naobito, just as he had killed Jinikai Zenin. But that fist was draped in flickering black flames. Black flash. A second consecutive black flash. With a deafening, explosive boom, Inverse was effortlessly blown apart. Mahito's abdominal cavity was completely blasted open, a gaping crater hollowed out of his torso. Yet, the overwhelming kinetic energy hadn't finished venting. The devastating force punched straight through his abdomen and radially expanded outward. Mahito's body reacted as if a peasant in cloth armor had taken a direct hit from a high-caliber artillery shell. As his torso was blown open, he was launched backward. The venting of the destructive force generated a massive shockwave, sweeping Mahito away like a dead leaf caught in a hurricane. The lethality of a black flash scales with the sorcerer's raw power. In terms of pure physical force, even as the clan head, Naobito was far inferior to the special grade 1 sorcerer, Jinikai Zenin. Jinikai's black flash could have vaporized Mahito's flesh into a red mist, but Naobito couldn't manage that. Mid-air, Mahito desperately tried to invoke soul creation again. He had just been struck by Naobito, meaning his body was now marked with Naobito's cursed energy. If he could activate Love Rendezvous right now, he could instantly repel Naobito via magnetic repulsion. But another fist materialized right in front of his eyes. Naobito had already caught up to Mahito's violently airborne body. His speed had now vastly broken the sound barrier. His eyes glinted with freezing, absolute lethal intent, while his heart roared like an erupting volcano. He focused every ounce of his immense power into his fist. And black flames erupted for a third time. The third consecutive black flash. *2***. Naobito's fist slammed into the side of Mahito's head. The spatial distortion carried by the black flash instantly shredded Mahito's face. Bone and flesh were simultaneously pulverized by the jagged black lightning, completely obliterating half of Mahito's head into a gory mess. *2 fast, it was so fast that Mahito had absolutely zero window to retaliate. This velocity was entirely beyond Mahito's calculations. Was Naobito Zenin really this powerful? Mahito channeled all of his extracted cursed energy into idle transfiguration. Throughout this battle, he had evolved multiple times, and his mastery of idle transfiguration had reached unprecedented heights. Yet right now, his healing couldn't even keep pace with the rate of destruction. *2 slow, the speed at which his cursed energy circulated was failing to keep up with this final, terminal clash. Mahito abandoned his attempt to use soul creation. He had to pour everything into idle transfiguration just to maintain the structural integrity of his soul, forcing his flesh to rapidly regenerate. He acutely felt the sluggishness of this physical vessel. His idle transfiguration was perfectly synchronized with his soul, not even the disruptive cursed energy of a black flash could interrupt its activation. In fact, in the original timeline, Mahito had never feared a black flash. He had eaten consecutive black flashes and still managed to keep his body remarkably intact, as long as he could continuously run idle transfiguration to maintain his soul's shape. Physical damage from a black flash was functionally irrelevant. In terms of pure resistance to it, he was even hardier than Satoru Gojo and Ryomen Sukuna. In the final battles of the original timeline, even Gojo and Sukuna suffered severe physiological after-effects after taking a black flash. But the cursed technique reversal, soul creation, derived from the negative times negative equals positive loophole of being a half-cursed spirit, was acting as a fatal bottleneck. Even though soul creation had been running smoother and smoother during his fights with the Kukuru unit and the Hei, with barely any lag, compared to his flawlessly synchronized idle transfiguration, it was pathetically slow right now. Mahito instantly realized it. The time had come. To discard this ill-fitting vessel, to construct a perfectly adapted body, to transcend common sense and achieve true rebirth, the moment is now. Naobito's face suddenly loomed directly in front of Mahito. The man was practically cloaked in radiating cursed energy, looking as though he wore a suit of blazing, ethereal armor. He stepped forward, spread his fingers, slammed his palm down directly over Mahito's mangled face, and brutally crushed him downward. Boom. The fourth consecutive black flash. Grade 1 sorcerer Kento Nanami once said. Using black flash consecutively isn't that amazing of a feat if you manage to use it more than twice. The difficulty actually lies in not using it consecutively, or not using it again that same day. Whether the first black flash is born from luck or skill, once triggered, the sorcerer temporarily enters a state athletes refer to as either zone. The cursed energy that normally requires conscious, meticulous control begins to flow as naturally as breathing. It feels as if everything in the surrounding environment is rotating with you at the center, inducing a sensation approaching omnipotence. In other words, once a sorcerer lands 2 or more black flashes in a row, every subsequent strike practically guarantees a black flash. The only limiting factor, aside from total cursed energy reserves, is one thing. How much of a beating the target can take. The entire corridor began to collapse. The sheer destructive kinetic force caused the ground to cave in completely. The expanding shockwave physically lifted the remnants of the Zenin estate into the air. The walkways disintegrated, and half the reception hall sank into the earth. Under that singular, apocalyptic strike, the Zenin estate was reduced to total rubble. Thunder cracked again through the torrential rain, the lightning illuminating Naobito's ferociously contorted face. "What's wrong, king of cursed spirits?" Naobito roared mockingly. "Weren't you going to be the Zenin clan's executioner? Get up. We aren't finished." Naobito was certain Mahito wasn't dead. Having observed the entire massacre through his Shikigami's eyes, he knew perfectly well that Mahito possessed near immortality. Even reduced to bloody paste, he could fully regenerate. In Naobito's eyes, there was only one way to permanently kill him. Bleed his reserves dry. Immortal body or not, his cursed energy reserves had a ceiling. Healing the massive trauma inflicted by a black flash required an exorbitant amount of cursed energy. Regardless of the exact mechanics of Mahito's resurrection technique, the foundational laws of Jujutsu still applied. A luxury sports car can't run without gas. No matter how terrifying Mahito's regeneration was, once his cursed energy hit zero, he would die. True invincibility didn't exist. 1,000 years ago, the supposedly immortal Yamata no Orokai was still slaughtered by the legendary Ryoman Sukuna. There is no such thing as an unbeatable cursed technique in this world. If he couldn't figure out the mechanics in a short time frame, then he wouldn't bother trying to understand them. He would use absolute, overwhelming violence. He would break it by force. If one black flash couldn't kill him, he'd use 10. If 10 didn't work, he'd use 100. The current modern record holder for consecutive black flashes was Kento Nanami, who had landed 4 in a single engagement. Right now, Naobito Zenin was going to challenge that record. The true limit to his consecutive strikes wouldn't depend on Naobito himself, but on this king of cursed spirits, on exactly how many hits he could endure. In reality, his tactical assessment was flawlessly accurate. How did Mahito die in the original timeline? He died because his cursed energy was completely exhausted. Even a second before he was absorbed by Kenjaku at the very end, his physical body was functionally intact. Aside from running out of cursed energy, he bore no lasting physical injuries. Suddenly, a low, muffled voice reverberated from deep beneath the earth. As you wish. Naobito acutely sensed the ground vibrating. It wasn't the violent, concussive trembling of a heavy impact, but rather a rolling, undulating tremor, like waves rolling across the surface of an ocean. It felt as though a massive leviathan was swimming just beneath the surface, causing the earth itself to ripple. The solid ground was currently undulating like water. But how is that possible? How can the earth ripple like a body of water? A colossal, godlike organism shattered the bindings of the earth and erupted into the sky. Naobito leaped back from his position, tilting his head up to behold the creature. His ferocious, bloodthirsty expression bled into sheer, unadulterated shock. An entity entirely beyond human comprehension loomed before him. The terrain was fractured by massive, sprawling fissures. Rising from the grandest chasm stood a giant. It was a dragon. Its massive draconic head sported eyes that burned, one gold, one blue, gazing down at Naobito. Its claws flexed in the air, the 5 talons looking aggressively sharp as the rain washed over them. Sweeping fields of scales rose and fell rhythmically, as if the creature was breathing through its armor. The lower half of the Leviathan was still buried deep in the abyss, while its upper half seemed to pierce the heavens, blotting out the sky. Maximum, Advent. The myth descends, the divine dragon manifests. Naobito forcefully commanded the corners of his mouth to turn up, flashing a wild grin. Excellent. Now this is a real rush, he declared. The next instant, a dragon's claw plummeted from the heavens. Chapter 35:25. The heavens and earth resound, the great calamity manifests. 3,410 words. Naobito spun on his heel and sprinted. Projection sorcery. He pushed himself to the absolute limit. Immersed deep within the zone of the black flash, everything in his environment felt as if it were actively assisting him. His sensory perception expanded to its absolute maximum, he could even sense the terrified screams echoing from the underground training facility. It was supposed to be an impenetrable safe haven, impervious to any surface destruction, but the massive tectonic shifts had triggered a chain reaction. The underground bunker was on the verge of collapsing. I can't fight him here, Naobito realized instantly. His feet moved like the wind, pushing projection sorcery to an entirely new echelon. As he sprinted, he lowered his center of gravity to the extreme, his forehead nearly grazing the earth. The violent swinging of his arms generated gale force winds. He had never run this fast in his entire life, he was effectively a bolt of living lightning. A bolt of lightning tore across the sky, followed by a deafening roar of thunder. The dragon materialized in the airspace above him. The dragon pulled its lower half free from the earth. Defying gravity, the mythological beast ascended into the heavens, casting a shadow deeper than the night itself. When the lightning flashed, it should have illuminated the myriad things of the world, but the dragon's colossal silhouette swallowed the light, making the night sky pitch black, deepening the abyss, and plunging the world into a state of absolute, suffocating darkness. The dragon's claws lightly grazed the earth. Accompanied by a roar that shook the heavens, the entire landscape seemed to upend itself. The formerly flat Zenin estate behind Naobito was instantly reduced to apocalyptic ruins. Massive boulders floated wildly into the air. Decorative rock gardens and ancient trees were swept up like torn rags. A traditional Shishirodoshi bamboo fountain hung suspended in antigravity, gently tapping due to the atmospheric pressure changes, though its elegant sound would never be heard again, for heaven and earth were currently roaring with the dragon's fury. The king of cursed spirits, born of a millennium of malice, was asserting his dominion over the world with absolute sovereignty. Naobito sprinted with everything he had. Faster, and faster, and faster. In the past, whenever his velocity breached a certain threshold, he would be forced to disengage projection sorcery because his reflex nerves and processing speed could no longer keep up with the acceleration. But right now, he handled it with effortless mastery. The transcendent state granted by the black flashes allowed him to push projection sorcery to summits he had never dared to scale. He was a lone sprinter outrunning a natural disaster. The cataclysm trailing behind him simply couldn't catch up to his god speed. In the blink of an eye, he had put a massive distance between himself and the Zenin estate. Now, Naobito had only one concern. At my current speed, even in its divine dragon form, it can't catch me. Will it change tactics and use the weak and elderly in the underground bunker as hostages, forcing me to fight with my hands tied? Harboring this anxiety, he deliberately programmed a backwards-glancing motion into his 24-frame sequence to monitor the dragon's movements, preventing a scenario where he failed to react if the dragon suddenly doubled back. And then, he saw them, a pair of colossal, heterochromatic eyes glowing fiercely amidst the torrential night rain. Those eyes were locked dead onto him. A hyperdense sphere of pure cursed energy was coalescing deep within the dragon's throat. It was a breath attack. Even though the blinding light was already flaring in the back of its maw, the dragon held its fire. It was predicting Naobito's pre-planned trajectory. The instant the dragon calculated his endpoint, the breath would rain down from the sky, instantly annihilating him with a wide-area bombardment. There wasn't a trace of cowardice in those heterochromatic eyes. Using the weak as hostages to shackle him? Don't make him laugh. What radiated from those eyes was pure, unadulterated hegemony, the absolute arrogance of a ruler commanding heaven and earth. The concept of hostages didn't even exist in Mahito's mind, because to a being of such supreme majesty, the very idea of a threat was an admission of weakness. Of course. How could a creature this magnificent harbor such pathetic thoughts? Naobito's blood and cursed energy simultaneously boiled over. Had the dragon come here solely to exterminate the Zenin clan? No. This was a trial. It was a declaration. A trial to conquer oneself, a declaration of a monumental birth, demanding the subjugation of the entire world upon its arrival. Never before had Naobito understood the dragon so perfectly. He understood its mindset, its boundless pride, its terrifying majesty, and its lethal divinity. Naobito's heart began to hammer violently against his ribs. He unconsciously exhaled a breath, and a wave of blistering heat escaped his lips. No, it wasn't just heat, it was raw cursed energy. Because his cursed energy was circulating through his veins at such a hyper-accelerated rate, his core temperature skyrocketed, practically igniting a visible aura of flame around him. His blood and his cursed energy were simultaneously combusting. Good. Fantastic. This is exactly how it should be. This is the only way it can be, Naobito thought. This is, the Rael Rush, Wait, did I just scream that out loud, Suddenly, an authoritative, blinding light pierced the pitch-black night. The dragon's breath. The hyperdense artillery shell of cursed energy erupted from the dragon's throat. The torrential downpour was instantly vaporized the millisecond it touched the light. The brilliance of the lightning in the sky was rendered dull and pathetic in comparison. The apocalyptic beam descended directly toward Naobito's path and violently impacted the earth. For an infinitesimal fraction of a second, all sound ceased to exist. A boundless, all-consuming light filled the entire world. The concussive shockwave generated by the beam aggressively expanded outward without end. A colossal, hemispherical dome of light slowly rose from the scorched earth. Because the payload was so absurdly excessive, a secondary halo of pressurized air detonated above the rising dome, looking exactly like a halo resting atop a fallen angel, bestowing a terrifying sanctity upon the ruined landscape. The dragon had successfully predicted Naobito's trajectory via projection sorcery and unhesitatingly unleashed the fully charged breath attack. This bombardment was magnitudes more devastating than the one used during the fight against Kinji Hikari. Over 2 kilometers of terrain suffered permanent topological alteration, and the lethal radius of the shockwave extended a full 10 kilometers. It was as if 1,000 suns had simultaneously detonated on the surface of the earth, forcing even the gods to bow their heads. But the dragon did not believe Naobito Zenin had died just like that. The dragon believed in Naobito's survival even more fiercely than Naobito himself did. How could a man who had chained for consecutive black flashes die here? How could a man hailed as the fastest sorcerer alive, second only to Satoru Gojo, fail to dodge it? So, where was he? Where was Naobito Zenin? I'm right here, a furious roar detonated in the sky, positioned even higher than the dragon itself. The dragon snapped its head up. There, amidst the storm clouds, was Naobito. He was plummeting from the stratosphere, descending alongside the howling wind, the torrential rain, the lightning, and an utterly catastrophic mass of cursed energy. He had executed a massive, explosive leap before the breath attack even fired, vaulting hundreds of meters into the air. Under normal circumstances, he could never achieve such a feat, but right now, he didn't even pause to question if his body could handle it. Projection sorcery had already locked in the sequence, and he executed the movements as effortlessly as breathing, arriving high above the clouds. And then, a terminal dive. Projection sorcery! Even with the dragon's kinetic vision, he was barely a blur. This wasn't merely velocity generated by gravitational freefall, it was the compounded acceleration of projection sorcery layering 24 frames of downward momentum per second. The continuously stacking velocity transformed Naobito into a literal beam of light, a meteor of cursed energy violently crashing down. The dragon whipped its massive body, snapping its tail forward. The titanic wind pressure violently vacuumed up the rain, creating a hyperspeed waterspout that threatened to shred everything in its path. But Naobito, mid-dive, pulled his fist back to his waist. Right before the colossal tail smashed into him, the chambered fist violently exploded forward. Naturally, it was a black flash. The fifth strike. Bang, The black flash-infused fist blew a massive, 10-meter-wide tunnel straight through the waterspout. At the end of that tunnel was the dragon's tail. The black flash and the tail collided head-on. Amidst the apocalyptic kinetic impact, jagged black lightning fractured the sky, visually manifesting the spatial distortion. The resulting shockwave from their clash violently rippled outward. Layer after layer of sonic booms atomized the raindrops, and rings of concussive acoustic force relentlessly expanded across the heavens. Incredibly, the tail wasn't obliterated. Dragon scales showered down like shrapnel, and boiling dragon blood sprayed across Naobito's half-naked torso, seeping between his rippling muscles and staining the remaining half of his kimono. His eyes went bloodshot. He watched in horror as fresh scales rapidly regenerated over the exposed muscle beneath the shattered armor. He had merely blasted away the scales, he had utterly failed to inflict any true structural damage to the dragon's flesh. Without a microsecond of hesitation, he reactivated projection sorcery. The dragon danced wildly through the sky, and the man sprinted directly across the dragon's colossal body. Naobito was betting his absolute life. The core rule of projection sorcery was pre-planning and execution. The fatal caveat, he must perform the exact movements he visualized. If he failed to match the sequence, the technique's backlash would freeze him in a frame for 1 second. In a hyperspeed battle of this caliber, 1 second was enough time to die 100 times over. But every single one of his calculations was flawless. His brain felt as if it were literally combusting. Chaining 5 consecutive black flashes had elevated him to an unprecedented state of omnipotence. He could perceive every single one of the dragon's breaths, the twitch of every muscle fiber, the surge of its boiling blood, the flow of its cursed energy, and the rhythmic shifting of its scales. He instantly deduced why the dragon scales could tank a black flash. There was an invisible buffer zone of cursed energy between the scales and the flesh. The scales weren't flush against the skin like a fish's, they sat slightly elevated, much like the carapace of a massive insect, creating a shock-absorbing crumple zone. This physiological design provided a secondary advantage. If subjected to an attack possessing an unmitigable, catastrophic force, the scales would violently detach and blow outward. Even against the spatial warping payload of a black flash, the destruction of the buffer zone successfully prevented the kinetic force from transferring into a lethal, severing blow to the core body. It resulted in a flesh wound, but entirely prevented amputation. However, even a buffered scale defense had limits, evidenced by the black flash shattering through the armor anyway. It was just that the payload of that specific strike hadn't breached the ultimate damage threshold. Realizing this, Naobito immediately discarded any notion of targeting the armored sections. Given the dragon's terrifying regeneration rate, it didn't matter how many times he wounded its flesh. The speed at which the scales regrew and the flesh knit back together meant that endless volleys of black flashes would ultimately achieve nothing. If this turned into an endurance match, Naobito would be the first to bleed out. He had to surgically calculate their respective cursed energy pools, minimize his own expenditure, and violently force the dragon to hemorrhage its reserves. This was the only path to executing his original strategy, exhausting the great beast to death. Asterisk a lethal blow. I need a single, instantly lethal blow, asterisk. Targeting the scales was useless. He had to strike the completely unarmored vital points. The dragon's entire body was clad in impenetrable armor, save for two distinct areas, the eyes and the nasal cavities. But naturally, both the eyes and the nostrils would be heavily guarded. Approaching them wouldn't be easy. No, given the sheer evolutionary brilliance of the scale defense, it was practically guaranteed that the eyes and nasal cavities harbored secondary countermeasures. They were likely biological bait, exposed deliberately to lure arrogant, overconfident hunters into a fatal trap. But wait, besides the eyes and the nose, wasn't there one other direct entry point to the dragon's internal organs? Naobito was momentarily terrified by the sheer suicidal insanity of his own idea, but before his rational mind could abort the sequence, his body moved. Asterisk, are you kidding me? After pushing it this far, does the head of the Zenin clan even have the luxury of retreat? To slaughter the king of cursed spirits, to wash away the clan's humiliation in blood, the time to transcend my limits is right here, right now, asterisk. Naobito couldn't stop a wild, euphoric roar from tearing from his throat, fueled by the boiling blood in his chest. He used his field of vision to chart his final, desperate sprint. Accelerating continuously, he felt as though he were leaving the physical laws of the world behind. His brain was sustaining severe trauma from the sheer overclocking of his cognitive processing. He couldn't use reverse cursed technique. If he kept this up, he would suffer permanent brain damage. But he didn't give a damn. Driven by sheer, psychotic willpower, he had never felt such absolute, terrifying euphoria. The final sequence of projection sorcery. Time seemed to dilate, slowing to a crawl. The dragon continued its chaotic, violent dance, its scales flaring out rigidly like thousands of massive broadswords. Naobito's preset sequence was locked in. Now, the final charge commenced. The dragon barrel-rolled, Naobito shifted his footing laterally, surfing the momentum of the beast's rotation. The dragon flared its scales, Naobito leaped, violently hurtling over the razor-sharp edges. The dragon coiled like a monstrous serpent, Naobito sprinted straight along the curvature of its spine. Finally, the colossal draconic head loomed directly in front of him. Those heterochromatic eyes glared like twin, blinding searchlights. Naobito felt their crushing weight, exactly like an escaping prisoner suddenly pinned by the blinding spotlights of a prison watchtower. A suffocating, apocalyptic sense of dread aggressively metastasized from the deepest pits of his soul. Ice shot down his spine, and his heart threatened to hammer its way out of his ribcage. His throat was bone dry, even swallowing felt agonizingly difficult. Every survival instinct he possessed screamed at him in unison, asterisk run. Run. Run, asterisk. But he didn't run. He smiled. Following his preset sequence, he launched himself high into the air. He had entirely tapped out the biological limits of his mortal vessel, yet cursed energy continued to flood into his system, as if all the ambient cursed energy in the world was magnetically drawn to him. He was growing exponentially stronger by the millisecond. He had shattered his own ceiling and ascended to a realm of the gods. He was going to, deify himself, The dragon's heterochromatic eyes abruptly vanished. Instead, a colossal, world-devouring maw snapped open directly in front of Naobito. Deep within the abyssal throat, a hyperdense artillery shell of cursed energy was churning, the dragon's breath, primed for point-blank execution. R, the head really was a trap after all, Naobito thought. And then, a second thought, exactly as I predicted, Naobito consolidated a transcendent mass of cursed energy directly into his fist. He left only the absolute bare minimum required to keep himself from dying instantly in the high-altitude atmosphere. Every other drop of power was funneled into his strike. His bones and tendons groaned and cracked under the strain, his physical body actively ripping itself apart because it couldn't handle the hyper-accelerated flow of his own energy. A thin line of blood ruptured from the corner of his eye, trailing a crimson ribbon through the sky. Pour everything into this single strike, Black. Flash. Could he use a black flash to forcefully punch a dragon's breath attack back down its throat? Was it even possible? The beam might detonate point-blank before he could redirect it, resulting in mutual annihilation. Or perhaps there was no breath attack at all, maybe the dragon would abort the beam and simply ram him with its horns. Even if he shattered the horns and caved in its skull, it would be utterly meaningless, because the dragon's terrifying regeneration would knit the fatal wounds closed in seconds. Or worse, what if the dragon instantly stalled its momentum and dive-bombed back down to the earth? If he miscalculated a single variable, the rigid, pre-planned sequence of projection sorcery would drag Naobito straight to hell. But once again, he had won the gamble. He had accurately calculated the dragon's boundless arrogance. Just as the dragon had refused to use hostages to shackle him, Naobito firmly believed the beast craved a final, glorious duel. When Naobito took the initiative to ascend into the sky, he knew the dragon would meet him there to settle the score. He knew that when he reached the beast's face, the dragon would deploy its maximum output breath attack to annihilate him, just as he believed the dragon had accurately predicted that Naobito would attempt to counterkill it with a final black flash. When two master samurai simultaneously drop their stances and rest their hands on the hilts of their blades, is there any possible outcome other than a mutual, simultaneous draw? No. There are no other variables left. This is the ultimate romance of warriors. So, it happens now. It ends right here, The final strike. Naobito's black flash and the dragon's breath fired simultaneously. But Naobito was stunned. The hyperdense artillery shell of cursed energy violently churning in the dragon's throat was the wrong color. The breath attack was suddenly ignited with pitch-black flames. Under any normal circumstance, Naobito would be completely incapable of processing this phenomenon. But in this omnipotent state, he instantly understood why a beam of pure cursed energy was burning with black fire. A black flash is a phenomenon born from the simultaneous collision of physical mass and cursed energy. In other words, to trigger a black flash, there must be a physical vector carrying the energy. This is why a sorcerer can trigger a black flash while wielding a physical weapon, but a pure, unadulterated cursed energy blast can never achieve one. A beam of pure energy cannot trigger a black flash. That was exactly why Naobito had completely dismissed the possibility of the dragon breathing one. But what if it wasn't a beam of pure energy? What if there was air inside it? The fundamental requirement for a black flash is an application of cursed energy within 0.000001 seconds of a physical hit, distorting space. Meaning, as long as that precise condition is met, literally anything can trigger it. By utilizing a specialized biological organ to fire a physical air cannon, and intensely compressing a hyperdense mass of cursed energy directly into that physical shockwave, the dragon perfectly fulfilled the prerequisite of combining physical impact with cursed energy. The rest was simple math, no different than Kento Nanami triggering a black flash with a blunt cleaver, or Nobara Kujisaki triggering one with a hammer and nails. Right before firing the air cannon, the dragon violently concentrated the spatial distortion of a black flash at the very tip of its maw. Then, it exhaled the entire apocalyptic distortion in a single, sustained burst. This was a catastrophic, unprecedented phenomenon in the entire history of Jujutsu sorcery. A black flash breath. A pillar of absolute, light-devouring darkness erupted from the dragon's maw and carved a path straight into the heavens. The stormy black clouds were effortlessly violently atomized by the beam. It was as if the dragon had spat an infinitely extending blade of pure, black lightning. The jet-black pillar pierced the stratosphere, splitting the storm, erasing the rain, obliterating the thunder, and continuing to aggressively expand upward, stretching into infinity. Finally, the black sword of light pierced the silver moon, cleaving its glow perfectly in half. The howling wind, the torrential rain, and the roaring thunder were all instantly, eternally silenced. Chapter 36:26. The Death of Naobito Zenin. 4,460 words. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. I lost. Man, I really lost. Naobito Zenin roared with laughter. He casually grabbed a sake jug from beside him and tipped it back, pouring the liquor directly down his throat. He chugged for a solid 2 or 3 seconds before finally lowering the jug and letting out a satisfied belch. He was sitting beneath a blooming cherry blossom tree. A pristine white cloth was spread out beneath him, holding 2 flat-bottomed sake bowls and the jug. Yet he hadn't even glanced at the bowls, opting to just grab the jug instead. He was still half-dressed in his kimono, his right torso completely bare. His white hair was slicked back, and his dapper English mustache twitched with every gulp. Suddenly, he asked, "Hey, what path do you plan to take from here? You're literally dead, and you're still worrying about things like that." Mahito slowly limped out from behind the cherry blossom tree. "Aren't you tired, old man? What the hell are you babbling about? As the head of the Zenin clan, what's wrong with me caring?" Naobito bellowed impatiently. "Shut up and tell me." Right now, Mahito perfectly understood why Moki Zenin found this old man so insufferable in the original timeline, even though he was practically the last shred of conscience the Zenin clan had left. I find him annoying too, Mahito sat down opposite Naobito. The old man lifted the jug and poured sake for the curse, filling one of the flat bowls to the brim. As Mahito picked it up, a single cherry blossom petal drifted down and landed perfectly in the bowl, sending tiny ripples across the placid liquid. Mahito couldn't help but say, "How elegant, old man. When I saw you slicking your hair back and trimming that little mustache, I thought you were just a rebellious old punk. I never expected the final space your mind constructed before death would be a cherry tree, 2 sake bowls, and a place to share a final drink with your enemy." Naobito chuckled self-deprecatingly. Who hasn't been young and foolish once? Can you imagine? In the Zenin clan, there is a rule that women, regardless of their talent, must walk exactly 3 steps behind men. It's 2018. It's the 21st century. Are you kidding me? The Zenin clan still lives like it's the Heian era. You sound dissatisfied, Mahito noted. But you were the clan head. You had the power to change all of that. Of course I could have changed it, Naobito's voice suddenly turned frigid. But even if I force changes in my generation, the next generation would just revert to the old rules. Unfortunately, my son was a man who strictly adhered to the clan's dogma. If I died and he took over, nothing would have changed. Nothing could have changed. That sounds like a failure in your parenting, Mahito pointed out. Unfortunately, the Zenin clan uses centralized education. I had no authority to intervene in how the children were raised. Honestly, it's a miracle the clan even produced a weirdo like me. It's only because my talent was overwhelming enough to put everyone who opposed me into the ICU that I managed to secure the position of clan head in the first place. Naobito gritted his teeth. But even then, I couldn't just go on a massacre. Not unless I wanted to sever my ties with Jujutsu society entirely and become a curse user. And how could a curse user be the clan head? When I was a kid, I used to daydream about all the things I'd do once I became the head. But when I actually took the seat, I found myself bound by countless chains. They shackled my hands and feet, shackled my brain, shackled my heart, and shackled my ideals and willpower. Mahito replied coolly, "Well, you don't need to worry about that anymore. Everyone in your family who could make decisions is dead." Naobito paused, then suddenly burst into laughter. "You're right. Now I really don't have to worry. The Zenin clan can never go back to how it was." Now Mahito was confused. He asked, "You don't seem to harbor much hatred toward me? Even though I essentially exterminated your entire bloodline." Naobito grinned. "Let me guess. Even though you're acting perfectly calm, you don't fully understand the current state you and I are in, do you? I've heard that during life or death battles, sorcerers can occasionally enter a state of total mutual understanding. But that's incredibly rare. Most of the time, when you die, you just die. Nothing happens," Mahito said. Naobito took another swig from his jug. "Then let me give you a more elegant explanation. I'm all ears. Legend has it that after death, people enter the River of Souls, where they wait to enter the cycle of reincarnation. We Jujutsu sorcerers are far more resistant to the currents of that river than normal humans. Right before death, we can temporarily construct a liminal space to experience a final life flashing before our eyes. In this space, a sorcerer can judge their own soul, cast aside their mortal burdens, and step into their final reincarnation." Mahito nodded thoughtfully. He remembered this phenomenon from the original timeline. When major characters died, they often experienced these exact liminal visions, some so vivid they didn't even realize they were dead yet. The most classic example was Satoru Gojo's death. He constructed an entire airport terminal, sitting on a bench surrounded by the people who had died before him. Even in the original timeline, Mahito had arrived here after his death. But instead of answering the call of the Soul River, he had stubbornly waited by the banks until Ryuman Sukuna died at the end of the series, at which point the two of them crossed paths and conversed. It was definitely a real phenomenon, but since living sorcerers couldn't exactly confirm it, it was often brushed off as an elegant myth based on extreme, unverified anomalies. And, Naobito continued, if a sorcerer dies while locked in a deathmatch with another, and their cursed energy has completely intertwined to the point of mutual understanding, then they can meet their adversary in this liminal space before crossing over. Naobito looked at Mahito with a soft smile. Even though we barely exchanged a few words and never really got to know each other, it's completely inexplicable, but I believe in you. Right now, I believe in you more than I believe in anyone else. King of cursed spirits, Mahito, Naobito said with absolute solemnity. If it is you, the one who killed me, who decides to change this Jujutsu world, then I believe you can actually do it. No one in this world can stop you. Not the Zenin clan, not the other big three families, not even Satoru Gojo. Mahito was taken aback. I don't even have that kind of confidence in myself. You just haven't realized your own confidence yet, Naobito said plainly. The moment you put on that Hari, Hakama, and bamboo hat and walked up to the Zenin estate, you had already made your choice. You have no idea how utterly terrified the Zenin clan was of you, nor how much they revered you. You couldn't have imagined that the entire clan was swallowed whole by the storm and lightning you brought with you. Didn't you notice? Every single person who fought you instinctively announced their names and lineages. They were solemn and dignified, like the last samurai in a period drama, locking eyes with their ultimate rival in the pouring rain. Mahito muttered, I thought all righteous sects acted like that. Naobito roared with laughter. Let me repeat myself, it is 2018. Who the hell still plays by those ancient rules? Even the Zenin clan abandoned that crap. If it means securing a victory, our underhandedness would go far beyond your imagination. Mahito suddenly recalled the final battle between Satoru Gojo and Ryman Sukuna in the original timeline. When Gojo was on the back foot, everyone on his side was furiously debating how to jump in and help him. The emotionally unstable ones wanted to charge in first, but an incarnated ancient sorcerer stopped them. The modern sorcerers rationally analyzed the situation and concluded that letting Gojo fight Sukuna one-on-one was still the optimal strategy. But the ancient sorcerer scoffed at their logic. He plainly stated, are modern sorcerers really such cowards? Listen well. This is a battle between Satoru Gojo and Ryman Sukuna. No one else is permitted to interfere. The mindset of the past and present was drastically different, their pursuit of glory was fundamentally incompatible. Mahito chuckled. I see. I totally misread the situation. Naobito took another drink. But the moment you arrived at our gates, you changed the Zenin clan. Every single clansman burned with a desire to clash with you. They couldn't wait to announce their names, trying to mask the sheer thrill in their hearts. They told themselves they were enacting righteous mob justice against a cursed spirit, but they weren't. In that moment, they all reverted to the ancient era, chasing honor and chivalry. They felt like true warriors engaging in the ultimate battle against their destined nemesis, believing that even death would be a worthy price. Knowing that, how could I possibly hate you? Mahito retorted mockingly, not everyone announced their names. Before I fought your son, I was getting jumped by a whole squad for quite a while. Because they are trash who will never land a black flashed in their entire miserable lives, Naobito replied coldly. Only Naobito Zenin could so casually refer to the elite members of the Zenin clan's Grade 1 Sorcerer Battalion as trash. But Mahito knew he was right. Throughout the Zenin massacre, those who announced their names possessed a glaringly obvious gap in strength compared to the others. It wasn't just a difference in raw cursed energy reserves, it was a pure difference in the asterisk heart star. When I fought Ogi and Jinikai, people still interfered, Mahito pointed out. Naobito waved his hand dismissively. Which means they are trash too. Especially Ogi. A sorcerer whose entire identity revolves around Fai quick draws, yet he couldn't even manage Zanshin, a state of lingering awareness after a strike. He completely deserved to be sneak attacked and killed by you. And for the record, if Ronta had stayed in a safe position instead of sacrificing his life to pin you down, Jinikai would never have landed a black flashed before dying. Because Jinikai is fundamentally incapable of achieving complete focus. Mahito suddenly thought of the original protagonist, Yuji Itadori. The narrator had once stated that a sorcerer with a purely earnest heart like Yuji was deeply loved by the Black Sparks. Other sorcerers, even anomalies like Satoru Gojo and Ryman Sukuna, had to be pushed to the absolute brink in the most intense battles, or have their emotions peak to the extreme, to unleash a black flash. But Yuji Itadori could land a black flash purely out of willpower. Complete focus, huh? Mahito smiled. I see. You broke through, didn't you? Naobito looked smug. So you noticed? He puffed out his chest proudly. That's right. During our final clash, I completely immersed myself in the battle. Hatred, terror, fury, I abandoned all of it. No, I didn't forget them, I synthesized them. I unified all those emotions until my mind was as perfectly transparent as a clear lake. Transcending everything, I entered the realm of the Black Flash. Whenever I wanted to strike with black sparks, I did. I surpassed every boundary I ever had and reached an entirely new version of myself. Naobito sighed, a hint of genuine regret in his voice. If I had survived, or if I could have fought you just a little longer, I'm confident I could have constructed a domain expansion today. After that, I might have even tried challenging the rank of special grade sorcerer. This was the true nature of a Jujutsu sorcerer. Regardless of their type or discipline, it was only in the crucible of a deathmatch that their true talent blossomed. This was also the question Mahito had finally figured out. Never run. Face your terror head-on. Transcend yourself through fear. Whether you were a curse or a Jujutsu sorcerer, this was the orthodox path to absolute power. Hiding away and biding your time in the Jujutsu world was nothing but heresy. Only now had Mahito truly stepped onto the orthodox path. In fact, this was exactly how Mahito grew in the original timeline. His domain expansion was born in the face of absolute mortal terror. His idol transfiguration, instant spirit body of distorted killing, was fully realized in the heat of battle. It was safe to say that the original Mahito's terrifying evolution over just 6 months was directly tied to him constantly, actively seeking out lethal battles. Conversely, ever since this Mahito had been born, he had completely avoided initiating fights. He approached every opponent with extreme caution, constantly scheming and planning before engaging. If he didn't possess complete intelligence on his enemy, he absolutely refused to fight. It wasn't until the Zenin clan bullied their way to his doorstep that he finally snapped, fully embracing the truth. He walked into the Zenin estate alone and initiated an extermination war. So, back to the original topic, Naobito asked earnestly. Have you decided what path you're going to take? Mahito thought for a moment. Next, I'm planning to test Satoru Gojo's strength. Naobito was shocked. Are you serious? In your current state? Hey. Which old man just said that not even Satoru Gojo could stop me? Mahito sighed. Listen, if I want to change the Jujutsu world, Satoru Gojo is the final boss I absolutely have to conquer. Since he's my destined enemy, isn't it only natural to probe his limits while my intelligence is still largely hidden? Naobito was speechless. Fine. I expect nothing less from the man who walked into the Zenin estate alone with a single sword. You've got guts. He paused, then shouted loudly, damn it. What you just said shocked me so much you totally derailed my question. No. Mahito, I'm not asking about your tactical itinerary. I don't give a damn about that. I'm asking you, how do you intend to walk your path? Mahito frowned. Walk. Yes. Walk, Naobito pushed. I told you, I believe more than anyone else that you can change the Jujutsu world. So what I'm asking is, where are you going to take it? If he were talking to Jogo, Mahito would have stated decisively. I will allow cursed spirits to walk proudly under the sun. I will forge a shared future for humanity and curses. I will become a true god, a god for both humans and curses. While preserving modern human civilization, I will elevate the existence of cursed spirits above humanity. From then on, curses will become the new humanity, the true messengers of the divine. If he were talking to Junpei Yoshino, Mahito would have told him earnestly. I will uphold fairness and justice in human society. I will make cursed spirits the arbiters of absolute justice. Everyone will be invisibly monitored by curses, but they will never interfere with the daily operations of society. They will report everything through grand barriers to me, and I will punish the wicked according to the law. I will eradicate the ugly habits of human society, no one will hold privilege. Humanity will live peacefully within my framework, forever. If he were talking to Kenjaku, Mahito would have chuckled and said, I will excavate the absolute maximum potential of both humans and curses. I will actively conduct hyper-specialized modifications. Perhaps I'll force all humans to awaken their own unique innate techniques. Perhaps future humans will no longer need guns, relying entirely on their techniques to function. Cursed spirits will serve as my experimental test subjects. I will maximize the intelligence and societal structure of curses. Will this spark a new racial war? I don't know. But don't you want to see a future like that? If he were facing Kinji Hikari, Kokichi Muta, Mai, or even Satoru Gojo, he had a tailor-made speech ready for each of them, guaranteed to leave them entranced and vibrating with excitement. But facing this dead man, who insisted on an honest heart-to-heart before fading away, Mahito found himself completely unable to lie. He answered frankly, I don't know. The sake jug in Naobito's hand trembled slightly. You don't know? He asked, dumbfounded. Mahito smiled. How long do you think it's been since I was born? In human years, I'm not even 6 months old. My original plan was to keep my head down, hide my strength, and desperately improve myself. As for the road ahead, I was going to figure it out as I walked it. Only after I've absorbed enough knowledge and seen enough of the world's scenery can I draw a concrete conclusion. Only then will I actually begin changing the world. Isn't that the most logical approach? Or did you expect a newborn with less than a year of life experience to just arrogantly mandate how the world should operate? Mahito wasn't lying. Even though he was a reincarnator with memories of his past life, this world was fundamentally different. He couldn't just rigidly apply his past life's logic here. For one, his past life was a 100% mundane, non-magical world. This world possessed visceral, objective supernatural powers. Could they really be treated the same? To reshape this world, he had to thoroughly localize his understanding of it. He had lived here for less than a year. What right did he have to spout grandiose delusions about remodeling society? If he was going to tackle something as monumental as changing the world, he had to ensure he could do it with a clear conscience, bringing actual prosperity to it. If he couldn't achieve that, then he might as well just use his past life knowledge and newfound power to screw around and have fun. The worst thing he could do was ruin the already functional foundation of society. It was exactly like a massive string of spaghetti code. If it compiles and runs, *do not touch its star. The most terrifying thing in the world is an arrogant idiot who tweaks one line of code they don't understand, causing the entire operating system to permanently crash. Furthermore, he didn't even know if he was going to survive until the canon finale yet. How could he possibly have the luxury of contemplating how to change the world? Naobito was shaken to his core. He had no idea Mahito was this young. When Mahito first breached their gates, Naobito assumed the curse had been alive for at least a decade. He spoke naturally, possessed flawlessly clear logic, and exhibited a distinct moral compass. If a normal curse had come to exterminate them, it absolutely would not have spared the weak and elderly. But Mahito had spared them. This proved he possessed a fully matured worldview, something a narrow-minded, infantile curse could never have. Though he didn't say it aloud, Naobito had to admit that Mahito sparing the non-combatants was the exact reason he could trust him so wholeheartedly. He believed in him until the bitter end. It sounded bizarre, but this was the reality of the Jujutsu world. Because even human Jujutsu sorcerers rarely developed such a mature, grounded worldview. Sorcerers extracted cursed energy through negative emotions. This biological anchor meant they were inherently far more prone to extremism than normal humans. Sometimes, all it took was a single sentence, or one horrific tragedy, for a world-protecting hero to instantly degenerate into an apocalyptic madman. That was an incredibly common occurrence in the Jujutsu world. If sorcerers were like that, then curses, beings entirely composed of extreme, concentrated negative emotion, should be infinitely worse, degenerating without any bottom line. That was common sense. But Mahito's existence shattered that common sense. Naobito suddenly thought of Satoru Gojo. He, too, was a man who shattered common sense. Jujutsu sorcerers and curses were mutually dependent, endlessly spiraling around each other. Ever since Satoru Gojo's birth, the overall strength of curses globally had skyrocketed. And now, at this very moment, a curse that shattered all common sense had finally been born to match him. The human's curse upon humanity. The natural-born king of cursed spirits, Mahito. Knowing this, how could Naobito *not* believe in him? Believe in this transcendent king of curses? Naobito finally felt at peace. He poured the remaining sake into the other flat bowl, picked it up with utmost solemnity, and asked, "Then, are you interested in hearing the advice of a drunken old man?" "I'm all ears." Mahito also raised his bowl. "You should always walk alone, trusting absolutely no one. You should travel everywhere, making friends and listening to their ideals. You must work in human society, experiencing the most grueling, bitter labor. You must use the privileges you've gained from selling immortality to indulge in extreme hedonism, tasting the most depraved lifestyles human society has to offer. You must be ruthlessly decisive in your killing. When faced with dissenters, do not try to persuade them, humiliate them with the most extreme, terrifying deaths. You must clearly distinguish right from wrong. When faced with conflicting philosophies, do not rush to draw conclusions. Look more, listen more. Do not trust their words, trust their actions. Do not try to be a saintly king. No founding monarch in history was ever a saint. Be a tyrant. Pave the ground beneath your feet with a carpet of corpses, and let the terror you inspire eclipse death itself." Naobito's voice was rich and booming, echoing like muffled thunder. By the end, he sounded like an apocalyptic demon god, as fierce and violent as a natural disaster. But his final words were as gentle and melancholic as a lover's whisper, floating lightly like a spring breeze brushing against willow leaves. What is right, and what is wrong? This is a question that has spanned the entirety of human history. There is no need to forcefully draw a definitive line. For example, I despised the Zenin clan's oppressive rules regarding women. But when I read the clan's historical archives, I discovered that in the ancient eras, those very same oppressive rules were what guaranteed women the protection needed to simply survive. If you dared to preach that women should be completely equal to men in the ancient era, the entire world would have driven a spear through your heart. Mahito, you are the most unique curse since the dawn of time. You possessed a mature worldview shortly after birth, and you managed to formulate a fully self-consistent moral framework in such an impossibly short time. This is a blessing from the heavens, but this blessing will also become a curse. Because you are a natural-born king, you will find it incredibly difficult to understand the hearts of ordinary mortals. You must immerse yourself fully in the chaotic noise of this world. Experience the rights, the wrongs, the sheer messiness of it all. Only then can you keep walking. Keep running. And finally, draw your own conclusion. This speech felt entirely out of character for Naobito Zenin. In the original timeline, his impression was always that of an unreliable, eccentric drunk. Even though he was immensely powerful, he wasn't someone who commanded deep respect. He was an incredibly experienced veteran sorcerer, but he was not a qualified clan head. That was his canon reputation, and it was the impression Mahito had when fighting him. After all, this was a man ruthless enough to let his own clansmen, including his biological son, die just to test Mahito's capabilities. How could a man like that be a good leader? But right now, as he spoke these words, his voice calm, yet layered with profound, weathered exhaustion, it was as if an ancient, bloody road was unrolling before Mahito's eyes. In the past, Naobito must have walked alone, because no one understood his vision. He must have tried to share his ideals to gather comrades, only to look around and find complete, deafening silence. When he finally clawed his way to the position of clan head, he despairingly realized he still couldn't change a single thing. He held the absolute highest authority in the Zenin clan, yet he lived like a clay doll bound by invisible strings, ultimately degenerating into a functional alcoholic. Mahito suddenly remembered what Naobito had once told Moki Zenin. Moki was a woman of the Zenin clan. According to the rules, her fate was already permanently sealed. But Moki refused to accept it. She wanted to change the clan, so she boldly declared to Naobito, "I'm going to become the head of the Zenin clan." And how did Naobito respond? The drunkard had laughed uproariously and said, "Fine. I'll prepare trials for you. If you pass them, then you can be the clan head." And so, Moki walked out the gates of the Zenin estate, becoming Satoru Gojo's student to acquire the strength needed to seize the clan. As she walked away, Naobito stood behind her, still laughing. His laughter echoed into the heavens, as if he were watching a tiny praying mantis raise its sides to block a speeding carriage. When Mahito read the original manga, he assumed the drunken old man was mockingly deriding her. But what if he was entirely sincere? Mahito couldn't help but smile. He shouted loudly, "I have received your teachings. I will carve them into my heart." Naobito and Mahito gently clinked their bowls together. The cherry blossom petal floating in the sake drifted aimlessly. In an instant, a violent gale stripped the cherry tree bare. An infinite storm of cherry blossoms engulfed the entire world. Naobito and Mahito simultaneously downed their sake in a single gulp. When they lowered their bowls, the blinding curtain of petals was so thick they could no longer see each other. Sitting exactly where he was, Naobito roared with laughter and delivered his final farewell. He said, "Hey, Mahito. Go change the world. Take your absolute benevolence, take your absolute malice. Take your innate, unyielding defiance. And bring an earth-shattering hurricane to this rotting, putrid Jujutsu world." The howling gale whipped Mahito's long hair into the air, the infinite barrage of pink petals completely blinding him. Amidst the storm of blossoms and his booming laughter, Naobito Zenin completely faded away. Mahito looked up at the cherry tree, but it too had vanished. Ultimately, the entire liminal space was swept away into the endless currents of the Soul River. Mahito smiled. "How elegant, old man." Naobito Zenin, dead. Chapter 37:27. Ulterior motives. 3,306 words. Mahito awoke from his trance. He licked his lips, a faint phantom taste of sake still lingered on his tongue. He surveyed his surroundings. Due to his death match with Naobito, the entire estate was reduced to an apocalyptic wasteland. Lingering, violent cursed energy blanketed the area. The storm clouds had completely dissipated, allowing the moonlight to spill unimpeded across the ruined earth. Because he had successfully triggered a black flash, Mahito was currently overflowing with a sensation of absolute omnipotence. It was exactly as Kento Nanami had described it. The cursed energy that normally required conscious, meticulous effort to regulate now flowed as naturally and effortlessly as breathing. Complex theories and calculations that would normally make his head spin were instantly solved the moment he simply thought of them. Feats that seemed entirely impossible before could now be perfectly executed just by vaguely visualizing the mechanics. Every Jujutsu sorcerer chased the high of a black flash. Right here, right now, Mahito profoundly understood why. Because he had used *maximum, Advent * to transform into a dragon, he was currently completely naked. He stepped forward in his bare flesh, letting his cursed energy circulate naturally. His sensory perception could easily blanket an area tens of thousands of meters wide. Even without the 6 eyes, he could perceive the intricate flow of cursed energy through all things in the world. Yet, he chose to forcefully retract all of his perception, folding it inward like a sheet of paper, compressing and stacking it infinitely until it was locked entirely within his own core. Next, he began to form hand signs, executing them with the utmost ease, yet carrying an air of absolute solemnity. Reverse cursed technique. Soul creation. Simulating soul, Juzo Kumiya. Construction. Technique release. A massive, fleshy leg completely enveloped Mahito. As he was encased, he closed his heterochromatic eyes. Kenjaku had once told Mahito that the human body was an incredibly mystical organism. To create a flawless, perfectly compatible incarnated vessel, there was no other method but to utilize an embryo. Even with a millennium of accumulated jujutsu knowledge, if Kenjaku wanted to create a vessel like that, he physically had to become a mother and birth it from a womb. But Mahito was fundamentally different from Kenjaku. The human biology that Kenjaku found so mystical was completely malleable to Mahito. Because he was the physical manifestation of humanity's curse upon humanity, he possessed absolute, innate dominion over human biological tissue. His soul manipulation abilities were entirely rooted in this principle. And now, supercharged by the zone of the black flash, his talent fully blossomed. A figure was violently ejected from the egg. It was a tall, bald man, completely naked, his rippling muscles corded like a wild beast's. His eyes were tightly shut. Upon being ejected, he dropped to his knees and face-planted directly into the dirt. This was the construction technique vessel Kenjaku had originally procured for Mahito. But now, Mahito no longer needed this defective puppet. The egg slowly dissolved into the air. Mahito stood in the ruins, completely naked. He opened his heterochromatic eyes, their glow shimmering faintly under the night sky like distant stars. He glanced down at Juzo Kumiya. A sheet of fabric drifted down from nowhere, covering the unconscious man's body. Mahito took a step forward. As his foot moved, white tabi socks materialized on his feet. The moment his foot touched the earth, a wooden Jita sandal formed beneath it. He waved his hand casually as he walked, and a dark kimono and hakama instantly wove themselves over his body. A hari appeared over his shoulders. He slipped it on, then raised his hand as a bamboo kasa hat materialized in his grasp, which he calmly placed on his head. Reverse cursed technique, soul creation, construction. The flow of his cursed technique was flawlessly smooth and pristine. He hadn't even formed a hand sign, yet the physical matter he constructed was absolutely perfect. Suddenly, a voice spoke up right beside him. My, you've made quite a mess. Did you have fun, Mahito? Mahito didn't turn his head. He knew exactly who it was. Sensei Kenjaku. I trust you've been well. What do you mean been well? We've been separated for less than 3 hours, Kenjaku said with a pleasant smile. To exterminate the Zenin clan in a mere 3 hours, the Jujutsu world is certainly going to experience a massive earthquake over this. Are you prepared to face Satoru Gojo head-on now, Mahito? Has it really only been 3 hours? It felt like 3 years. Mahito felt slightly disoriented. He switched his soul creation again, channeling tool manipulation. A flash of silver streaked across the night sky. He raised his right hand, and Mirakuji Kirigiri flew in from the distance, landing obediently in his grip. He held the blade horizontally. A glaring, jagged crack marred the beautifully forged steel. He blew gently on the blade, activating construction, but the crack stubbornly refused to heal. That took a direct hit from a black flash, didn't it? Kenjaku took one look and deduced exactly what had happened. A black flash is a phenomenon created by the dual impact of physical force and cursed energy. Aside from its catastrophic destructive power, it leaves behind a terrifyingly stubborn residue of cursed energy that makes wounds exceptionally difficult to heal. Never mind a cursed tool like Mirakuji Kirigiri, which lacks innate self-healing capabilities. Even a Jujutsu sorcerer highly proficient in reverse cursed technique would find it agonizingly difficult to regenerate from a direct black flash strike. Is there any way to fix it? Mahito asked. If we can find an exceptionally skilled construction user, they might be able to repair it. Kenjaku studied the blade, pondering. But that's a tall order. At the very least, the construction user lying at your feet falls completely short. Kenjaku was talking about Juzo Kumiya, yet he didn't even cast a single glance at the man, treating him as if he were thin air. Kenjaku continued. Because Tsukumagami aren't simply standard cursed tools. They possess genuine life, and sometimes can even evolve into cursed spirits. They are highly unique life forms shrouded in mysteries we have yet to unravel. Even though I know the answer is likely no, I have to ask. If you want, I can find you an excellent new vessel to act as a Tsukumagami carrier. No, I am quite satisfied with Mirakuji Kirigiri, Mahito refused. Kenjaku wasn't surprised. Even with the tool manipulation technique, it would be impossible to cultivate a blade into a true Tsukumagami in such a short time without genuine affection for it. That specific favoritism was the primary catalyst for a Tsukumagami's birth. Then we have no options for now. Wait, perhaps we do. Kenjaku looked thoughtful. What is it? Mahito asked. I know an ancient sorcerer who is currently undergoing incarnation in a modern human vessel. However, her vessel isn't fully prepared yet, so it will take some time. We might be able to ask her for help in the future. Be warned, though, she has an incredibly bizarre personality. You might have to pay a steep price, Kenjaku explained. Mahito actually knew exactly who this was, the ancient sorcerer Yorozu. In the original timeline, she was the undisputed strongest construction user in the world. I will have the price ready. Mahito gently stroked Mirakuji Kirigiri, and the blade hummed in resonance. He lowered it to his waist, and a scabbard constructed itself around the steel. The tsuba clicked sharply against the scabbard's mouth. Kenjaku scanned the ruins and suddenly asked, there are still people hiding in the underground bunkers of the Zenin estate. Are you going to slaughter them all? Mahito replied coolly, and fully sever our ties with Jujutsu Society? Prompting Satoru Gojo to mobilize every resource to hunt us down, forcing us onto the defensive forever. You're still too naive, Mahito, Kenjaku said coldly. Do you honestly think Gojo won't hunt us down if you spare them? Remember what I just told you. You just wiped out the elite forces of the Zenin clan, one of the big three families. This is an incident of catastrophic proportions. Satoru Gojo will inevitably use every method at his disposal to track you down, and he will use everything in his power to kill you. At this point, sparing the people in that basement changes absolutely nothing. Killing them, however, will further harden your resolve. So, why hold back? Mahito slowly turned his head to look at Kenjaku. You seem awfully eager for me to massacre them. I am merely reminding you to cast aside your misplaced human compassion, Kenjaku said seriously. Whether you want to admit it or not, the fact remains that you are a curse. Since you are a curse, if you wish to increase your power, you must act according to a curse's nature. Otherwise, you will only drift further away from true strength. What Kenjaku said was completely true. Mahito had to acknowledge it. This was exactly why curse users hated Satoru Gojo with such a burning passion. The ecology of curse users and cursed spirits was virtually identical. If they didn't live indulging their every sick whim, their spirit would wane, and their cursed energy would slowly deplete, eventually dissipating entirely. For curse users, murdering and torturing people inherently increased their power. Living purely to satisfy their impulses was the fastest route to strength. The exact same applied to curses. But that wasn't the *only way. Mahito spoke evenly. I'm finding you incredibly annoying right now, Sensei Kenjaku. Are you suggesting that I should just ignore our binding vow and attack you? Even if I know the backlash of breaking the vow would be severe, as long as I get to kill you and satisfy my immediate urge, the consequences don't matter. Kenjaku froze. Suddenly, every primal instinct he possessed screamed in absolute terror. An invisible, crushing pressure instantaneously flooded his world, making him feel as though he had been abruptly teleported from solid ground to the bottom of the Mariana Trench. The sudden gravitational weight nearly forced him to his knees. Mahito had evolved again, to a terrifying, sickening degree. Kenjaku raised his hands in surrender, immediately softening his tone. My apologies. I was simply concerned about the speed of your growth, especially since you are about to face Satoru Gojo. I would never dare harbor intentions of betrayal. As you know, the binding vow we established binds us both. Being indecisive and overly sentimental absolutely violates a curse's base instincts, and it does negatively impact my cursed energy. But if enduring that yields a far greater reward, I will endure it. I will transmute the humiliation of that endurance into a deeper, more refined curse. Mahito suddenly smiled, the corners of his mouth curling up. That's a philosophy the head of the Zenin clan taught me. I learned a lot from him, and I plan on putting it to good use. Kenjaku asked curiously, what exactly did he do? He sat in the reception hall and watched through his shikigami as I ruthlessly butchered his clansmen. First, I slaughtered the entire Kukuru unit. Then, I massacred the entire Hei. Mahito recalled the battle, speaking slowly. I tossed the mangled corpse of the Hei's commander, his own son, right at his feet. He was consumed by absolute grief, yet he smiled. He told me that the more exceptional a Jujutsu sorcerer is, the more they can transmute that wrath and terror into cursed energy, unleashing power that defies common sense. And he proved it. Kenjaku inhaled sharply, marveling, no wonder Mirakuji Kirigiri bears the scars of her black flash. It must have been him who struck it. How vicious, utterly vicious. As expected of the Zenin clan head. I have to admire a man who can push his own madness to that extreme. Asterisk if Naobito Zenin knew he earned the admiration of a 1,000-year-old psychopath, I'm sure he'd be roaring with laughter right now. Asterisk Mahito thought aimlessly. Then, he asked, Kenjaku, can you introduce me to any other teachers? Kenjaku paused. Why the sudden interest? I require deeper, foundational training. Relying solely on my current capabilities won't be enough, Mahito explained. During this battle, I realized my combat experience is severely lacking. Time and time again, my attacks were predicted, placing me in highly disadvantageous positions. Furthermore, I want to learn kendo. I possess the finest blade in the world, but I completely lack the technique required to wield it properly. I also have glaring flaws in practical jujutsu application. I have so many cursed techniques at my disposal, but I fail to chain them together effectively. Thinking back, I made a shocking number of mistakes during that fight. There were several techniques I didn't even activate. Not because I forgot about them, but because I simply didn't have the reaction time to deploy them in that environment. Take a boogie woogie, for example. Aside from using it for a single ambush at the start, I never touched it again. I assumed a spatial displacement ability would be universally dominant in a chaotic melee. But when it came down to actually applying it, I realized I had no instinct for the optimal timing. My main issue was that I couldn't justify dropping my guard to take a hit just to tag someone with cursed energy for the love rendezvous so I could use spatial displacement. Boogie Woogie only buys me an advantage, love rendezvous guarantees an instant win. Or take miracles and probability manipulation. That combo should be devastating. But in a hyperspeed deathmatch, I didn't have the breathing room to set it up. It disrupts my combat rhythm entirely. I need to organize everything. I need a structured curriculum. As Mahito spoke, he grew pensive. Perhaps I truly do need to hunker down for a while and refine my combat system. I thought my arsenal was vast, but all these tools operate in total isolation. I haven't synergized them. Then again, I haven't been alive very long. This was Mahito's honest assessment. During the Zenin massacre, it looked like he held an overwhelming advantage the entire time. But that was strictly because he possessed idol transfiguration, granting him infinite regeneration, and luckily, no one in the Zenin clan had the ability to strike the soul. Because of that, he could fight as recklessly as he wanted without fear of consequence. But what would happen when he faced someone who could damage his soul? Setting aside others, the protagonist squad alone had 2 members capable of targeting the soul, Yuji Itadori and Nobara Kujisaki. Furthermore, in the original timeline, Kokichi Muta had managed to devise a fairly universal countermeasure against idol transfiguration using simple domain. Not to mention, any genuinely elite jujutsu sorcerer possessed subconscious soul defense. As the battles escalated, idol transfiguration would become increasingly restricted. Take the Zenin massacre, for instance. Aside from using it to heal himself, he barely used idol transfiguration offensively. Was it because he didn't want to? No. It was because everyone knew he could permanently disfigure them with a single touch, so they defended against his hands with extreme paranoia. By the time he finally landed a clean hit, the raw kinetic force of his punch alone was enough to kill them. Idol transfiguration wasn't invincible, and Mahito had intimately experienced its limitations in this fight. Mahito continued, I want a master of a new shadow style to instruct me. Naturally, I will pay the price. I wonder if the practitioners of new shadow style have any interest in immortality? I can trade immortality for the Kaiden of new shadow style. In swordsmanship, a Kaiden, full transmission, is a certificate proving a student has mastered every technique of a school and passed all its trials. Above that is Imenkyo Kaiden, license of full transmission, but that isn't just about technical mastery, it's an authoritative teaching qualification. Mahito had zero interest in teaching anyone. He just wanted the full technical repertoire of new shadow style, so that Kaiden was enough. As a side note, while new shadow style utilizes swords, it is fundamentally an integration of swordsmanship and jujutsu. Any sorcerer can learn it, it acts as a universal anti-domain technique. In the original timeline, Yuki Tsukumo, Aoi Todo, and Ui never wielded swords, yet they all utilized new shadow style, simple domain. Learning it provided massive benefits even without a blade. Kenjaku asked curiously, you already possess tool manipulation. If you simply refined that technique, you'd reach the absolute pinnacle of armed combat without ever needing to study external styles. What exactly is driving you to pursue this? I have a premonition. My growth is about to hit a severe bottleneck, Mahito admitted. If I had the luxury of time, of course I'd prefer to exclusively research idle transfiguration and just passively catalog other techniques as background knowledge. That would be a standard, healthy progression curve. Mahito chuckled self-deprecatingly. Unfortunately, the world won't give me that time, and neither will you. Right. Kenjaku avoided Mahito's gaze, shrugging slightly. Well, as it happens, I know the founder of New Shadow Style. It will take some time to track him down, but I guarantee I'll have him within a week. I can't guarantee he'll agree to all your demands, he's a notoriously eccentric man, but I can introduce you to him. Provided you guarantee both of our safety, of course. Mahito remembered now. Right before the finale in the original timeline, there was a scene confirming that the head of New Shadow Style had survived into the modern era by draining the lifespans of his disciples, waiting for the perfect moment for his school to seize power. Mahito sighed genuinely. I thought my immortality was incredibly precious. But looking closely, it seems immortality has never really been in short supply in Jujutsu society. Tengen, you, the founder of New Shadow Style. I wouldn't be surprised if there were even more of you crawling around. Kenjaku vehemently disagreed. He said severely, Mahito, do not belittle yourself. While the Jujutsu world does possess various forms of life extension, whether it's my technique, Tengen's evolution, or the founder of New Shadow Style's parasitism, our immortality requires fulfilling extremely rigid conditions. Furthermore, every single method we employ is shackled by massive limitations and exacts a horrifying toll. Without exception. But your immortality? Yours is genuinely eternal life. As long as cursed energy continues to circulate in this world, your immortality will persist flawlessly. It is the single most perfect form of immortality since the dawn of Jujutsu. Any sorcerer who pursues the path of eternity will inherently covet what you have. That puts my mind at ease, Mahito said. Then I leave it in your capable hands, Sensei Kenjaku. The stronger you become, the more reassured I feel. It means you are rapidly becoming the trump card that will kill Satoru Gojo, Kenjaku smiled. I will do everything in my power to facilitate this for you. Everything to achieve our ultimate ambition, the total subversion of modern Jujutsu society. Asterisk, you mean your ultimate ambition, right, asterisk. Mahito reaffirmed his internal stance, he absolutely could not drop his guard around this millennium-old curse user. The moment their contract was fulfilled, an instant, lethal betrayal was guaranteed. Mahito matched his smile. Then I'm counting on you, Sensei Kenjaku. Leave it to me, Mahito. Kenjaku opened a spatial tear, and Mahito stepped through it. But Kenjaku didn't leave immediately. He glanced down at the bald man lying unconscious in the dirt and smiled. I recall you being a barrier user, correct? You might still be somewhat useful. I can't let you rot out here. With that final remark, he opened a second spatial door and nonchalantly tossed the bald man inside. Chapter 38, 28. The Windmill Turns, End of Volume 2. 4,147 words. Satoru Gojo lifted the black blindfold covering his eyes, keeping his 6 eyes wide open as he intently observed the gigantic crater before him. The Gojo clan's 6 eyes was not an innate technique, but a special genetic talent passed down through the Gojo bloodline. It manifested as a visual mutation, essentially a hypersensory organ that granted the wielder information processing speeds and cursed energy manipulation precision far beyond the limits of an ordinary human. Right now, Gojo was using these unparalleled eyes to meticulously reconstruct the trajectory of the battle that had leveled the Zenin estate. Suddenly, a loud voice called out from afar. "Yo, Satoru! Figure anything out." Gojo didn't even need to turn around, the voice alone was enough to tell him who had arrived. He continued to glare at the cursed energy residuals with his 6 eyes, casually replying, "I didn't expect the higher-ups to call in the famous Yuki Tsukumo. Looks like those old geezers are actually terrified this time. Makes sense. This is one of the big 3 sorcerer families, an institution that has stood for 1,000 years. Their foundation and combat power were undeniably at the pinnacle of the Jujutsu world, yet they were wiped completely clean in a single night. Oh, well, not entirely clean. It seems the benevolent King of Curses was kind enough to spare the elderly and the non-combatants." The newcomer slapped Gojo hard on the back and squatted down beside him. Yuki Tsukumo was a stunning woman. Tall and statuesque, with blonde hair that cascaded almost down to her hips. Her bangs were parted, revealing a smooth forehead, and a bright, hearty smile graced her face, though her eyes remained as cold as ice. There were currently only 3 special-grade Jujutsu sorcerers alive in the entire world, Satoru Gojo, Yuta Okotsu, and Yuki Tsukumo. And now, 2 of them were standing in the exact same spot. Just as Gojo had noted, this only proved how utterly terrified the higher-ups were. They dreaded the prospect of this legendary King of Curses launching another ambush. Aside from the Gojo clan rally point centered around Satoru Gojo, no other faction in Jujutsu society could confidently claim they'd survive a direct hit. That was the exact reason Yuki Tsukumo had been emergency recalled from overseas. In fact, the final special grade, Yuta Okotsu, had also been recalled. He just wasn't here at the scene, he was currently acting as a bodyguard for the VIPs at the top. Originally, the higher-ups wanted at least 2 special grades playing bodyguard, leaving only 1 to investigate the Zenin massacre. Yuta Okotsu, being young and obedient, played along. Yuki Tsukumo, on the other hand, immediately flipped them the bird and bolted straight to Gojo's location. "It gave me a hell of a scare," Yuki said, sitting beside Gojo and sensing the sheer density of the residual cursed energy within the massive crater. Her smile faded slightly. "When I got the report that the Zenin clan of the Big 3 was destroyed by the legendary King of Curses, I thought someone was fucking with me. Once I confirmed it wasn't a joke, I had no choice but to listen to those old men for once and obediently haul my ass back here." Feeling the pressure, Gojo teased. "Immensely." Yuki's smile finally vanished entirely. "You know my ideal. I've always been searching for a way to eradicate cursed spirits entirely. When I realized I couldn't find the answer in Japan, I decisively traveled the world looking for new possibilities. I figured with you in Japan, nothing completely disastrous could happen. But a disaster really did happen, didn't it? Even a King of Curses popped out. Isn't this moving even further away from my ideal?" Yuki complained loudly. "The Lord of Curses." Gojo chewed on the title. He asked, "How much do you know about him? You're the one stationed in Japan, not me, and you're asking the girl who just got off the plane." Yuki sighed, but answered honestly anyway. "Rumor has it he's a recently manifested cursed spirit with terrifying potential. The very first fully intelligent cursed spirit since the dawn of curses. He possesses human-like social dynamics, knows how to collaborate with curse users, and evolves at an incomprehensible speed. He's already rallied a massive army of curses and curse users, including some highly infamous criminals. And..." Yuki paused, carefully enunciating her final point. "He possesses a method for true immortality without side effects, and he actively sells it. You just have to pay a reasonable price. In normal human society, that price is money and connections, maybe territory? But in the Jujutsu world, the Zenin clan was the only one to make contact, and they got exterminated for it. No need to save face for the Zenin clan," Gojo said coldly. "They condescendingly ordered the King of Curses to surrender his method of immortality, and demanded he swear eternal loyalty to them. So, the King of Curses showed up solo and slaughtered their entire elite force in one breath. Because Gojo knew the full context, he called the King of Curses benevolent. At the very least, he had spared the elderly and the weak. One had to understand, after suffering such blatant disrespect, forget a cursed spirit born from negative human emotion, even a human Jujutsu sorcerer with that level of power would have butchered the Zenin clan down to the last distant relative without batting an eye. In the original timeline, Moki Zenin faced almost no repercussions for wiping out her clan for this exact reason: it was tradition. It looked cruel to modern society, but in the Jujutsu world, it was perfectly normal. Compared to the traditional operating methods of Jujutsu society, the King of Curses approach actually seemed civilized. What irony! Yuki sighed. Sometimes I really envy you. I've been sick of those old geezers for a long time too, but I chose to fly far away. You, on the other hand, stubbornly stayed behind, actively raising students, openly setting the stage for a revolution. A new wind is blowing through the Jujutsu world. Exceptional sorcerers are popping up one after another recently. And on the curses side, a lord of curses unseen in a millennium has been born. This massive storm is sweeping through the Jujutsu world at breakneck speed, and it's already bleeding into human society. I honestly believe that sooner or later, this hurricane will swallow the whole world, not just Japan. Gojo slipped his blindfold back on, his expression showing a rare hint of melancholy. Yuki raised her hand and smacked Gojo's back again. That's why I came running, isn't it? Don't shoulder all the pressure yourself. You still have some comrades. A few, I suppose, Gojo sighed. Just don't expect too much, Yuki laughed. After all, you've offended a lot of big shots. Those people wish you'd drop dead right now. Unfortunately for them, you're too hard to kill, so they can't manage it. And right now, with a King of Curses actively threatening their lives and glaring down their necks, they have no choice but to rely on you again. Gojo let out an irritated breath. Back to business. What did your 6 eyes see? Yuki asked. A colossal creature soaring through the sky. This serpent-like behemoth lowered its massive head, opened its giant maw, and unleashed some kind of cursed energy attack. A single blast shattered the earth. The direct hit radius is, as you can see, over 2 kilometers, and the shockwave eclipse 10. If you told me this was a new model of nuclear warhead, I'd believe you, Gojo slowly exhaled. How does it compare to your hollow technique? Normally, unless amplified by a domain expansion, cursed technique lapse and cursed technique reversal were two entirely separate methods of activation. Even Mahito couldn't use lapse and reversal simultaneously. But Satoru Gojo broke that established rule. He was the only Jujutsu sorcerer in history who could deploy a lapse and a reversal at the exact same time. Even Ryman Sukuna couldn't pull that off. It was Gojo's signature move. It wasn't that he refused to teach it, it was that no one else could physically comprehend it. By fusing the lapse and the reversal, he generated a destructive force far beyond common sense. He called this unique application the hollow technique. In terms of pure, wide-area destruction, it surpasses my hollow technique. Gojo had his pride, and he disdained lying, but he couldn't help but argue a technicality. However, the core property of my hollow technique was never wide-area destruction. It specializes in absolute penetration and single-point breakthrough. If I fired a hollow technique downward from the sky, it would just leave a perfectly smooth tunnel straight down to the Earth's core, not blow out a massive crater like this. Gojo wasn't lying. His hollow technique wasn't known for explosive AoE. In the original timeline, during his 1v1 with Ryman Sukuna, he fired a hollow purple from 2 kilometers away. That localized bombardment only destroyed half a skyscraper. But the trade-off was that Ryman Sukuna, taking it directly, lost nearly half his life in an instant. Sukuna even openly admitted that if he hadn't braced for it at the absolute last second, it would have been a fatal blow. Keep in mind, that was Ryman Sukuna at his absolute peak. Before Sukuna had fully regained his strength, he had fought Jogo. Jogo had dropped a massive meteor with a 50-meter diameter that generated enough destructive force to nearly wipe the entire Shibuya district off the map. Yet, against that colossal AoE, Sukuna had casually shredded it with a single dismantle, emerging completely unscathed. The contrast was stark. Looks like the famous strongest of the modern era is feeling the heat. Normally, you wouldn't bother arguing. You'd just scoff contemptuously and not even waste the breath to retort, Yuki teased. Gojo shrugged, offering no defense. Yuki shifted gears and began to analyze. Didn't they say the King of Curses' ability is to grant evolution to humans? Did he modify his own body to become that giant creature you mentioned? That's the most likely scenario, Gojo nodded thoughtfully. What do you think it was? A dragon, Gojo said softly. It was a dragon. The highest tier of dragon-type cursed spirit. Suguru used to have one like it, he called it the Rainbow Dragon. Even though it wasn't a special grade, it was still the most durable shield in his arsenal. But a special grade dragon-type cursed spirit has never been born in this country, because at that point, it ceases to be a cursed spirit. It becomes a god. A dragon god. Yuki fell silent, an involuntary shiver running down her spine. What did you find in the ruins of the Zenin estate? Gojo asked. Sword cuts. Perfect arcs that only a master swordsman could swing, Yuki reported. I examined the corpses of the Kukuru unit. Every single one of them bore flawless slash marks, as if a sword saint had casually swung his blade, letting the tip lightly brush across their vitals. The entire Kukuru unit fell like harvested wheat. It felt like I was watching a masterpiece samurai film. A rainy night, kimonos, a katana, and of course, a villain picking a fight with the wolves. The King of Curses was brewing his condition, Gojo said slowly. He was seeking a higher state of cursed energy flow. Black Flash. He was trying to enter the Black Flash zone. Yuki nodded slightly. I can already picture his mindset. He isn't a cursed spirit bound by common sense. He possesses his own thoughts, his own ideology, even his own sense of honor. He was insulted. Even knowing the Zenin clan was one of the big three, he still marched right up to their doorstep. Yuki imagined the battle that night. It was supposed to be a brutal clan extermination, yet in her mind's eye, it felt more like stepping onto an ancient road in the Heian era, one man, one sword, walking alone in the night. He announced his name at the front gates of the Zenin estate, holding a single katana. He started by fighting them with just the blade. As the slaughter progressed, his swordsmanship became increasingly refined. At first, he was violently cleaving people in half, brutal and unhinged. But as he grew accustomed to the killing, he abandoned direct bisection. He began deflecting all their weapons, killing solely with the tip of his blade, strolling through the rainy night. Then, he stepped through the main gates and faced the furious assault of the Hei. By that point, mere swordplay wasn't enough to secure victory. He began using cursed techniques. My eyes aren't good enough to discern exactly what techniques were used. He didn't intentionally erase the cursed energy residuals, but the clash of sorcery was too chaotic for me to untangle. But I can imagine it was a world-shaking sorcery fight. The residual energies are twisted together indistinguishably. The entire Zenin main estate was reduced to rubble during that clash. He and the Hei went all out. He ultimately crushed the Hei, and set foot into the main compound. And waiting for him there was the head of the clan, Naobito Zenin. Yuki snapped back to reality, pointing her finger at the massive crater. Their duel started at the main house and ended right here. This is where the victor was decided. Gojo visualized the fight. The King of Curses was entirely alone, yet his heart harbored zero fear. He started from outside the gates and fought his way through, maintaining a posture of a frontal assault, carving a path straight to the clan head. What a badass, Gojo couldn't help but say. It's like flashing back to the era of wandering samurai. Back then, samurai valued their honor more than their lives. If someone insulted them, they'd risk everything for vengeance, even if it was just one man and one sword. I got the exact same feeling. Whoever taught him must be an ancient sorcerer. A modern person wouldn't act like this. Yuki nodded in agreement, then asked, any ideas on sorcerers who've lived from the ancient era to the modern day? Gojo shrugged. I only know of one. Tengen. Tengen, Gojo confirmed. Yuki scratched her head in frustration. Then that lead is dead in the water. With the clues we have now, there's no way they'll approve an audience with Tengen. If anything, after this incident, the old geezers have probably bumped Tengen's security clearance up another tier. Don't you have a special relationships with Tengen? Can't you pull some strings? Gojo asked. Yuki sighed deeply. It's precisely asterisk because asterisk of that special relationship that I can't. The old men always suspect I might pose a threat to Tengen, and annoyingly, I can't really refute it. I asterisk have asterisk acted a bit extreme a few times. Then get a little more extreme. Gojo mocked loudly. Barge right into Tengen's barrier right now, scream a few curses at her, and I swear Tengen will come out to see you. Yuki pursed her lips, unable to argue. She was used to doing whatever the hell she wanted. Before Gojo came along, she had been the only special grade sorcerer in the modern era. Her strength and status were unquestionable. She operated overseas long-term, completely ignoring the Jujutsu headquarters orders. If this incident hadn't been so astronomically severe, she wouldn't have even bothered flying back. Honestly, getting a little more extreme was standard procedure for her. She took Gojo up on his dare. No problem. I'll go bother Tengen. Aside from Tengen, do you have any other leads? Gojo thought for a moment. Seeing Tengen is the best case scenario, but if we can't, we can gather intel elsewhere. Yuki immediately caught his drift. You mean that crowd of curse users? I have a student who hangs out with curse users every single day. Granted, he's not a curse user himself, he just uses them to make bank. Gojo smiled. Under normal circumstances, even I couldn't casually hit him up. But things are different now. With an incident this massive, if I use this as an excuse to make contact, those old geezers can't say a damn thing. Yuki's mouth twitched. Your networking is terrifying. Gojo laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, who the hell do you think I am? Good. At least we pulled a useful thread out of this tangled mess. Yuki slammed her fists together. Then hurry up and contact him. We need to deal with this guy as early as possible. Otherwise, we might run out of time. Run out of time. Gojo raised an eyebrow. Don't tell me you didn't see it. Yuki's voice grew heavy. This Lord of Curses is evolving at a breakneck pace, and I don't see a ceiling. Before he even entered the Zenin gates, he was only using a sword. He was clumsy at first, but the more he swung, the sharper he got. By the end, maybe he wasn't a sword saint, but calling him a master swordsman wouldn't be an exaggeration. How much time passed during that? His learning speed mid-combat is absurd. Then, he entered the compound and engaged in a sorcery duel with the Hei. He practically discarded the swordplay he had just mastered and started exclusively using cursed techniques. To put it nicely, he was expanding his arsenal. To put it bluntly, he didn't even have a set combat style. He was just brawling blindly. Yuki's hand moved subconsciously, mimicking the trajectory of a sword swing. He's still feeling his way through the dark, actively searching for a combat method that suits him. By the end, his fight with Naobito Zenin was entirely straightforward. He transformed into a dragon, soared freely across this land, and simply killed Naobito. In that final clash, he barely used any complex techniques, nor did he use a blade. He just obliterated Naobito Zenin with raw, unadulterated violence. Yuki dropped her hand and looked Gojo dead in the eyes, her expression dead serious. He hasn't finished growing yet, Satoru. Because he hasn't integrated all of his abilities. Right now, he's just using his powers in isolation. You can't even call it a cohesive combat system. But sooner or later, he's going to complete that combat system. Only then will he truly be fully mature. If he can single-handedly exterminate the Zenin clan before he matures. Once he fully evolves, I genuinely cannot fathom how much monstrous power he'll output. This wasn't baseless paranoia. Yuki could intensely feel the King of Curses' evolutionary leaps. Just from the remnants of this one battle, she could tell the Lord of Curses had evolved at least 3 separate times. Each evolution triggered a massive spike in combat power, snowballing until he could effortlessly crush the head of the Zenin clan like a bug. Even if you graded him by Jujutsu sorcerer standards rather than cursed spirit standards, the current King of Curses had undeniably earned the title, Special Grade Jujutsu Sorcerer. He was already in her weight class. You're overthinking it, Gojo smiled. What? Are you saying my analysis is flawed? Yuki frowned. No, your analysis is dead on. I completely agree, Gojo said calmly. Just looking at this battlefield, it's obvious the Lord of Curses is still in his growth phase. His potential is far from fully realized. Logically, yes, he needs to be exterminated immediately, before he hits his ceiling. Then you? But all of that relies on one specific premise. Which is? The premise that I don't exist, Gojo stated. Yuki was speechless. Gojo continued breezily. As long as I'm alive, it doesn't matter how much the King of Curses evolves. I'll step in and handle everything. Right now, I couldn't care less about the Lord of Curses, because I've already seen through it. He has absolutely no desire to cause trouble right now. The ones who wanted to start shit were the Zenin clan. He was just retaliating against an insult. Otherwise, he never would have shown his face. If we just leave him alone and don't intentionally provoke him, he's harmless for the time being. Yuki's mouth twitched again. Only you could say something that arrogant with a straight face. So, what exactly are you going to do now? Gojo suddenly looked ecstatic. Did you know? The Kyoto Sister School Goodwill event starts in 2 weeks. Wanna come? Come watch my pride and joy, my students. I guarantee they'll blow your mind. Yuki stared at him in utter disbelief. Are you serious? The Zenin clan was just wiped off the map. You're ignoring an incident of this magnitude to go micromanage a school sports festival. Are you honestly telling me a high school event takes priority over a clan extermination? Gojo replied as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Of course it does. How could a bunch of bastards who have nothing to do with me ever compare to my adorable students? Do you even hear yourself? Yuki demanded. I seem to recall you have a student whose last name is Zenin, right? Is this how much you care about your adorable students? Oh, you mean Moki-chan? Gojo said dismissively. Do you know what her reaction was to her clan getting massacred? I told her the Zenin clan was destroyed and only a few elders were left, and she literally just replied, oh. Oh. Yuki was stunned. Yep. Oh, Gojo confirmed. Yuki rubbed her temples, feeling a severe migraine coming on. She finally understood why the higher-ups had sounded like they were begging when they called her. Fuck, Satoru Gojo was completely unreliable. She always knew he was irresponsible, but she never imagined he was catastrophically flaky. She was truly learning something new today. Yuki couldn't take it anymore. Just give me the number of your student who hangs out with curse users. If you're too lazy to contact him, I'll do it. I finally understand why Kento Nanami tells everyone, I trust Gojo-san, but I absolutely do not respect him. I feel the exact same way right now. I trust you, Satoru, but I do not respect you in the slightest. You aren't worthy of anyone's respect. Gojo wasn't fazed in the slightest. He pulled out his phone, ready to dictate the number when it suddenly started ringing. Gojo flipped it open and held it to his ear. Moshi moshi, Satoru Gojo speaking. Yeah, that clause does exist. But you've got the premise all wrong. I only agreed to that in the event I die or become incapacitated. Naobito Zenin made that deal with me directly. I don't think you lackeys have the authority to negotiate on his behalf, do you? What do you mean the situation has changed? I don't follow. What? Say that again? Are you serious? Are you seriously serious? All right, I agree. I'm heading over right now. What do you mean discuss? There's nothing to discuss. Megumi was bought and paid for. Do you understand? His ownership rights are entirely in my hands. What does it matter to him how I handle it? Of course I can make the call, I have more say than him or his deadbeat dad. That settles it, I'm on my way. Gojo hung up. What happened? Yuki asked, genuinely curious. Gojo tried to keep his face completely stoic, trying to maintain an aura of solemn dignity. But slowly, the corners of his mouth began to twitch upward. He couldn't suppress it. Finally, he threw his head back and burst into maniacal, undignified laughter, laughing so hard tears formed in his eyes. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. I just picked up a Big 3 family for absolutely free. What the hell are you talking about? Yuki was entirely lost. I have a student named Megumi Fushiguro, Gojo wheezed, unable to stop laughing. He just got invited. To become the head of the Zenin clan. Who? Yuki's jaw dropped, utterly flabbergasted. Gojo looked like he was about to start dancing. His fingers flew across his phone's keypad. A moment later, Yuki's phone chimed with a text notification. She opened it to see a message from the man standing in front of her. Gojo beamed radiantly. That student I mentioned is named Kinji Hikari. You should know the name, I've bragged about him enough. I sent you his number. So, I'm officially delegating the entire Lord of Curses situation to you. I'm off to see my precious student. That's all, J.N.E. Yuki had barely finished reading the text. Before she could even look up, Gojo vanished from the spot like a phantom breeze. Yuki took 3 deep breaths. Unable to hold it in any longer, she roared at the top of her lungs. Satu, are you go, Joe? Don't forget to like and subscribe to Sally Fox audiobook.